two, 1 2 1 2.
صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم.
صل على محمد وآل محمد.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، وصلى الله على محمد وآله الطاهرين.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل.
We are now curate, with the permission of the chair Al-Haj Safar Jafar, begin the proceedings of this extraordinary conference. I am honored to invite a very special reciter. But before I do that, just a word about Sayyid Jalal Masud. Sayyid is more than a reciter. He is an embodiment of the spirit of the Holy Quran. We have seen him in multiple events, multiple occasions, multiple platforms. Sayyid is also has a master's in diplomacy and international relations. He's a lecturer of English, Spanish, Arabic, Dari and Persian languages. He has great deal of experience in media, television productions, and is of course also a teacher. With that brief preamble, please let's welcome Sayyid Jalal Masumi for a blessed recitation of the Holy Quran with the loudest of salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله حق تقاته اتقوا الله حق تقاته ولا تموتن إلا وأنتم مسلمون. ولا تموتن إلا وأنتم مسلمون. ولا تموتن إلا وأنتم واعتصموا بحبل الله جميعا ولا تفرقوا. واعتصموا بحبل الله جميعا ولا تفرقوا. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله حق تقاته ولا تموتن إلا وأنتم مسلمون. واعتصموا بحبل الله جميعا ولا تفرقوا. واذكروا نعمة الله عليكم إذ كنتم أعداء فألف بين قلوبكم.
ما شاء الله ما شاء الله.
فألف بين قلوبكم فأصبحتم بنعمته إخوانا. وكنتم على شفا حفرة من النار فأنقذكم منها.
كذلك يبين الله لكم آياته لعلكم تهتدون. ولتكن منكم أمة يدعون إلى الخير ويأمرون بالمعروف وينهون عن المنكر.
कनेक्टिविटी इश्यूज में बहुत ज्यादा है सिग्नलिंग बंद है दोनों चीजें
وأولئك هم المفلحون. ولا تكونوا كالذين تفرقوا واختلفوا من بعد ما جاءهم البينات. وأولئك لهم عذاب عظيم. يوم تبيض وجوه وتسود وجوه. فأما الذين اسودت وجوههم أكفرتم بعد إيمانكم فذوقوا العذاب بما كنتم تكفرون. وأما الذين ابيضت وجوههم ففي رحمة الله هم فيها خالدون تلك آيات الله نتلوها عليك بالحق تلك آيات الله نتلوها عليك بالحق وما الله يريد ظلما للعالمين الله أكبر الله أكبر بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والعصر والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر صدق الله العلي العظيم وصدق رسوله النبي الأمين الكريم ونحن على ذلك من الشاهدين والشاكرين والقارئين والمستمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم نور قلوبنا بنور القرآن وزين أخلاقنا بزينة القرآن اللهم افتح لنا بالخير بالقرآن واختم لنا بالخير بالقرآن اللهم احفظنا واحفظ والدينا وأساتذتنا وعلماءنا ومكتبنا بعزة القرآن يا حميد بحق محمد ويا علي بحق علي ويا فاطر السماوات والأرض بحق فاطمة ويا محسن بحق الحسن ويا قديم الإحسان والجود والعفو بحق مولانا الشهيد الحسين برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين آمين يا رب العالمين.
Mu'mineen, can we express our gratitude and appreciation for Sayyid with another loudest of salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Warm welcome to you all at WF House for this extraordinary conference. In particular to those in North America and Canada, including our Vice President Habibai Meghji, who have all joined us very early in the morning. Inshallah, you remembered us in your Salatul Layl. Before any further housekeeping, I'd like to invite Al-Haj Shabar Bhai Tala and Al-Haj Rasul Bhai Bimani. You may not recognize them, their beards are whiter, they have lesser hair in this incorporation journey, but we deeply appreciate all your work. Please welcome them with a salawat.
Mr. Chairman, just point of info.
Shabir Bhai.
Yeah. Do you think we should adopt the agenda first? It would be good to have it adopted.
Thank you, Shabir Bhai, for that note. I take it on board, inshallah. We'll adopt it. Thank you, Shabir Bhai and Rasul Bhai. We ask AV team to display the agenda on the screen, please.
Shabir Bhai, with all respect, there's only one agenda item, the extraordinary conference. Notice has gone out, so I have not come across any such event where you adopt one item agenda that is already adopted, and the meeting has been called by the Executive Council. So if that's okay, then we move on.
That's fine. Be it one. To adopt it won't take long. It's a consensus, because the adoption is important for such an important meeting. Be it one item.
Point of order, please.
Go ahead.
I think that Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Mr. Chairman, you know, we have come across this before. The only time where the World Federation meetings adopts agendas is at the point when there is any modification or where the House needs to adjust it. However, due notice has gone out, and in the World Federation meetings, both the Executive Council meetings as well as the conferences, we don't have the adoption of agendas unless there is a consultation with it.
Okay, I appreciate. I just don't want to set a precedence that I have no issues personally. I don't want to set a precedence that has never happened in the history of this organization. This is the supreme body, so we have to respect the supreme body, but at the same time, I don't want to overburden it. So, Shabir Bhai, one more thought, and then I want to move forward, inshallah.
Okay, so it's not unprecedented. It's always been adopted, except for the last few meetings. If you look at the history, and you can check with the likes of Habib Bhai and Habib, I'll respect you. We can do away, but it has always been adopted at WF. So you'll check the records. Secretary can come back to me, and if that is, we'll inform the House. But Mr. Chairman, please go ahead. It has always been adoption in the olden times, in special meetings. But Mr. Chairman, you can proceed. It's just it seals off this important agenda, but we'll go along with that.
one more comment from the House. Any other views? Because I don't want to spend too much time on this. I think we have consensus. I just want to make sure we do the right thing and also meet the aspirations of this House. I don't see any harm, Arif Bhai. The only issue here is that I don't want to set a precedence, but I'm now told that there has been a precedence. There has been a precedence. I also get a note from a previous office bearer that there has been a precedence. So my suggestion is let's put it on the screen, recite salawat and move on, if it's okay.
Thank you, AV team. Inshallah, with the blessings of a salawat, we adopt the agenda. Can I? So that's the only notice. AV team. The pre-read that was shared as part of the agenda. Inshallah, with the barakah of salawat, we adopt this on the screen. Sallu ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad. Inshallah, we aim to keep to the time, so just a couple of housekeeping announcements. Those present, please kindly make sure your phones are switched to silent mode. Those online, I request you to keep your cameras on, and if you wish to speak, please type SSS in the chat box on your Zoom. And if there's a point of order you'd like to raise, please type PPP and kindly wait for your name to be called out. In case of voting, Shahid Ali Bhai will take us through the process at the right time, inshallah. I would like to acknowledge Brother Kausar Ali Sumar. He's delegate of Kuwait, but in his alternative life, he's always been a great tech support to World Federation meetings, and he's kind enough to do that today as well. So thank you for wearing the dual hats. Can we have a salawat for Kausar Bhai and all of our tech team, volunteers and supporters, and the secretariat team as well. Thank you. I hand over to the chair to take us through a preamble, inshallah.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Wa bihi nasta'in wa sallallahu ala Muhammad wa ahli baytihi tahirin. Respected councillors and delegates, represented by the leaders of all the regional federations, Africa Federation, Amin Bhai Nasser, Council of European Jamaats, Arif Bhai Hirji, India Federation, Suhail Bhai Burani, KSC, Raza Bhai Bojani, Nasim Ko Abbas Bhai Bandali, Pakistan Federation, Abul Bhai Gokal, to all the councillors, delegates, volunteers, World Federation staff, members of the community, both here and watching globally, councillors and delegates, both physically here, we are almost around 30 plus, and plus those who are joining online. Salamun alaikum jami'an wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I could not hold but mention that the beautiful verses that Sayyid Masumiya recited, I only wish the translation was brought on the screen, because it has profound implications, or rather, put it that way, advice for this house for today's proceedings. I never realized that he would have taken the verses from Surah Al Imran from chapter ayat number 103 to 105, which he beautifully recited, but those who know Arabic have understood the message, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, hold fast the rope of Allah and do not disunite. And remember the favors of Allah on you when you are enemies of each other during those days. Then He united your hearts by His favors, so you become brothers of each other. When you are on the brink of the pit of the fire, He saved you from that and Allah makes clear to you His communications that you may follow the right path. وَلْتَكُمْ مِنْكُمْ أُمَّةٌ يَدْعُونَ إِلَى الْخَيْرِ. And from among you there are a people who invite you to good, enjoining the right and forbidding the evil. These are those who are successful. And then a warning comes, وَلَا تَكُونُوا كَالَّذِينَ تَفَرَّقُوا. Do not be like those who became divided and disagreed after clear arguments had come to them. And these are those who will have a grievous chastisement. So that was a beautiful way of starting this conference, in that we are all united on the front to discuss a very important subject, because the conference is the supreme body of the Khoja Shia Ishnashri Muslim community. This conference has more powers than the Executive Council. As we know, the ultimate authority of this institution is this conference. So each and every member, there are almost 100 people who are in attendance today, alhamdulillah ta'ala, both online and physically, which brings a huge sense of responsibility on each and every one of us to make sure that we are moving, inshallah, together as a community in the right direction. Today, I would also like to start, I'll take a few minutes as a preamble, and then I will hand it over to the team without much delay, that we have lost a remarkable servant of the community, a member of Khoij, Marhum Shahid Raza Noor Ali. Last night, we got the news from Sweden. Together with all the other Marhumin, we remembered Marhum Zafar Abbas Malik last night. The Khoja Heritage Day is coming imminently. We remember Marhum Haji Naji, and the Bunyan Guzar, the founder of the World Federation, Marhum Wal Asgar, and all the Marhumin who have served our communities. Let us begin with Surah Fatiha. This weekend is also a special weekend, and it is a mere coincidence that it is the weekend when the World Federation has reached its 50th year. I think this deserves a salawat. It was on 15th of October 1976 here in UK in Hammersmith, where the first extraordinary conference took place, where the constitution was adopted, the first one. So it is a coincidence that this very important session of the constitution is happening exactly 50 years. On that day, it was Friday night in London. There were 34 members in attendance physically in Hammersmith, 17 from Africa, 9 from London, 2 from Peterborough, 2 from Birmingham, 2 from Leicester, so 15 from Europe. And there were 2 members from New York as well. And this community established the World Federation of the Khoja Shia Ishnashri Muslim communities. 50 years have passed. Alhamdulillah, today our Executive Council is 150 plus. Our conference is 150 plus. And we have close to 100 people in attendance today. From 34 at that time, all physical, to a hybrid model today. Things have evolved. The organization has moved on from a few £100,000 of budgets during the early days to 15 million plus today. Major activities have taken place. The world has changed. The dynamics have changed. The ecosystem has changed. And together, our constitution is also changing. We are here not only for getting together to pass something that we feel we need to do, but we are taking a huge sense of responsibility. I just want to spend a few minutes in a preamble, and then I will hand it over to Shabar, the chair of the IIT team. The issue of incorporation is not something that was brought in our term. The recognition that this organization needs to be incorporated came from the time of Anwar Dharamsi in his term, when Shabar himself was at the helm of office as the vice president. And the objective really was very simple. but extremely important. When we started the journey 50 years ago, this was an unincorporated institution. What does it mean in simple terms? That the trustees bear the liabilities of the organization. A small community, small number of trustees started with this vision to establish this institution that represents the global body in Hammersmith. Unincorporated means Bega Thiacho, Marhumul Asgar with a few members of the community, Banaiwa team, and we moved on. With trust and faith that this will continue in an unincorporated way, meaning that if, God forbid, there is any liability on the institution, it will be borne by the trustees on an individual basis. There was good faith, the ecosystem was different, the generations were different, things moved on. As we evolved, as we grew, a sense of realization came during the previous office bearers that we need to incorporate, which means the liability of the organization doesn't fall into the shoulders of Safdar or of Ali Jawad or Sajad, it falls on the institution. And there was no better example, although not a good example, was the legal case, where, God forbid, if anything had gone wrong, the 6 trustees at that time would have taken the liability of the company on their shoulder and not the institution. That itself speaks for itself that we do not want to leave a legacy of this organization where people will not come and serve if they feel that they will be liable rather than the institution taking that responsibility. And hence the issue of incorporation came into existence and the discussion continued. However, as things were moving, there was a dispute, as we know, there was a court case, as we know, and things moved on. In 2020, at the conference, there was a serious discussion that we need to go on this path of establishing a constitution review committee. I am reminding this because the conference only gets together once in a while. Executive Council is far ahead and are aware of these things. But it's important to give this preamble. A CRC team was established through a unanimous resolution at the conference, and Brother Arif Asaria was appointed as the head of this particular body. The team composed of members from each region. Some of them are here today. Included a member of the office bearers. Our Secretary General then, Arif Bhai, was representing us in that committee. And there were other members who are co-opted to support. Comprehensive review took place, and an extraordinary conference in 23 took place here in WF House in the other hall, the other side. And there were, alhamdulillah, almost 70 to 80 people who physically flew in for the meeting. There were a wide range of proposals besides incorporation of the organization. There were issues of alternative dispute resolution. There were other components of bringing into a 2-tier system, removing the second layer of the Executive Council, voting reforms, so on and so forth. There was intense discussion for 2.5 days here. There was what I would refer to in light-hearted terms as a lot of garma garmi, part of our culture. But ultimately, it was clear to us that so many reforms coming at one pace was not feasible. Of course, there were 2 good things that came out of it. On a very light-hearted note, Amin Bhai spoke very well over there and mentioned ke Qawma Wakilo Bo Wadi Gaya Che. It was not easy to get that consensus. But we achieved one thing. A very important thing, alhamdulillah, was achieved. And that is that this House adopted and finalized the standard operating procedures of the election. And alhamdulillah ta'ala, we urged the community and the conference not to leave until the smoke comes out of the chimney, and we got the SOP passed unanimously by this House that led to a very smooth 2024 election, alhamdulillah ta'ala. However, the urgency of moving forward came into existence. Can we please, salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. In the 2024 a triennial conference that took place here again in London, the urgency of incorporating became paramount. We cannot continue leading this organization without being unincorporated, because the liability falls on the 6 office bearers, whoever they are in future, but even now. And we continue to hold that individual liability, God forbid, if something happens. Brother Shabir Bhai Walji from Wessex, the Hakiki Shabir Walji, stood up there and called upon me, and he said, Mr. President, we must pass this resolution by December 24, because you 6 members are taking the liability of the entire community. We have to take it urgently. Let's move quickly. After a lot of deliberation here in this house, whilst we could not achieve the December 24 target, the following resolution was passed unanimously. And I would like to read that to remind myself and the entire globe about the importance of this resolution, which sets a preamble to where Shabar will take over very shortly. There was a preamble to this resolution in recognition of the need for an incorporated model. That was the focus. That aligns with the spirit of the current structure. The conference decided to stick to the current structure. They did not want wide-ranging reforms. And hence the resolution, the House hereby resolves to rescind the mandate conferred upon the CRC at the extraordinary conference between 9th and 11th June 23, dissolves the CRC with immediate effect. All responsibilities, duties, and obligations previously assigned to the CRC led by Brother Arif Asaria were terminated. At the same time, this conference continued to say that the House further resolves to establish a new team, the IRT, the Incorporation Review Team, and appoint a chairperson. The IRT shall comprise of a representative from each region. Ratified by this House, we shall be tasked to present a draft constitution on an incorporated model not later than 31st December 2024. That is the urgency with which this work was done. This House unanimously elected Shabar Bhai to be the head of IRT. 6 regional representations were made, and the House did not want any office bearers to be in that IRT. That is why you will not find a single office bearer sitting in that IRT, because there was the wish of the House that they wanted independence away from the office bearers, and hence the office bearers have had 0 role in the IRTs. The way Shabar Bhai came to the regions and to the councillors to socialize and take comments, he did the same with the office bearers, and we gave our input to him, which he will present today. Of course, the other members who are part of the team was Ali Hassan Qasim of Africa Federation. He continues to be there. Council of European Jamaat Rasul Bhai Bamani, who is here with us today. Brother Irfan Kareem from India Federation, KSC, Brother Abbas Ali, Nasimko, Habib, who was there in Hammersmith as well, and Pakistan Federation, Abul Bhai Gokal. Now, where are we moving? I'm coming closer to you, Shabar. The extraordinary conference 2025 today here in WF House. In December 2024 in Birmingham, the incorporation decision of moving towards limited by guarantee was established. There were a range of questions that came up to be added to the discussion. Of course, one was limited by guarantee was the choice, rather than to go for the incorporation through the charity, the CIO approach. Number 2 is that the legal costs would be borne by the World Federation Secretariat, and the governance around how this will proceed was agreed in Birmingham. We moved on to Toronto. The new structures and the articles of association were presented, and the differences between the current constitution and the articles was discussed elaborately in Toronto. And you can view that in YouTube. together with the fact that there were 3 issues that were discussed in Birmingham, that were extensively discussed in Toronto, where the membership felt, the Executive Council, I'm reporting to the conference now, the Executive Council requested that these 3 elements be thoroughly debated, whether we need to make some further changes in remit of these 3. One is the election of the president, whether it should be grassroots or the conference. Number 2 is how to deal with this member, associate member, because a company limited by guarantee doesn't have any room for association of a member, and hence Dubai Jamaat is affected. And last but not least, in terms of delegates being Khojas or non-Khojas, these 3 things were discussed elaborately in Toronto, and the Executive Council unanimously agreed that the conference will be the ultimate authority, of course, but the Executive Council preferred that we retain our grassroots election process. The issue of association, the private discussions have taken place with Dubai Jamaat. Good progress has been made, and I will be briefing the regional presidents after the conference on the progress of that element, because we cannot avoid having such an important Jamaat to be completely excluded, and good progress has been made. Inshallah, we will talk about it after today. And number 3, as far as Khoja delegates were concerned, it was agreed that the elected councillors will be Khojas, but the nominated and appointed councillors by the federations will be up to the federations to decide. This was unanimously adopted. Why are we here now? We are here because the Executive Council cannot pass a constitutional change. The incorporation decision limited by guarantee has to be adopted by this supreme body of this community. Now, I would just like to end and pass it over to Shababai with a few points that I would like to mention, that we are blessed by Allah, and I remind myself and all of you that we are blessed by Allah, that this community is bestowed with a conference and an executive council and a structure. I have not hidden from the fact, reminding recently at the Koish meeting and in Hujjat in a speech, that for 22 years I've had the opportunity of meeting His Eminence as a representation with the past presidents of the World Federation, and now at the helm of office. And whenever we have gone to Agha Sistani, our Marja, 3 things he has advised us. Number 1, he has told us that he remembers us in his du'as every morning before Fajr Salat and after, especially mentioning the name of the Khoja Shia Ishnashri Muslim community. Number 2, and he has repeated this 22 years, you can ask Asghar Maulidina, you can ask Anwar Bhai Dharamsi, you can ask Ahmad Bhai Hassam, throughout their terms. The same advice. Second, he has mentioned unity of the community. At any cost, preserve the unity of this community. And the third thing Agha has mentioned is preserve the governance and the accountability and the transparency. That is why we are a transparent organization. This house, this conference will decide the destiny of the... Nobody else. No social media will decide the destiny of this community, but you, as the councillors and the delegates, will decide its future. I say this because the populist anarchism and social media subversion, unfortunately, in the post-truth era, where perceptions bear more weight than reality, and half-truths spread faster than facts, our strength will lie in thinking critically and discerning facts from fiction. Do not become tools of disinformation and disorder, encompassing false news, misinformation, disinformation, malinformation. You must develop clarity, as in today's world, clarity of mind is power. The Quran makes it very clear. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu in ja'akum fasiqun bi naba'in fatabayyanu. O you who believe, if an evildoer comes to you with a report, with a news, verify it. Fatabayyanu. An tusibu qawman bi jahalatin fatasbihu ala ma fa'altum nadibin. Lest that you are harmed by that news because of ignorance, you have accepted it, and then you are later on remorseful, which it will be too late because you have passed the wrong decisions. So let us not fall into this trap of misinformation, disinformation, malinformation. The truth will come from this house. It will come from you as the delegates and the councillors, and I have no doubt that you will prevail, and you have always prevailed and supported us throughout our term. 3 points, and I will end, and I promise you this is my last word, and it is over to Shababai for the rest of the day. Number one, I remind my nafs and all of you of the principles of the Quran for the discussion. Udu ila sabili rabbika bil hikmah. Discuss the matters of God, pertaining to God, and these are the values of God that we are pertaining to. A constitution itself is a way of governing, which is a sunnah, and it is recommended. Number one is with wisdom. Number two is with goodly exhortation. And number three is wajadilhum, debate, discuss, disagree. This is part of our culture, but billati hiya ahsan, in the best of manner. So you can help the chair to move this discussion in a reform way as we have always done. Number two, let us focus on the subject. Let us not try and expand the remit of this house. This house is a very limited remit. Incorporation, and also incorporation within the current constitutional framework and equivalence. And please help us in ensuring that we remain within this remit. Otherwise, the meeting will probably have to continue till late tonight. The house has to decide. We can only facilitate. And last but not least, we have got to come up with a resolution today, Momineen, and I'm very hopeful that all of you will support us. And we will not leave this room, inshallah, until we see the smoke outside the chimney. Others will have to continue tomorrow, inshallah. With that, I am privileged to hand over the facilitation of the rest of the entire meeting to the lead of the IIT, Shababai Dala. Please welcome him with Nare Salawat.
Mr. Chairman, before we've been getting messages that the meeting is not in order because the sound nenai. So we didn't want to raise that. However, we've raised it offline. Can you make sure that's there, because technically it will void the meeting. We want to avoid that. Sorry, Shabab.
Shabib, we have actively got the feedback, actively rectified it, and we are working on that as well. It's being addressed. Thank you, Shabib.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان اللعين الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. શરૂ કરવા પહેલાં, કારણ કે પછી મને નથી ખપતું કે મારું અવાજ બીજાઓને એની આખી દુનિયામાં ન સંભળાય, તો અલી જવાદભાઈ તમારી મદદ ખપશે બે ચીજ ઉપર. એક કે પહેલાં આ બધું આ એસએસએસ ને ખબર નહીં શું, મને આ બધું સમજ ન પડે, તો તમે થોડીક મદદ કરજો. અને આ ચોપડા વાંચીને હવે આંખને બી હવે થોડીક કમજોરી આવી ગઈ છે. તો ને બીજું કે જો આ જે એટલા ઓનલાઈન છે એ લોકો કહી દે કે સંભળાય છે, તો પછી અમે શરૂ કરીએ, કારણ કે પછી મને જોતું નથી કે શબીરભાઈને બીજું પછી ઇન્ટરજેક્શન આવે કે હવે આ ઇન્કોરેક્ટ છે ને આ છે, કારણ કે પ્રમુખ સાહેબના એટલા બધા ઇન્ફોર્મેશનના મિસઇન્ફોર્મેશન ને ખબર નહીં કેટલાના ઇન્ફોર્મેશનના નવા શબ્દ નીકળી ગયા છે, તો અમે ચેક કરી લઈએ કે બધાને સંભળાય છે પહેલાં. પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, ઉપપ્રમુખ સાહેબ ટોરોન્ટોથી, માનન મંત્રી સાહેબ, ઉપમાનન મંત્રી સાહેબ, ખજાનચી, ઉપખજાનચી, રિજનલ ફેડરેશનના પ્રમુખ સાહેબો, રિજનલ ફેડરેશનના હોદ્દેદારો, કોમના કાઉન્સિલર્સ, કોમના ડેલિગેટો, મારી માઓ તથા બહેનો, સલામુન અલૈકુમ વરહમતુલ્લાહી વબરકાતુ. આ કોમના સેવકને 2024માં 509 દિવસ પહેલાં તમે લોકો ખબર નહીં કઈ જાતની હથકડી બાંધી દીધા કે એમાંથી ન હું ચાલી શક્યો ન દોરી શક્યો, પણ ખાલી વાર ઓછા થઈ ગયા અને દાઢી દોરી થઈ ગઈ. પણ આ થોડુંક કહે ને કે હેવી સબ્જેક્ટ છે, તો હવે એમાં પછી બહુ સિરિયસ થઈ જશું તો પછી કદાચ, એટલે હું આઈ એમ ટ્રાઇંગ ટુ કીપ ઇટ લાઇટ. પણ મોર ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટલી તમારો સાથ હતો એટલે અમે આજે આ પહોંચ્યા છે. કારણ કે જ્યારે કોમનો સાથ નથી હોતું ત્યારે આ કામ નથી થતું, કારણ કે આ કામ છે અઘરું, પણ બધાનું સાથ હોવાની જરૂર છે. એટલે પહેલાં તો હું માફી માંગુ છું ઓફિસ બેરર્સની, કારણ કે ઓલાકા યુઝ ટુ છે કે બધા ઓલાકા પર રિપોર્ટ કરે કે શું થયું છે ને શું ચાલી રહ્યું છે ને ક્યાં પહોંચ્યું આ બધું કામ. એમાં ઓલાકાને બહુ સબર રાખવાની જરૂર પડી છે છેલ્લા 509 દિવસમાં, કારણ કે જ્યારે રિક્વેસ્ટ આવે ત્યારે મારું ઓલું સ્ટાન્ડર્ડ લાઈન આવે, મને તો એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ કાઉન્સિલને રિપોર્ટ કરવાનો છે, તમારી પાસે ક્યાં કરવાનું છે. તો જ્યારે ઓલાકાને રિપોર્ટ લખીશું તમારું બી ત્યારે રિપોર્ટ લખાશે. તો પહેલાં મને માફ કરજો, કારણ કે મારી હાથ એટલા બંધાઈ ગયા હતા કે એમાં મારી પાસે કાંઈ રસ્તો હતો નહીં. બીજું કે એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ કાઉન્સિલ સાથે અમારી ઘણી ચર્ચા થઈ છે અને કલાકોની ચર્ચા થઈ છે, કારણ કે છેલ્લી 2 એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ કાઉન્સિલમાં ઓફિસ બેરર્સો લોકોને થયું કે બસ હવે શું વાત કરી, આખો દિવસ દઈ દો શબને, આખો દિવસ બોલશે આ એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ કાઉન્સિલર સાથે અને જે કામ હશે પતાવી દેશે. તો 2 એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ કાઉન્સિલમાં મને લાગે છે 18 કલાકનું અમે ટાઈમ સાથે વિતાવ્યા છે આ IRTના ઇસ્યુ ઉપર. I have reached not only the maximum length of being able to speak in Gujarati, but I think I have crossed that par as well today. The key element is this, that I did not have what is called an empty canvas. My remit was very restrictive and very limited. I didn't create this. This was the august body that created it. And more importantly, they set the restrictions themselves. In fact, it was COEG who had forced me to attend as a delegate that year because I had finished my term. I was out for about 5 years, and they said, you know, you've been around, why don't you come? And I decided to attend, not realizing that they are going to handcuff me for another 509 days thereafter. So Alhamdulillah. So I think that is an important element, because even when we were doing the consultation and we were talking to the delegates, there was lots of stuff that had come out. And by the way, we've recorded all of those, but a lot of them were to do with either enhancement or trying to do something different or adding more to it. Our remit was very restrictive, and I remember because and I think he's a delegate this time, the president of Dar es Salaam Jamaat and Africa Federation, Mohammad Reza Bhai, કીધું હતું કે આનું terms of reference શું છે, પછી નથી જોતું કે 2 વર્ષ પછી પાછા આવો ને અમે પાછી આના ઉપર ચર્ચા કરે. તો ત્યારે હું કીધું, when the terms of reference debate took place, I then came back with my words કે તમે છે ને મને સોનાની હથકડી સાથે બાંધી નાખ્યા છો. બરાબર? ભાવ વધી ગયું છે. Right? So the conference made the team, and the president has alluded to the resolution and who the team members are. We then went into our work mode, and collectively we decided to work. In our first meeting, and my team are also present, Rasul Bhai is here and the rest of them are online, we agreed that we were going to work on consensus. If we needed to vote on something, we will absolutely vote. And at that point, I made a decision as chair that I would not vote in that team. I had the absolute right by conference, because I'm answerable to you, to vote on any matter that would have needed voting, right? To move the discussion forward. And the premise was simple. This is a representative body of the regional federation. I am not a representative body, I'm merely a facilitator. And as a facilitator, while my role is to facilitate the discussion, I didn't want to then jump in with my proposition to say it has to go this way if we are on it, right? Alhamdulillah, we never had to exercise it, because there were lots of robust discussions, but we never needed to exercise voting at our internal meetings because we were able to build consensus. More importantly, at that meeting, we decided this was not a journey that the IRT was going to take on its own. It is going to take this journey with the Executive Council. So we came back at every Executive Council that was brought forward, and we had robust discussions in it. I'm just setting this context out because I'm not going to go close by close of the articles, but to give context of what it is, how we've worked, what decisions have been made, what is remaining the same, what is going to change, set out some of the feedback we've got, and then hopefully we can enter into a discussion thereafter. Obviously, it's a long day, so you don't want to hear just my voice. So my team, alhamdulillah, will also be chipping in. So we will start through the first milestones, which Rasul Bhai will take you, and then Ali Hassan will take you through the broad structures and the things that are not changing at all.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. So the first milestone was the December 2024 Executive Council meeting held in Birmingham. And that was where we had the first opportunity to present the IRT's working. We focused on 3 core issues: move the World Federation to an incorporated model, stay faithful to the current structure and spirit of the existing constitution, ensure unity and practicality across regions. So those were our guiding principles. We then went on and posed the following points for discussion to the EXCO. IRT asked the EXCO to guide us on 3 key questions. Firstly, a model. Were the councillors happy with the model, company limited by guarantees, as an incorporated model? The second was the framework. Do the councillors agree with a 3-tier structure, which was strategic oversight? No, strategic guidance, strategic guardians, oversight, and operational. And thirdly, the powers that were inferred on these 3 tiers. We then went on in Birmingham and presented 2 models, the CIO and the CLG. The CIO governed only by the charity law, and the CLG was governed both by the charity and companies law. The CIO was trustee heavy, whereas the CLG is a member who have the ultimate right. CLG offers greater flexibility and international recognition, whereas the CIO was limited to England and a few other countries, and it's relatively a new model compared to the company. The proposed frameworks were as follows. Number 1, members' conference, like we currently have. That's the strategic level, and that's the supreme authority. The conference is the final say, like the current structure. The second was a members' representative executive council, MREC. That was oversight body ensuring accountability and monitoring. And the third was the board of directions, the operational arm of the World Federation, managing the day-to-day running of the organization. We then went on and in simple terms explained what the new additions we were proposing in the new structure. Annual budget and financial approval. Now, in the current constitution, there isn't anywhere which says that you have to present an annual budget. 3-year budgets were presented, but it wasn't in the constitution. And the other new thing was that it's going to be every year, and MREC would have the power to approve those budgets. The second thing was clearance. There were clear governance structures. MREC replaces the old EXCO, and the important thing to note here is that MREC has delegated powers. So the members who own the organization delegate their powers to MREC. The Executive Council that we currently operate doesn't have those delegated powers. That's a key difference. The third point is that the terms of the president is already limited to 2 terms. What the new structure does, that it limits the terms to 2 terms for all trustees in the same role, but 4 terms in different roles. So there is that new addition into the new structure. The other addition involves the conflict of interest rules. Currently, there is a mention of the conflict of interest, but it's not, how would I say, it's weak. So we've tightened the conflict of interest rules, which is underpinned by Companies Act. Members' liability. Currently, there isn't a members' liability, and that's been introduced. And we've also introduced written and electronic resolutions. Again, that's part of the Companies Act. Company secretary has now been introduced. That's a legal requirement. And the honorary secretary or the general secretary will presumably perform that role as well. And then we gave MREC reserved powers, specific reserved powers. We then went on, once we had approval that the EXCO was happy with the structure that we had proposed, we then asked that we want approval to appoint legal representatives, our solicitors who would go on and draft the articles for us. We carried out a tender process. I think there was about 4, I think, companies, 4 to 5 companies tendered for it. We then produced a full tender document, which the IRT team discussed, and we then chose DSC Beechcroft to undertake this task for us. We then presented at that meeting the timeline, and hence we're here today. The matters arising, as Safdar said in his opening remarks, there were 2 core issues at that time. The election of the president and Dubai Jamaat's regularization as a member, because like he mentioned, in a company structure, there's no room to have an associate member. The takeaways from that meeting was as follows. The IRT endorsed the CLG model. The Executive Council endorsed the CLG model for incorporation. The Executive Council endorsed the 3-tier system: conference, MREC, and board. And the council also gave us permission to move on to the drafting stage. I think that was where we left it at in Birmingham.
More importantly, in Birmingham as well, as in the President's preamble, our term came to an end in December 2024. So we were happy to go and say, "Bas, time not pati." But there was then an extension granted by the Executive Council through a formal resolution process that was drafted in both alternatives, which gave us the extension to continue to do this piece of work and get to where we are at in 2025. So there were clear guidelines and resolutions passed to say, okay, this is what you are going to do next and stuff. More importantly, it was the Executive Council who set this issue. In terms of Dubai, the Executive Council passed that responsibility to the Secretariat to resolve that matter, and the President said they've made headway and he will update the regional federations. We were given the mandate at that point to say, okay, we need to understand this. I remember Habib Bhai's words like, we need a SWOT analysis about these presidential things and this, that, and the other. We said, okay, we will go away and do that, and come back to you in Toronto. And then we got to now the drafting stage, and then we now got to Toronto. So if I can ask Ali Hassan, who is online, to take us through the broad structure of what we discussed in Toronto, what has not changed, and then I will take you with what is going to look a bit differently to it. So is Ali Hassan online? He is. So Ali Hassan?
Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I'll just briefly take everyone through to the broad structure arising from what was discussed in Toronto. So in a nutshell, what we have done is that we've retained the three-tier structure, just like how the conference in 2024 decided. Hence, the conference, although the name is now changed into a general meeting, the Executive Council is now being replaced as the Members Representative Executive Council, or the MREC. And then we have the office bearers, who are the trustees. So again, the conference, as mentioned before, is and remains the organization's highest authority. It will meet once every 3 years. And the role of the conference is going to be to set the strategic direction and the long-term vision of the organization. Hence, it is and remains to be the supreme body of the World Federation. We'll then move on to the MREC, which is Members Representative Executive Council. This is replacing the current EXCO, but with one very important difference, which was discussed in the Executive Council meeting in Toronto, and that being that the nominated councillors will disappear. The reasoning for that is pretty straightforward. Directors cannot appoint shareholders to oversee the directors, as that presents a clear conflict of interest. In terms of the composition of the MREC, it largely remains the same as before, but now with a more active and accountable role. Some of its functions of the MREC is to have an oversight and to ensure accountability. The decisions made at the conference are being implemented by the trustees. This is in line with the fact that there's an introduction of the budget approval. As of now, it was once every 3 years, but under this new draft, this will be done annually by the MREC. Also, the MREC will be receiving the accounts of the World Federation on a regular basis. So in essence, the whole point being the MREC has more powers in a sense that it's become an oversight body. It ends up being a bridge between the strategic direction set out by the conference as well as the day-to-day management carried out by the trustees. The office bearer structure largely remains the same. They continue to manage the day-to-day affairs of the organization just as they do now. However, as mentioned earlier, there'll be a clearer line of accountability upwards to the MREC. So overall, in a nutshell, this structure creates a more balanced and transparent governance system. Conference provides the vision, MREC provides oversight and accountability, and the trustees ensure effective day-to-day execution. Now, I move on to the second element, which is what has not changed. So some of these adjustments, as I mentioned, and Shabar Bhai and Rasul Bhai will also be highlighting, but the fact that the election of the president, numerous and extensive deliberations in Toronto made it very clear that the election should remain in the current form, meaning that the president is still elected, for the lack of better words, at the grassroots level from among members of a constituent member as defined in these draft articles. So the principle of community participation and bottom-up representation remains untouched. Again, as I mentioned earlier, three-tier structure remains: office bearers, MREC, and the general meeting, which is the conference. So the certain roles have been clarified, but as mentioned earlier, the structure and the framework remains the same. The algorithm of the number of delegates per region also remains the same. So as of now, for example, Africa has 19, that will remain the same. If India and Pakistan have 20, that remains the same. And we have not altered or amended any of that. Again, the conference continues, and I insist, remains the supreme authority of the organization. It is the highest decision-making body and sets out the direction and the strategy of the institution. The objects clause, there are many deliberations surrounding that as well. That has not been altered. They remain to be the same: the promotion of the Shia international faith, promote education, and enhance poverty relief. Quorum requirements remain the same, meaning the minimum attendance needed for the meetings have not been changed. And finally, the process of reviewing the audited financials also remain unchanged. So what is in the current constitution is the same as what has been reflected in the draft article. So again, in summary, we've strengthened oversight and accountability. Three-tier structure remains. The core principles of governance remain intact. Shabar, if there's anything I've missed out, please feel free to add on.
Thank you, Ali Hassan. Most importantly is that nobody can amend or change or approve the change of articles but the supreme body. That's very important as well, right? So nobody can change the articles apart from conference, which is as is now, and can actually repeal any decision made by the trustees or the members' representative executive council exactly how we do it now. So that has also not changed. Thank you, Ali Hassan. So what has changed then? Critically, something we are very used to is nominated councillors, and that will disappear, and they have been, I think after the 18 hours, I think probably close to 9 to 10 hours debate on this issue, that will disappear. So that isn't going to be coming in, and there's been long debates on this issue on it. Budgets will now become annually, that has to be approved. So just to make life easy, because if I start use new terms, everybody will like, if I use the word EXCO, I mean members representative executive council, it's the same, right? Now the EXCO will be approving budgets annually, right? Which means you can scrutinize before you approve, and then they come to you every 6 months, because it is now codified that they have to be meeting every 6 months to not only report on the management accounts as to budget આટલું હતું, ક્યાં વપરાના, ક્યાં નથી વપરાના, અને કેમ નથી વાપર્યા. હવે એ બધાનું કામ હવે તમારું છે, ઓલા કને સવાલ કરવાને કે તમે માંગ્યા હતા આટલા પણ વાપર્યા નથી, કેમ નથી વાપર્યા, શું કામ કર્યા છેલ્લા 6 મહિનામાં, અને હવે શું કામ કરવાના છો બીજા 6 મહિના માટે. એનો ખાલી ખુલાસો નહીં, એના ઉપર સવાલ જવાબ કરવાનું હવે એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ કાઉન્સિલનું ખાલી રિસ્પોન્સિબિલિટી નથી કે બસ હવે આ તમારા ઉપર છે, નહીં, લખેલું છે કે તમને આ કરવાનું છે, રાઈટ? હવે એ બદલી ગયું. કોરમમાં અમે કાંઈ આઈડી નથી હોઈતા. જૂના કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનમાં ટ્રસ્ટીના કોમ્યુનિટીમાં કાંઈ કોરમ હતું નહીં, તો અમે જે કોન્ફરન્સ ને એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ કાઉન્સિલમાં છે એને જ અમે ઉતારી દીધા ટ્રસ્ટી સુધી કે ઉहाँ બી હોય. અને પછી બધા પછી હવે ખબર છે ને, ખાલી વકીલો નહીં, હવે જેમાં એકાઉન્ટન્ટ બી ગણના હોય, પછી ખબર છે ને બધાના કેલ્ક્યુલેટર નીકળે તો કે આ તો 0.1 ને 0.2 થાય, તો પછી આમાં શું થાય, રાઉન્ડ અપ કરીએ કે રાઉન્ડ ડાઉન કરીએ. તો હવે એમાં ખબર છે ને મારા રસુલભાઈ બહુ શાર્પ છે કે આ રાઉન્ડ ડાઉન ન ચાલે, આમાં રાઉન્ડ અપ જ થાય. તો આમાં વાતમાં મેં કીધા કે જ્યાં પોઈન્ટ કાંઈ આવે તો આમાં કાંઈ પોઈન્ટ હોય નહીં, ઉપર જોવાનું હોય તો ઉપર જ જાય. એટલે હવે 2.1 હોય તો 2.1 ન ચાલે, કારણ કે 0.1 તો ઇન્સાન નથી, પૂરો ઇન્સાન છે, અશરફુલ મખલુકાત છે, તો એનો પૂરો હોવો જોઈએ તો એ ઉપર જાય. એટલે 3 જણા ખપે જો 2.1 હોય, કે 4.1 હોય તો 5 ખપે. So these are some of the things that are a bit different. Rasul Bhai has mentioned the issues about our term, that the terms have now been put in. The current president had his 2-term limit. We've just made it consistent that all the trustees have a maximum of 4 terms. તો હવે કોઈ વાઇસ પ્રેસિડન્ટ ને પછી પ્રેસિડન્ટ થાવ હોય તો પછી રજા મળે ને, અથવા તો પછી પ્રોબ્લેમ થઈ જાય. That is in a light moment, guys. In effect, you can be a trustee for no more than 12 years consecutively. Right? અને મને જ્યારે અમે કોઈ સાથે અમારી મિટિંગ થતી હતી ત્યારે ડૉક્ટર જીવા કહે 12 વર્ષ, એ 12 વર્ષ જી રહેશે કેવી રીતના એ ખુરશીમાં, પણ એ બી જુદી વાત છે. Now to the more serious issue. This has been a drafting process, as you know, and we had instructed DSC Beechcroft to do the drafting. By the way, just so that everybody is clear and I can declare the conflict or something, I don't work for DSC Beechcroft. I am not a partner at DSC Beechcroft. None of my team members have got any connection and or otherwise direct or indirect connection with DSC Beechcroft. બસ હવે નીકળી ગયું થોડુંક બોલાઈ ગયું વાંધો નહીં. And they have gone through and worked with us on all of this. As you know, our constitution is underpinned, right? Yes, we are a UK charity and that's all fine and all okay. But our constitution and our organization is underpinned by faith, right? So you'd expect when the lawyers first draft it, it's not going to be there because they don't understand the nuances and the ability because they get right? So that naturally happened, right? So they drafted is how do you expect them to draft? It is our responsibility and your responsibility to make sure that it is there. So when the first drafting happened, we came to Toronto, we did all of that. And even when we were looking at the feedback, and this is, by the way, across the board, yeah? This isn't like including the trustees, right? And in fact, it was the Pramukh of Africa Federation, it was the Pramukh of Council of European Jamaat. I remember having the discussion with about across the board to say, badu, right? Because our constitution is underpinned by faith. And you will see it in the resolution, we've already put it in, that this is, because we needed to get some legal clarification, which we've already got, right? So what will happen is, and you will see this in the resolution, but I just want to assure you, right, that where it says, we have the powers that the trustees have, not the trustees, the federation has powers to do so many things, right? We will be adding the word to the effect that as long as it's in accordance with the principles of the Shia Ithnashri faith. You will see this coming up, so you don't have to worry about writing it. And I will also explain why I'm putting it in the resolution as opposed to not putting it in the document. And there is a rationale for it. હવે આની ચર્ચા મને ખોલવી નથી પણ ટોરોન્ટોમાંની બહુ મોટી ચર્ચા થઈ ગઈ કે કોણ ખોજો છે ને કોણ ખોજો નથી ને હવે ખબર ને શું ને દીકરું ને પીકરું હવે એ મારું કામ નથી એ બીજા કોઈનું કામ છે કે હું તો એમ જોઉં છું કે 1945થી જ્યારે આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશનની સંસ્થા થઈ તો ઓલાકાએ બી કીધું કે આને માથાકૂટી મને નથી કરવી મુલ્લા સાહેબ જ્યારે 1979માં કહે કે લો આમાં તો થોડુંક અમે મૂકી દઈએ અમને સમજે છે શું છે પણ ટોરોન્ટોવાળા ટોરોન્ટો એક્સકોમાં કીધું નહીં અમને આના ઉપર કામ કરવાની જરૂર છે તો એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ કાઉન્સિલે પોતાની બીજી કમિટી ફોર્મ કરી લીધી છે ને એના ઉપર કામ ચાલે છે તો હવે જ્યારે અમે ડ્રાફ્ટ કરતા હતા અમે કીધું બસ ડેફિનેશનમાં આવી જશે એટલે અમે ખાલી વર્ડ નાખ્યા ખોજા પણ હવે એ તૈયાર નથી તો હવે જ્યાં બી વર્ડ ખોજા લખેલું છે ત્યાં લખાશે ખોજા શિયા ઇથના આશરી તો હવે મને બોલવાની જરૂર નથી કારણ કે આ આખી દુનિયામાં ફરે છે કે એનો મતલબ શું થાય ને કોણ ન આવી શકે ને કોણ આવી શકે એ હવે હું તમારા ઉપર મૂકી દઉં છું. In the old constitution, as part of the termination, so somebody who would automatically become terminated from their office, so usually by death or incapacity, abadu, hatu, and there used to be one which said when you cease to be a Shia Aitna Ashri, and that is also going to be included in it as well. Another thing is that we are adding in, which was there, and we are bringing it into this as well, is that in the powers section, that anything that whether it's an addition to the articles, remember now the company has articles as opposed to the constitution, any addition, એટલે વધારવાનું, any amendment, બદલાવાનું, cannot go against the principles of Shia Ithna Ashri faith. હવે હું માફી માંગુ છું આ બધું ફેથ ને શરિયા ઉપર તમે ડિબેટ નહીં લઈ આવજો શિયા ઇથનાશ્રી ફેથ ઉપર એટલે હવે અમે આને ઓલી કે ને કે હથકરી હતી એને લઈ આવી દીધા છે અમે પાછા સિરાતુલ મુસ્તકીન ઉપર ને છેલ્લું કે અમે જ્યારે હુમ્સની વાત કરતા હતા ને ટોરોન્ટોમાંની ગનની ચર્ચા થઈ તો અમે એ ફાઇનાન્શિયલ ક્લોઝિસમાં નાખી દીધા હતા કે એ હતું પણ એના ઉપર એક બીજું સ્ટેટમેન્ટ હતું કે જ્યારે મરજા રિલિજિયસ ઇડિક્સ આપે છે રિલિજિયસ ઓબ્લિગેશન આપે છે અમારા એના વકીલને જે અમારા પ્રમુખ હોય છે સંસ્થાના, તો હવે એને તો સાથ ખપે ને એ કામ કરવા માટે, એને એ ડિલિવર કરવા માટે, કારણ કે ઇજાઝો એમને મળે છે એમની ઓફિસ તરફથી, in his capacity as the president of the organization. તો હવે જ્યારે એને ઇન્સ્ટ્રક્શન્સ મળે છે કે રિલિજિયસ ઓબ્લિગેશન્સ હોય છે, તો એને નિભાવવા માટે એમનો એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ કાઉન્સિલનો ને કોન્ફરન્સનો સાથ ખપે. તો એ બી નાખી દેવામાં આવશે કે આ છે ને પ્રમુખ સાહેબનું કામ હોય છે, પણ એની નજર એમ રાખશે કે એમ એ કરે છે કે નથી કરતા. રાઈટ? ગામમાં તો બહુ ઘણી બધી વાત થાય છે, પણ ડ્રાફ્ટિંગ ઇઝ અ સ્ટેજડ પ્રોસેસ. એન્ડ માય ફાઇનલ પોઈન્ટ ઇઝ ટુ હવે કેમ બદલાવી નાખો ડોક્યુમેન્ટમાં કેમ નથી બદલાવ્યા તમે? હવે હું ડોક્યુમેન્ટમાં બદલાવું તો મને કહેવામાં આવશે આ જો નાખીને બતાવી દીધું છે, ને ન નાખું તો કે નાખ્યા જ નથી. એટલે ઓલું કે ને હવે મારા ઉપર ઓલી હવે ઝુલ્ફિકાર જેવી ખંજર રાખવાની છે કે આમ કરું તો કપાઈશ નહીં, આમ કરું તો નહીં કપાવું. તો હું કીધું એક કામ કરીએ, અમે રેઝોલ્યુશનમાં જ નાખી દઈએ, તો કાલ સવારે કોઈ ઊભું થઈને ન કહી શકે કે આ સંસ્થા અહલુલ બેઇતમાંથી છૂટી થાય છે. Right? Because that is the key element. Because there is no other role for which you do any of this work, right? So that will be in the actual resolution when you see it, that it actually says these are the additions, these are the amendments that will go in as agreed by conference, which is this body. This was a very high level overview, right? Now what is our expectation from today? So I will set out two things. What are our expectations today? And what is the roadmap with options available, right? So our expectation is one, that hopefully you feel that your team, because we are accountable and answerable to you, has done a satisfactory job. This is a start of a process. By the way, those are not my words. It's a start of the process. That was the words of Amir Bhai, who is the Africa Federation delegate. કે આ કામ હવે અમે શરૂ કર્યા છે. અમે બધા ઇન્સાન છે, ભૂલ તો કરવાના છે, પણ ઓલી કે ટ્રેનને થોડી સ્ટાર્ટ કરીને તો શરૂ તો કરીએ. પછી એના ઉપર તમને સીટ વધારવી હોય, રંગ બદલાવવું હોય, એર કન્ડિશન નાખવું હોય, બધું કરો. બંધ નથી થતો રસ્તો, પણ રસ્તાને શરૂ કરવાની જરૂર છે. રાઈટ? સો આઈ હોપ યુ આર સેટિસ્ફાઈડ વિથ દેટ. અમારી કાંઈ જો ભૂલ થઈ ગઈ હોય તો તમે અમને કહેજો. અને એના લીધે અમે છેલ્લા 508 દિવસ, આજે 509 દિવસ છે, અમે બધી સંસ્થાઓ, રિજનલ ફેડરેશન સાથે કોન્સ્ટન્ટ કોમ્યુનિકેશન વિથ ધેર ઓફિસ બેરર્સ. અને જ્યારે મને આઉટસાઇડ ઓફિસ બેરર રિક્વેસ્ટ આવતી હતી, હું કીધું તો નહીં, તમે જાઓ તમારા ઓફિસ બેરર્સ પાસે ઓલાકાની રજા માંગો, પછી હું તમારી સાથે વાત કરીશ. અને મને યાદ છે ને હું આ દાખલો વાપરું છું, કારણ કે પ્રમુખ સાહેબ બેઠા છે, મને જેનું મારી નજર લાગી એના ઉપર, કે હું આફ્રિકામાં ગયો હતો સમર માટે, કારણ કે હું જન્મેલો છું દારસલામમાં. ત્યારે બી એને કીધું હતું કે હું દારેસલામમાં છું, પણ હું કોઈને મળવાનો નથી તમારી રજા વગર આ ઇસ્યુ બારામાં. આ ઇસ્યુમાં તમે કયો મને જેને મળવાનું છે એને હું મળીશ. યુરોપમાં મારી વાત થતી હતી આરિફ અલીભાઈ સાથે કોન્સ્ટન્ટલી, ને એની ટીમ સાથે, અબ્બાસ અલીભાઈ સાથે. હું એક દિવસ એક્સ્ટ્રા વહેલો ટ્રાવેલ કર્યો અબ્બાસ અલીભાઈને એની ટીમને મળવા, જ્યારે એમની એ નવા પ્રમુખ ચુંડાના નસીમકોના, કે ટુ બ્રિંગ હિમ અપ ટુ સ્પીડ બિફોર ધ એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ કાઉન્સિલ. મારી વાત અબુલ હસન ગોકલભાઈ સાથે કોન્સ્ટન્ટલી થતી હતી. ઇન્ડિયા ફેડરેશન સાથે અમે ઇરફાનભાઈ કરીમ અને મારી 2 મીટિંગ થઈ સુહેલભાઈને એની ટીમ સાથે, જ્યાં વી વેન્ટ થ્રુ ઓલ ઓફ ધીઝ ઇશ્યુઝ, રાઈટ? અને ઓસ્ટ્રેલિયામાં તો અબ્બાસ અલીભાઈ હતા, ને પછી મારી વાત હમણાં રિસન્ટલી રઝાભાઈ બોજાની સાથે બી થઈ છે. Right? So we have constantly tried to take this on a journey, and I hope that that has been a useful journey. It has been difficult for you, all of you, because you guys have already got enough on your plate, and then I was still knocking on your door saying, I need your help and guidance, and how do we take this forward? So our hope is that you feel it is satisfied. If there is any major things we need to do, we can do that today. And then if you feel, and it is your responsibility, and it is the rare occasion that I sit here and I have no voting power at all. I have come because you asked me to do this piece of work, but I have no authority to even support my own motion. Right? And that was our role. Now, what happens at the end of all of this process? Pramukh Sahib has set a gauntlet કે જ્યાં સુધી smoke ન નીકળે ત્યાં સુધી તમે જવાના નથી. Assuming the smoke doesn't come out, આજે 5 ને 9 દિવસ થયું, તમે મારી હથકડી ખોલીને મને જવા દેશો ને પછી જે કોન્ફરન્સને કરવું એ કરશે. જો કોન્ફરન્સ કહે કે નહીં આ બધું બરાબર છે, આ જેટલું અમને કરવાનું છે આનું કરી અને પછી અમે આગળ વધીએ, and assuming, I'm making a big assumption that the conference will support the motion to approve it or adopt the articles, and what happens next, because that is also important, that, so you understand the process afterwards. Then the trustees will then request the lawyers to set up a company limited by guarantee for charitable status purpose, not for any other purpose. They will adopt these articles into that company. Everybody will tell you, online માં 5 મિનિટમાં થઈ જશે, right? હા, 5 મિનિટમાં કંપની થઈ જશે, પછી હજી KYC ને બધું કરવાનું છે કે ઓલી કંપનીની સ્ટ્રક્ચરને સ્થાપના થાય. And we, talking to the lawyers, they say that will take anything up to about 10 days because there's a process, right? After that, we have to draft, not we, the Secretariat with the lawyers have to draft an application to the Charities Commission setting out why we are converting the organization from an unincorporated charity into a CLG. I have used specific words about converting, and that is one of the main reasons we have not touched the object clauses, because it is converting. Yes, there will be a new company number, there will be a new charity number, but it carries with it the entire history of it. The lawyers are saying that will take anything up to 8 weeks because this organization has a 50-year history. It has a complex situation that's happened in the last 5 years. They need to explain all of this to then go to the Charities Commission to say કે હવે આનું અમને application કરવું છે to convert. Application નખાશે based on current SLAs from the Charity Commission and stuff. કાંઈ લખેલું નથી. વેબસાઇટમાં તો ઘણું બધું લખેલું છે કે અમે 2 મહિનામાં જવાબ દઈ દઈએ છીએ ને આ ને તે. And I have spoken to a number of people who are doing newer application. For complex application, and for 1 second we cannot assume we are not a complex application. We are probably the most complicated thing they will see in a very long time. It will take them minimum 6 to 9 months before you will even know whether they will accept it or not. It doesn't mean કે તમે નાખી દીધા તો થઈ ગયું. એની માટે થોડીક દુઆ કરવી ખપશે ને થોડાક અમાલ કરવા ખપશે કે આ અમારું કોમને બીજા 50 વર્ષ સુધી આ નવા સંસ્થાથી થઈ શકે. It is not a straightforward thing. God willing, and with the help of our holy household, we are successful at that point. At that point, then the company limited by guarantee becomes a company limited by guarantee with charitable status. And then it's effectively what you call a dormant company. It functions but doesn't have anything in it. તમને પાછા ટ્રસ્ટીઝો લોકો હેરાન કરશે જ્યારે end of term આવશે કે હવે once you form the company, you have to now do all the transfer of assets. So there will be lots of resolutions that you will transfer from the old entity to the new entity. Our expectation is that this will happen by, if you approve, maybe third, fourth quarter of 2025, 26. And then the election will then start, call it a dual process, but it should happen in the new entity, of whose rules SOP will be discussed in January at the Executive Council, to then tie it with the end of the current trustees term in 2027 so that it starts its it's alive, but call it active from that time onwards. So that's why the timeline is, I wouldn't call it tight, it's ambitious, because depending on how many questions the Charity Commission will ask us. I have some experience in that. We did one for an organization under COEG, and it was a simple, straightforward CIO, 50 સવાલ આવ્યા હતા. એટલે આમાં અલી જવાદ ભાઈ મારા તો ઉતરી ગયા, તમારા હવે ઉતરી જશે જો આ કામ હોય તો. કારણ કે I would expect them to have lots of questions and stuff, which I'm sure through the lawyers they will answer and stuff. So that's the broad structure, that's the process. And I get this asked all question, આ બધું કહે છે પણ પાસ તો નથી, તો આ બધું કહે છે શું? And the reason is so that you understand where the whole structure is, so that I have given you the full picture from start to finish. Ultimately, the decision is obviously rests with the conference as to how it wants to progress. I think we are close to about 11 o'clock. You have heard enough from Ali Hassan, myself, and Rasul Bhai. All my team is present online as well. We are open to now taking your feedback, your questions, and we work through this. The resolution was already pre-presented. It was part of the notice, so it's already there. But we're not at that stage yet. I just wanted to set this context for you, right? કે અમે જે તમે અમારી ઉપર રિસ્પોન્સિબિલિટી જે અમને દીધી હતી, અમે અમારી બધી ઓલું કહે ને કે ખાલી દિલથી નહીં, દિલ, લોહી, વાર ને કલફથી એને નિભાવવાની કોશિશ કર્યા છે. એમ અમારી ભૂલ થઈ હશે. તો કોન્ફરન્સ અમે કહે ને કે સુપ્રીમ બોડી છે. તો મારી જબાનમાં તો તમે હવે બધા મારા બાપની માઓ છો, તો પહેલાં માફ કરજો. અને બીજું, જેમ તમે દીકરાઓને સમજાવો કે નહીં આમાં તમારી ભૂલ થઈ ગઈ છે, આમાં થોડુંક કરો, તો તમને અમને કહેજો. અને તમે અમારા દીકરા તરીકે અમે તમને કહેશું કે ઠીક છે, અમારું આ પર્સ્પેક્ટિવ છે, તમારું આ પર્સ્પેક્ટિવ છે, હવે આને અમે કેવી રીતના સાથે મલાવી અને કામ આગળ વધારે. આ ટૂંક પ્રેઝન્ટેશનથી આખો હું દરિયાનો સમુદ્રનું પાણી પીવાની કોશિશ કર્યો છું, પણ કામ અઘરું હતું. પણ અમે કોશિશ કર્યા છે. અમારા પ્રમાણે અમે we have been able to get it to where we feel it is right, and it has not had major impact or ramification on how currently we operate. Yes, the MREC has now is a lot more powerful because it has got a lot more responsibilities, right? But it creates the right oversight mechanisms for the trustees, right? And conference has always and will always remain supreme, right? It has the ability to create now multiple rules, not just for SOP or for elections. કારણ કે હમણાં સુધી અમારી પાસે એક હોય છે ને SOP ઇલેક્શનનું, બસ ભાઈ 3 વર્ષ સુધી તો હોદ્દેદારો કામ કરે છે, એના તો બીજા રૂલ્સ તો બનાવો કે કેવી રીતના કામ કરે છે. હવે એની બી રજા છે. અને મોર ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટલી કે જે રૂલ્સમાં છે એ આર્ટિકલને કોન્ટ્રાડિક્ટ ન કરી શકે, એ બી અમે લખી લીધું છે કે એ ન થાય, right? So this is the context. Ali Jawad bhai, I will need your serious help because I am so used to seeing people, but there is like 100 odd people online. So I need your help in guiding some of this discussion because I can see faces here, but I find it difficult to see them. So if you help me through the list of people who are coming through, so we can start it.
Thank you, Shabir bhai.
Yeah, I hope that is okay. Yeah.
Sure, bhai. We have Arif Ali bhai who's
And
going
then
to go
we
first,
have Shabir bhai.
then Shabir bhai after that.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much for the comprehensive explanation. Long story for many. Most people, I think this was quite known. We have gone on a journey, but some maybe it was new. However, I am very conscious of time. We have now reached almost 2 hours. And my suggestion humbly is that what most people want to know is that actually what is it that we want to pass. And I think that the table of what you are proposing or what is on the table versus what is currently there, that should be the roadmap. If you have that, and we can discuss that, because to have questions which come from all different directions, but at least we can talk about what the difference is, because the remit was to stick as close to, and then you can explain on what things you had to change and why they were changed. So my suggestion is, if you can show that on the screen, we go that step by step, because that will be the smoothest way to go to the point of coming to a resolution to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I share Arif's bias and surely the House to appreciate and thank Shabar and his team, all mainly from Africa. They've done a wonderful job. They've gone through it. Shabar bhi lawyer હોય ને આપણા કમ્યુનિટીના લીડર છે પણ વેપારી બી છે. સોનાની હથકડી બાંધ્યા ત્યારે $1700નો ભાવ હતો દુનિયામાં, હવે 4000 થઈ ગયો છે. સો કાઢશો તમને ફાયદો છે. I wouldn't have had a question here, and I think Shabar Bhai will also be surprised to see that why I'm asking. શું છે? સ્ટેનમો વાસ્તે રેઝ કરા તો કરચન દો ને. Yeah, you're right. So we've had many consultations. हमने clarifications करता था, questions. Shabar Bhai has always been willing. यहाँ Africa में. Up to last night, to midnight last night, he availed us his services, and so I wouldn't have any questions. But having heard your presentation, there's just one clarification I would seek. We have a custom familiarized everything processes आज सवाल होता हमारा internally ये બધું અમે કરીને કરી નાખ્યું છે. So અહીંયા time બચત ની વાત. However, this is the conference, it's the supreme body. My સવાલ આ છે કે તમે સરખી રીતના સમજાવી દીધું કે we are doing the corporate entity, we are forming that. Okay, where my concern came, maybe I didn't understand, is this, you're very right, it is unique because it's got the charitable aspect to it, which is unusual. And however, historically, UK charity, I think Shabar Bhai will agree, ours has been the very unique, કે જ્યાં trustees and office bearers એક જ હોય છે. એ ક્યાંય કોઈ charityમાં નથી. So we have been unique. My concern comes કે તમે કીધું આ કરી નાખશું. I knew the process, you will take 8-9 months, and you're very right, it won't happen. But what happens, which I never asked you, it's just cropped up, is we do the formation, the registration, and for whatever reason, the charitable conversion part, which we want to incorporate the charitable aspect of it, gets, is not looked at favorably. What happens? We have already started our journey. Is there a reverse process to keep it to same? So just that clarification. Other than that, we've asked you numerous questions. So let's see what, but thank you very much. If you can just clarify that.
I will deal with that importantly because that's an important element. So once we apply, what happens? Now, I will lay it out straight up because Shabir Bhai was being a diplomat as he is. કે હવે તમે charity commission નો apply કરશો ને ઓલા જો reject કર્યા તો પછી અમારી સંસ્થા ગઈ કે નહીં? Right? And the answer is no, because when you're doing an application, what they will do is that they will reject the CLG, but your original entity remains as is intact. They will just tell you that they will tell you they don't like the conversion because of 50 million things. At that point, you will, not you personally, but the conference will decide whether they like all of these, if there is significant issues. So let me give you an example. If they come back and say, કે અમને આ શિયા ઇતનાશ્રીનું કાઢી નાખવું છે, નથી કહેતો ઓલા કીધા છે, પણ if they say, we know that's a red line, તો વાંધો નહીં, જે છે એ છે, we will deal with the consequence. ઓલા કાવીને બીજું કાંઈ કહે, if there's a significant change, then they'll come back and say, look, આ ઓલા કહે છે, હવે તમે decide કરો શું કરવાની. Critically, it doesn't impact they cannot remove then the status of the, call it the original World Federation as established in 1976 Constitution in Hammersmith.
Okay, just to close, the reason I got concerned, દુઆ is important છે, દુઆ વગર કાંઈ નથી થતું. તમે આજે જ્યારે બોલી ગયા ને કે આપણે ઓલી શ્રાઇન્સમાં આપણે દુઆ માંગે, so it brought that critical seriousness, which is right, દુઆ તો બધાયમાં આપણે કરશું ને એના વગર તો કાંઈ. So that brought my concern, but I'm sure that as long as our current status is not affected, I think I'm comfortable on that.
The reason the current state is not affected is because that still remains. So they also, what happens is even if they approve it, or when they approve it, inshallah, they give you a new charity number because they can't have the same, because the old one also still remains. In their files it will say it's been converted to this, and we then have to do a lot of stuff to convert it across, but they both remain. Also remember one thing, even after, call it's got approved, બધું થઈ ગયું, નવું ઇલેક્શન ચાલી ગયું, 2027 આવી ગયું, 2029 આવી ગયું, ઓલી જે જૂની અમારી સંસ્થા હતી એ હજી રહેશે. હવે લોકો કહેશે કે અમે હવે આ તમે રમત રમો છો કે આમાં આમાં કરશો, નહીં, એવું કાંઈ નથી. બધું નવામાં વટાઈ જશે. એક ચીજ યાદ રાખજો કે જ્યારે મુલા શરૂ કર્યા હતા ત્યારે એ બધે પાછી જતા હતા કે રેન્ટના પૈસા નહોતા ત્યારે, એટલે હવે અમને ખબર નથી કે કોણ કેના વિલમાં, કોણ કેના લેગસીમાં લખ્યું છે કે જ્યારે હું ગુજરી જાઉં તે તમે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનને મારી એસેટ્સ દઈ દેજો. હવે એમાં જો ઓલાકા લખ્યા હોય કે ધ વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન ઓફ KSMC ઓફ ચેરિટી નંબર 28 જે બી અમારો ચેરિટી નંબર છે, અને તમે એને બંધ કરી નાખ્યા તો પછી એનો થોડુંક ગંભીર સિચ્યુએશન થઈ જશે. પણ so this is part of the legal process where they keep it dormant so that if there is any legacy issues they come across over to it.
On a positive note, we got 3 donors, Vilma, Africa Federation, Muki, along those lines, and in a big way. They've actually put the asset goes to the way. So do we qualify for a comfort break now?
I'm more than happy to call a comfort break.
It won't be long, but I think we...
Yeah, I mean, I have no issue. There are people online.
So Shabir, we have for now no observations online.
Okay.
Just a reminder to those on Zoom, you can write SSS in the chat. Inshallah, you will be called to raise your observations. But for now, we're happy to take a 10-minute comfort.
So we'll take a 10-minute break and then we'll come to Abbas Bhai Bandali, president of...
11:15, inshallah, we commence, please. Thank you.
One, two, 1, 2.
अच्छा अभी मैं भाग गया तो मेरा यहाँ अभी से मूड खराब कर दे क्यों वो नहीं बर्दाश्त करता सूरज बोलता है अभी
consortium, but it is permanent, right? So we resigned and we have said we have accepted the resignation. This is the why I'm here. Allahu Akbar. The dynamics have changed from the last administration. Especially with the men 50 people. This is a good start. It's a good start. You build up over time. Building up, you change. Inshallah, I mean, the important thing is the right counselors and the right delegates have to be selected. And that's up to the regional heads to bring the transformation. Inshallah. So, by a full train, we have lost track on that. It takes time. Right. I agree. Yeah. आईनार हमारे रीजन में एक रीजन में कितनी बार एक बार
Mominin, please take your seats. We begin in 1 minute, please. Thank you. Councillors, delegates, kindly take your seats. We're starting right now. Thank you. Muhammadin wa ali Muhammad salawat. Can I have a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad?
Alijad bhai, happy can I?
Let me just wait here online.
while Ali Jawad Bhai is ensuring that we can be heard globally and on Zoom and on YouTube and at Harefield, and as part of the testing process, I suppose, giving Shahid some time to make sure that we are all seated. We also have to acknowledge one very important thing, and actually it is my oversight that I didn't do this. And it is probably because of my naivety. I'm not used to this hybrid meeting. Amara tane kai hatu nahi. ના એટલો બુડો નથી થયો પણ હું જે ચાહું તો સામે સામે બેઠા હતા બધા. આમીન. When you are hybrid, you have Nasimco who are probably at what, 5 o'clock in the morning just now? 4 o'clock in the morning. Which means they haven't slept overnight. They've had to stay up. You know, the time zones are like, everybody is everywhere online. Australia is going to sleep. Some people are waiting for Fajr, other people are waiting for Isha. And I think if we just take a moment to, we are waiting for lunch. Just to acknowledge that this is not an easy thing for our online delegates and councillors, because they've had, you know, they are at different time zones. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and thank them for their patience, their sleepless nights, and those who are going to sleep, their ability to stay awake now until we finish this. So we had Abbas Bhai and then Arif Bhai's suggestion of looking at the summary, if there is anything to ask me questions on the summary of the changes, and then we'll take it forward. So Abbas Bhai.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you so much. I just have one comment, personal, and then one from on behalf of the delegates that we have on WhatsApp that are giving feedback. Let me get to this one first because it's easier. They're just asking just to make sure that while they appreciate all the Gujarati that is being said, that the pertinent information is conveyed in English, if possible, because we have a lot of youth who have joined from there and they're struggling to keep up with the Gujarati. But your Gujarati bolo jare sharu thase tyare we'll make sure they learn the Gujarati. So Asan. On the personal comment, while I think a lot of the discussion that is happening here is important, since you have done so much prep work and there are a lot of sidebar conversations that have had and so much discussion has had, if I can just make sure that at least it's recorded for the record that we do have all these sidebar conversations captured somewhere. I remember when you had first said, when we had first met and you had explained what were the framers thinking back when they came up with the first constitution of the World Federation. You had to go review their minutes in order to figure out how best to take us forward. So while there may be things that we may not get right now, since we're not masumin and we may make mistakes, if all of these things are captured, sidebar conversations and things are captured in a document, then we should be okay to revisit if we need to revisit, right? Asan, thank you.
100%, because it is the only way I could review them, because they are documented. Everything we have done is in our records, and even for the last couple of weeks, whenever we had questions and queries, we've answered them in writing. They're all part of our records, which we will then hand over to the trustees so that they can be kept for posterity. So it's all there. Shahid Bhai, if you bring up the comparison document. So this was the document, we called it draft article versus the constitution, a summary of key changes. We had submitted it close to more than 72 hours to all the delegates and councillors. So you should have seen it. It's a 4-page document. I will just look for quick notes in the physical room, in the sense that, you know, either I can go line by line or I can just let it stay here for about 5 minutes. People can just peruse through it. If you have any questions, we are more than happy to take those questions on it. Arif, would you suggest I do a quick summary, or do you want me to go close by close?
This is where I see that the question should be around.
Yes.
Because we've come to the meat. Why are we doing it? And I think this is where 2 sentences from yourself would be add value.
That's absolutely fine. When I did the road shows, you know, I can go at pace and at speed. So I will try to keep half of that so that we can keep up with all of this. અમીનભાઈ મને હવે તમને માફ કરજો, મને હવે નસીમ કોર્સથી રિક્વેસ્ટ આવી છે કે મને હવે પાછી અંગ્રેજીમાં બોલવાની છે, તો હવે થોડી ગુજરાતી ઓછી થશે. નથી આવતી ઓલા. તો હવે સોયલીમાં બોલું. So let us take through the documentation and stuff. So it's literally 4 pages so that you understand. What we have done is, if you look at our draft, so we are working through the draft articles rather than the constitution, so it's slightly flipped so you understand which it is. The first one is all about definitions and stuff, right? I don't think there's anything else. Then you have the name of the organization. Then you have the registered charity, now explicitly references registered in England and Wales because you can be Scottish, all of this. Draft 4 talks about the limit of liability, which we have kept at a nominal £10. Object clause, G.
This is a question about these liabilities of £10. Is it collective? Is it by person of members, or is it regions collective per region?
Per region.
And what happens then with the elected
They have
members?
to pay
£10 each. No, so we are aware that each person has to actually
pay £10 donation.
Come with jarima. Asan.
નહીં ઇલેક્ટેડ થાવ હોય તો પછી ખીચામાં બી હાથ નાખવાની જરૂર ને, આમ જ કેમ ખપે. Object clause, as you know, we have not touched, and I've explained why, and it is exactly copy to copy. We have not touched any of that. The powers, I've completely aligned to the Charity Act and Companies Act. Article 7 is about allocation of income and property. This has been reworded because it's a company rather than a charity. So this is all to do with how do you apply income and property. Clause 8 is not in the current constitution, but because it's a company, we need to talk about benefits and payments to trustees and connected person. So this is a new clause, but a Company Act requires us to deal with issues around benefits and payment to trustees because you need to have specific processes for it, so which we have done. Same thing with the declaration of trustees' interest, because it's a company. You need to have to have this declaration that have you got any interest in a third party that is going to be contracted to do something or not do something, or if there's a payment going, you need to declare that I have an interest in this. It doesn't mean you have to declare it, so it is recorded and minuted. The key bit about companies is everything has to be recorded and minuted as opposed to bas કહી દીધું તો થઈ ગયું. Nay, it has to be recorded in the minutes. Rasulbhai talked about the conflict of interest, which is clause 10. It's a framework that is incorporated through the Charities Act and the Companies Act on how to manage conflicts of interest for trustees on where you have an interest in either way, right? 11 is the membership structure, which has not been touched, apart from, as you know, the nominations have been moved. The draft 12 is talking about elected members. So this is replacing the elected councillors, because obviously for them to have the right to vote, they need to be a member. So these are individual 8 people who will be made the members, who will change every 3 years based on their election. This is where the concept of the nominated councillor has been removed. 13 talks about the termination of membership. This formalizes grounds in which members can effectively resign and or get terminated, which was the old 3.3.4. Clause 14 talks about the triennial conferences. So it is going to meet and what its role is about the election and the reporting. 15 is about general meeting. Now, obviously, this is a very specific Company Act relation where you have a general meeting that deals with governance, which is your triennial. It will meet every 3 years, right? So, but it needs to be formalized. Clause 17 is the old clause 10, which is about how do you vote, right? Clause 18 is a new addition because it's a company law right of a shareholder, a member, to appoint a proxy. I.e., if this was in the new entity, a majority of you would be the proxy of the various regions, right? Because you are a delegate, but you are a proxy of that region. 19, because it's a Company Act, you can do written resolutions. They're very specific rules around how do you do written resolutions and stuff to do that. Draft Article 20 replaces the Executive Council, which is now the MREC, and as I have explained, there is no change apart from the reduction by 8 of those that have been nominated. Clause 21 then talks about the information that MREC has to be provided. It covers the old 25.3 and a lot more, which we have gone through in detail. 22 talks about the delegated authority of MREC from the general body, taking it up. So these are very specific powers. Yeah, yeah. So these are very, so the MREC is a representative body of the members, not trustees delegating their powers upwards. It's the shareholders delegating very specific powers to what it should do and has to do. And it is actually quite wide-ranging, where it says the issue with Companies Act is because it's dotted in different places. You have to look at it collectively. So this is where the power has been delegated downwards from the members to MREC, not down to up, right? So there's also this issue around delegated powers that have come from the members that have been reserved for members. And actually in there, if the conference feels that the MREC needs more power or another specific power, it has the ability to delegate it upwards as well. So it has got that ability to do so specifically, right? Yes. So, no, what I'm saying is, if the conference decides it wants to add more things to MREC, it has the power to add more delegations. The MREC delegated powers are much more stronger than what currently is held at the Executive Council. We can have lots of debate about it, but the crux is this, that it has a lot more than it currently has. Now, some may be small, some may be big, but they are critically important that they have a lot more power. Barabar? Arif?
Yeah, I think this is the very key point. You know, when it comes to institutions, companies, so forth, there has been some delegates and from certain corners saying that because these powers are specified in a list, it has become a smaller remit. However, that is not true because of two reasons, specifically two reasons. One is 2.1.1, which says that the delegation of power comes down. It doesn't say which ones only. Then yes, there is a specific list further on with 8 different powers. Question which arises, if there are only 8, is it only 8? You just answered that it can be expanded. But there is one thing which is very, very important. If there are 8, there is much more than what is current. Because you can go into a quagmire and say that if you did not have any of anything stipulated, that means, in other words, in Kiswahili, sukuma twende. Now there is a specific actions that the trustees have to do, and the MREC has to also have a fiduciary duty to go through at that bare minimum. Otherwise, it would be a question mark. What is bare minimum? I think that is a very important point, that the onus on the MREC is more than what it was before. Thank you.
So, can I?
Yes.
Yeah, so we can finish it while it's all going on. So again, so having heard that and your explanation, very simple question, and the answer to that will answer some of the concerns we have. Will the new body, MREC, include all the powers that the present ESCO had? According to you, you're saying it'll probably have even more.
Correct.
So can you emphasize on that? Depending on that, if then there is any reservation, we can raise it here and we can finish this matter one way or the other. Has it got more, and is it all inclusive of the current EXCO powers? That's where the concerns are.
Shabir Bhai, can I just give you an example, just to make it clear? Currently, in the Constitution, the Executive Council cannot call a meeting of the Executive Council, correct? Under the new articles, MREC can command the trustees to call a meeting of MREC. So there's a clear increase in power just there. The other issue is about removal of trustees. Yeah? In the current constitution, there's no powers to remove a trustee, correct? The only way you can remove a trustee is by going to the triennial conference. Is everyone agreed on that? Yeah? Now, if you look at the current reserved powers, and I'll take you through a process which will make it more clear for you. For example, a trustee commits an act which seizes him from becoming. He does something which is not appropriate, and we want to now remove that particular trustees. So how would it work? MREC would identify the concern of that misconduct. MREC will then convene a meeting under Article 23.3 to consider the matter. Very important. At this moment in time, no Executive Council member can convene a meeting. MREC can. MREC then passes a resolution. The resolution is recommended that the trustees' removal and records that decision. Yes? MREC then goes back. Two members can now call a general meeting. How many people do you need currently from your constitution? 4. Here you only need 2 members. And then at the general meeting, you only need an ordinary resolution. So can you all see how the power has shifted? Yes?
Also, importantly, for example, when you look at 22.1.2 of the articles, it clearly mandates the trustees to adhere to MREC's directions, right? So MREC has its authority directly from conference, making it powerful, and then by extension, it does all of that. So in answering the question simply, yes, it has got more powers, it has all the powers it needs. It's about where you find it and how you utilize those powers from the subset of powers that you have, right? So that's how it is. I think there's Abul Hassan Gokal online. So Abul Hassan bhai? Abul Hassan bhai?
Abul Hassan bhai, if you can unmute, please.
I think while Abul Hassan bhai sorting out his mic system, I think Muhammad Hassan bhai Banji.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Rasulullah, thank you for that explanation. I just wanted to confirm a quick point with regards to MREC calling an MREC meeting. I'm looking at in the draft articles, clause 23.3, and the first line which says, an MREC meeting must be called by the trustees following a request in writing form, trustees following a request in writing form at least 2 members. From this, I believe it is the members that will instruct the trustees to call an MREC meeting, not the MREC requesting the trustees to call an MREC meeting.
So the members of MREC are 8 regional councillors from COEG, 8 regional councillors from Africa Federation, 8 regional councillors from NASIMCO, Pakistan, India, Australasia. Have I missed anybody? No. So 8 times 6,
and then
plus another 8, plus another 6.
Correct.
So out of that entire group, any 2.
Yeah.
Right? Now, at the current moment, okay, somebody needs to be a mathematician. 6 times 8 is 48, plus another 8, 56, plus another 6, 62. Current constitution, no date of birth. Nobody can call it apart from 6.
Yes.
In this one, you just need 2.
Yeah. Having looked at this and having looked at the spirit of what you've said, would it perhaps make more sense to allow MREC to request trustees to call an MREC meeting as opposed to members? Because you've got members.
Members of MREC.
But this doesn't specify. This says members with a capital M, which is a defined term.
But remember one thing, if you look at how it's been drafted, the members are then defined who they are right at the top. So the 6 regional federation, 8 councillors are members, elected councillors are also members in capital M, and the 6 trustees are also members.
But now this conflicts with the definitions in the articles itself, where members are described as the regional federations, etc.
No, I think there's another place. Arif Ali?
No, there are 2 parts here. If we look at the definition of what a member is, we can go and read that specifically. The issue here is that the composition of a conference is made up of members, but members also have then the right of having the number of, depending on the size of its membership. So it is defined that you have 8 members per region there in the constitution, but there's another issue here. The Secretary General of the World Federation acts not on behalf of the office bearers or board of trustees, it acts on behalf of the MREC. This is a very important point. It's a one which people not maybe go through. And the problematic issue is the following. Who from MREC would call an MREC? MREC is not a person. MREC, the person who calls the meeting on behalf of MREC, is the Secretary General. And this does not mean that it is the President. The Secretary General then works on behalf of what MREC wants. But what MREC wants, I can fully understand why you put 2 members. That is the minimum threshold you could have gone for. If you would have gone for 1, it would have mean that we maybe would have MREC every week or every day. I hope that made sense. That's how I interpret it. Thank you
very much, Arif Ali. And actually, if you look at Article 32, it says 32.1, the Secretary of the Charity shall be the Secretary General under Company Secretary. Now, the reason I'm just going to pause there is Company Secretary has not only got fiduciary duties of a trustee, but they have got statutory duty. Thank you, Mohammed Hassan. Statutory duty stipulated in the Companies Act. Now, just to make it a little lighter, if I was to attach the Companies Act to this 34 pages, it would have been another 1,000 pages. But rest assured that it is a codified process where they have to do certain things and it all has to be recorded. So these are some of the nuances, Mohammed Hassan Bhai, that deals with some of these issues on how, one for a better word, MREC calls another MREC. It's about how the number of, and also one of the reasons of 2 and not having, let's say, 4 or 6 or 8 is ensuring that you are protecting minority rights under Companies Act to ensure that a minority, now somebody will ask me a minority to no matlab soon, but that is codified in the company's law, are protected, right? So that is the rationale behind all of this.
So can I then confirm, so it is the members that will request the trustees to call an MREC?
No, sorry. The members will request the company secretary to call a meeting of MREC.
Of MREC, okay.
Shaguru, am I audible now?
If you tell
Sorry, I'll make a note of your name and shall come back to you.
Sorry, Sayyid Bhai. Let Abul Hassan Bhai, because he was sorting out his mic. Yeah. Abul Hassan Bhai?
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Shabar bhai, I'm waiting for the day when technology advances keep pace with me. So whenever my turn comes to speak, there's something wrong with the mics. So this has been a great learning experience, the entire process at IRT, and then even this very EOGM. And I think I've been blessed with the best of gurus in the business, with Shabar bhai and Rasul bhai. I think gurus in the constitution and in law. And these two gurus have groomed me also very well. Bit of prelude. So our Allama Iqbal Shair Mashriq had mentioned about the difficulties in accepting any change when he said that in naw se darna, tarze kohan pe adna, manzil yahi katin hai qawmon ki zindagi mein. But I think we have proved that we are a progressive community and we have welcomed this change, or the willingness to change, to adapt and to adopt any changes which are progressive. Okay, now a bit of proactive mentioning. In the entire exercise of development of the draft, I had, and I still emphasize on 3 key points which have been well addressed. One is the definition of Khoja, which a separate committee will be deliberating and coming up with. Although the IRT does mention the word Khoja and has improved it by adding Khoja Isna Ashari, but the basic definition, when it is generated, will add or will enrich the current draft. Point, as by Sadr Bhai too, was the SOPs of presidential elections, and clause 34.1.4 keeps the provision for amendments, which is also very welcome.
Abul Hassan Bhai, apologies, we've lost sound from you now. Abul Hassan Bhai, inshallah, I'll come back to you, if that's okay. Shahid Bhai Murji is next, please.
No,
Shahid Bhai.
Sayyid Bhai. Oh, okay.
Shahid Bhai Murji, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Shabar bhai, Tela, I would like to congratulate you and your team for the very hard work you have done, and truly we can see the fruits. Shabar bhai, thank you so much. You know, I have been disturbing you, asking you my questions regarding the MREC powers, and you replied me also. But खाली एक satisfaction वास्ते, I would like to ask a direct question, which is that कि आज जे आपको current constitution छे एमा MREC between the conferences is the one who has the exco between the conferences has all the power. So with the MREC it stays the same, because if you go and see at 22.13, it says that review any actions taken by the trustees to manage the assets of the charity. So it talks only about the assets. What about other decisions? Can we review? Does MREC has that power, or it has to go back to the conference? I just wanted some clarity on this part. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shahid Bhai. And also, you don't need to apologize for asking me questions. It is my job and my responsibility to answer delegates and councillors of every region. And on a lighter note, let's just say I did not have to write reams for you. There are other members in this room who know where I had to reply them in reams and reams of paper. But that's on a side note. But on a more serious note, no, it is not just limited to that, because on 22.1.7 it says you can determine any question from the trustee as to whether the matter falls within the MREC's power or this power. So it's very wide-ranging to allow you to ask anything and any powers that you have. It asks you to allow relevant questions. So even at 22.1.4, ask relevant questions to the trustee and seek clarifications where required. So there is sufficient in there to allow you to do that. So I just wanted to deal with that directly, because we are on the MREC section of the page 3 or 4 of it. Saida Bhai?
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum. just back on 23.3, I think Brother just mentioned and clarification was given that it's not that an MREC meeting must be called by the trustees following a request. Are we going to keep the wording, or is it going to be specifically Secretary General?
No, so it's...
Because trustees is going to be...
No, so trustees, there's only 6.
Yes.
Right? When you put in a request, you normally put it to the... So as an MREC member, or the 2 members, you put in a request to the Board of Trustees. In the Board of Trustees, the company secretary has got that specific responsibility to action that. So that is why. So let's... Yeah. I'll take an example for, and I pray for his long and healthy life. Let's say earlier Jawad Bhai had the flu and wasn't there, and if I say here, company secretary, have bichara bimar che, to problem thai jase. That's why it uses the word trustee, so that it makes sure that પછી કે નહીં કે અલી જવાદ ભાઈ તો બીમાર છે એટલે અમે મીટિંગ બોલાવ્યા નહીં તમે તો કે નહીં કીધા હતા બોલાવવાની અમે નથી બોલાવ્યા. So that is why it is encompassing. So that is why. So the reason is it just ensures that it's encompassed, and you can't. It's part of how you ensure a board, so a board of trustees functions properly, just in case there is movements within them. Yeah, that's why.
તો આપણા શાહિદ ભાઈનો જરા ખતમ કરી આપી દીધું ફૂલ બધાય સવાલ કાકા અમારો ડેલિગેટ છે એટલો છું
એનો એક સવાલ હતો મેં એનો એક સવાલનો જવાબ આપી દીધો.
બસ ઇનફ છે.
We have a list.
મેહુભાઈ
મેહુભાઈ પછી મુનીરભાઈ.
Yeah. Obviously, during the course of this meeting, I will be speaking, but I just wanted to clarify one thing. I'm not very well educated in the World Federation Constitution, so I'm looking at it from a very sort of fresh set of eyes. I scrutinize the draft as well. So some of my questions will be purely based on that. One thing I just wanted to say as a preamble to this meeting and all the delegates is that the way being a lawyer, the way I understand how company law operates and articles operate, company law obviously is the law and it sort of creates a boundary, but also as far as the articles are concerned, that is very much a contract between the body and its members and its stakeholders. Now, whilst Companies Act sets out some certain boundaries and rules, it gives a lot of flexibility for you to set out whatever you want to set out in your set of articles, which is very much the Constitution, which is the contract between you and the delegates. It gives you a lot of flexibility. You can do really whatever you want. You can shift powers from one place to other. You can restrict people's powers. So that's something that I think the body needs to understand. The other thing is that as a lawyer, when I'm talking to my clients, I always say to them that it is not my decision where you want to go and what you want to do. You can decide whatever you want, and the delegates here can decide whatever they want. But what is important from my perspective is that before the delegates make a decision, they're given the right facts so that they make an informed decision. So it's very important they understand what they can do and what they can't do. And sometimes my concern is that we are saying this can't be done when I think it can be done. And there's a difference, and Shaba, you and I spoke about it. There are certain instances where we might be saying it can't be done, but it can be done, but it might be through some more difficulty in terms of more complex drafting. But it's very important that the delegates understand that it can be done, it can be achieved, when we might be saying it's a bit complex. So as a general comment, I'm not going into specifics. And we'll touch on different sections of the Constitution. So just coming back to the MREC powers, again, a preamble to that. Obviously, Companies Act sets out certain powers that are given to the trustees, the directors, and certain things that are reserved for members. At the end of the day, members can override and put a lot of restrictions even on the directors and take that responsibility away from the directors. Now, I don't know if you guys have, with the lawyers, scrutinized this, looking at the executive committee and the members and the trustee powers, because there are certain things when you look at the World Federation Constitution, the powers that were given to the EXCO are very much powers that normally would rest with the trustees, the board. Now, by incorporating, you're moving those powers not from the members, but to the trustees. So in some respects, the delegation needs to be from the trustees to MREC, not only from the members to the trustees, to MREC. So it's just trying to see whether we've done that and scrutinize that. And again, as I said, you can paper it and make sure that that balance of power is retained. So just going to the MREC powers in the World Federation Constitution 19.2.2. As I said, I'm just scrutinizing this. Sorry, 19.2. Just bear with me. Yeah, policies. So 19.2.2, it says it has the power to formulate and recommend to the conference approval policies and actions which, in its view, would facilitate the attainment of aims and objectives of the Federation. Now, when I read that, that sounds like what a board of directors would be doing. So here, they've got that power. I can't see that express power in this document. And as such, it's sort of a delegation of power from taking it away from the board of directors, the trustees, to MREC. Question is, should we not make it very express that they have that power? And why have we not at least, I know we've got a list there, why not list the ones that are in the existing constitution into that section? So for avoidance of doubts, it's in that document.
So we can get into lots of legal complexities and how difficult and all of these things can happen. So yes, articles can be anything that you want. It's a blank canvas. You draft it how you want it, as long as it's within the parameters that are set out and everything. But we were given a set of parameters, right? Which was look at the Constitution and then put it. So there is multiple ways we can shift and cut it and move things from here to there because you have the power to do so. And that was the biggest advantage you have against CIO. Now, technically, there's nothing wrong in the CIO model, right? And you could have done it the way you wanted, but advice from lawyers and even the Charity Commission, they look at it from a different lens, and therefore it causes you other issues. And the company limited by guarantee gives you more flexibility to do as you need. But there's a framework of 50 years that we are working with, and that's what we are trying to fix. Not fix, but that's what we are trying to bring and incorporate. And in my preamble, I said this is a start of a journey. We have tried to put in as much as we can. There is members, as you rightly state, have the power to do anything and override anything. Nothing is stopping down the line to say, look, we need to shift all of this, we need to move here, and we need to move there, and this power needs to go back or this power needs to go down. We have taken the entire Constitution, the World Federation Constitution, and tried to fit it in a round hole as much as we can with a few adjustments. And that's all we've tried to do. So we have looked at it. The lawyers that we instructed looked at it from a lens of an existing constitution and said, look, this is the best way we can structure it, as opposed to giving them a carte blanche to say, if you were to write it, how would this look like, and sort of map it out, because that will become much wider discussion. So we gave them our current constitution, and we said, look, this is how the current structures are set. These are where the current powers are. If we were to convert it into a company limited by guarantee, what is the best way we can do that? And there's been lots of back and forth with them about, powers reserved and this, that, and then we've had this discussion. So that is where we have limited ourselves on that proposition, as opposed to trying to do anything that is different. So some of the powers you will see traditionally should be with the board that have gone to MREC, and there are some powers that were with shareholders that have gone up because of how practically and how over the last 50 years this organization has run. And that's how we've tried to work it, right?
So, and I understand that. So what I'm saying is your remit was to take what's in the Constitution and translate it as much as possible in the articles. Here we've got an express provision. Why is it not in the articles? That's an easy one. Just move it across. That's one example. Then sometimes when you look at the drafting, if I can jump on to another point, quorum. Quorum is quite clear, which says 35% of the members. But when you look at the articles, it's sort of tried to be a bit more smarter, because it's taken a sort of a company law article, company's article by talking about voting rights. So the 35% is based on voting rights and not necessarily the number of members. When it could have been easy change where you just pick up what's in the quorum requirements and drop it into the articles. We didn't have to change that because we can set quorum to whatever we want it to be. It's an example. There's some simple instances where we could just have moved things across. Why did we not move it across?
So when we look at things like quorum, we kept it at 35%. And then the only thing is we've rounded it up because there were issues before that we faced. Now, it says, because there's also differences in written resolutions and that. So they've looked, so we have not done the drafting. They've looked at the drafting, they've looked at the clauses, we've gone to them, they have done that. Now, we could have easily transferred across. That's what we have, that's what our intention has been, and that is what we are trying to achieve, right?
Okay, so
sorry,
yeah.
I think the other thing that we're forgetting, there was a court case. There was a judgment, 100-page judgment? There was a 100-page judgment which talks about governance. There are clauses within that judgment which talks about our constitution, which talks about tensions between different clauses. So this was also discussed. It wasn't captured in the resolution, but it was also discussed at both the conferences, that we need to take those points into considerations when drafting this constitution, these articles.
Rasul Bhai, with due respect, was quorum discussed?
No, no,
no, but this is the thing. But
what I'm saying
bear with me, because you're not answering the question here. I understand about the whole issue about the governance. It's got nothing to do with governance. It's a simple point. And, you know, the discussion I had with Shabarbai, I was told the task of this meeting is not to go through clause by clause. But if we have concerns about the fact that the clauses do not mirror or what could have been easily mirrored into the articles, then we should be going clause by clause and scrutinizing those provisions. And you see, when a layperson looks at 35% in the Constitution and looks at in the article 35%, they think, oh, it's done. But it's not done because there's a big difference between 35% of the votes and 35% of the membership. Now, and to me, what I'm saying is that that is a simple drafting point that could have gone across. As far as the lawyers are concerned, we have to also look at their work product and scrutinize it and say this is not right because it doesn't do what our current constitution does. Now, if they haven't scrutinized it properly and we think there are holes somewhere, we should scrutinize each and every line of it to make sure it's in line with the constitution, where it can be. And that's my point.
I totally agree with you, but I disagree with you on the point of governance. When you said a quorum is not part of governance, quorum is absolutely part of governance. Because if you take 35% of members and you want a major decision being debated on, then you've got a smaller people. Whereas if you've got a major decision, you've got 35% of the voters, then it brings it into context. So there is a governance issue on that part. But I do take your point. But again, this was advised to enhance your governance structure. This is what was suggested, and this is what we've accepted. Now, if the House feels that they don't want to go to that level of governance, that's fine.
So this is an interesting point. So does this meeting understand that you have gone beyond, in my view, your remit, or you made changes beyond what somebody might understand here, trying to translate the existing constitution into a new one, where you actually have changed certain requirements now? And arguably, you've actually weakened governance by the new definition of quorum, because the quorum now is a lower threshold than what was under our original constitution, because that was based on membership and not votes. Because 35% of members could include much more votes than 35% of the votes. Okay. Okay.
No. And that's fine. I just need to clarify for the record, it doesn't, because the votes are very specific to regional federation having their 8 and their delegated, the algorithm, sorry, not delegated, for the delegates. So there is, But I appreciate the point, but I just need to make it clear that there isn't any.
Agreed. And I'm not somebody who can sit here and categorically say that that's the case. But on the governance points, and then you look at, if you look at quorum, it says that goes down from 35% to, if you can't meet it in the first instance, it goes down to 25%. That's not in our constitution at the moment. Question is, does the body understand that we are changing the constitution in that regard? And I think it's important to understand that.
I think that's for the body to decide. Munir bhai?
So I've got some good news for the conference that I'm not a lawyer, so I have no idea how to use those lingos. Mine is very simple, that you've been talking about 2 members from the MREC can ask the trustee to call for a meeting. So who defines, is this, the MREC has to define as to how they're going, otherwise I and Arif, we have tea all the time. Tomorrow I can say, Arif, chalo aapne ek meeting bolave. So is there a provision that it has to be 2 members from different region, or is there a policy that, A, B, and C before they call a meeting? Is it for the MREC to decide how they're going to do it, or we just keep it blank? Any 2 members can ask secretary, let's call for a meeting. It's good to have a meeting because I always like coming here for chai and mandazi. So is there some clarity there?
So the advantage of
Shabar bhai, sorry. Just to let you know that every Sunday he and me, we have coffee and chai. Everyone should feel that they're welcome as well.
I mean, we'll convert it into an MREC meeting. The advantage of a company limited by guarantee is also in here. We have got the ability to create rules that will be governed, and you can specify and clarify with approval of the general body what it would mean, whether it is to regions or to this. You have the ability to do all of that work in the conference, proposed from MREC upwards, to say, okay, how do you determine 2 and whether it is 2 or not? That is your right and your power to do it in the rules that govern the organization. The critical element is that the rules cannot contradict the rules of, they cannot contradict the articles, but everything else is allowed. So you can have that flexibility in the rules to decide what it would mean and what it wouldn't mean. Importantly, you cannot restrict the right of I use the word shareholder, but the member to want to do that responsibility if that is what they want. Now, when it comes to regional federation, the 8 councillors, they are 1 block of member. So if you look at the member, it is 6 plus 8 individuals plus 6 individuals, right? So if the elected councillors decide that, there is a big issue, I'm going to call a meeting, they'll requisition. Ji Pramukh Sahib. That's correct. Yes. So I've been told we have to follow process because there's a list that Ali Jawad Bhai is running, and I have to apologize. I apologized before. I'm not used to online and hybrid, so I apologize once again, and I hope you'll give me the flex to if I sort of derail the process that's been said. So my apologies to the House. Ali Jawad Bhai, if you just take us through the next one.
Thank you, Shoaib bhai. You have every latitude you need, inshallah. We have Salim by Hamir, followed by Fayaz by Noor Mohammad, and then Dr. Asghar Mauliddin online after that. And after that, Amir Uncle Mirali.
Assalamu alaikum. Shoaib bhai, thank you for the presentation. It was a very good presentation and explaining the whole rationale from the start to end. Again, my understanding around this constitution was, as you said, that it's 50 years since we had the last constitution. So, in my understanding, having a new constitution, you would have made some changes, obviously restricted to certain key provisions coming from the old constitution. Sorry, I'm saying the word constitution, but I hope you understand the new constitution, his articles, and the. I've got 2 areas I need I need you to give your opinion. And I think one is very important. The first one is around the liability side, where everybody has that mindset that now this is a limited liability. But the trustees have to be aware, who are going to be taking over, that it is not limited in certain cases as such. So there's no limited liability in for, say, because of if there is a certain events like fraud or anything, then they are personally liable. So they cannot get away from that point, if you can clarify that. And secondly, it's coming back to the point of, I think, our Fed councillor raised as well around MREC powers, and I think what Mehboob raised around the old constitution and the new constitution, and the governance issue Rasul Bhai raised. It comes back to the fiduciary responsibility and where the responsibility lie and who the power lies to. As far as I know, in the old constitution, it was always a blurry line around who were the decision makers, and the new articles make it much more clearer where the decision making and the fiduciary responsibility lie with the trustees, but there is an oversight and the governance from the MREC, who are more or less representing the members as such. This article is an improvement to very much a blurry line which we had in place, and the court case more or less highlighted that. So if you can just speak about that, because this new constitution really lays out where the fiduciary responsibility lie. That's very, very important from a Companies Act as well.
Thank you, Salim Bhai. So absolutely right. Yes, a company limited by guarantee or any company has got limited liability, but the liability of the trustees or the board of directors or the board of trustees is not unfeathered at all, right? So they have fiduciary responsibilities under the Companies Act, they have fiduciary responsibility under the Charities Act, and if they do anything against those acts, so Salim Bhai used the example of fraud and all of this, then there is no structure that will protect you from that piece of stuff, right? So that's an important point. While we talk about limited liability, but it has to be limited liability within the confines of the Charities Act and the Companies Law, and the law generally, including things like know your donors and money laundering and all of this, all the wider laws of the UK law do apply, where if you breach it, it sort of, you can't use the shield of the corporation to say, no, I've got limited liability on the issue. So absolutely. And when it comes to powers, so when we were looking at the 100-page, and by the way, this discussion has taken place in December when we had it at Exco, where we said, look, we've looked at some of these, the paragraphs in the judgment about the blurry lines and stuff, and we have tried our best to create as much of a clear line on who has fiduciary duty, who has oversight duty, what is their duties and what is the duty. So we've tried to remove the ambiguity and create sort of structured processes so that everybody knows, one for a better word, which box it sits in, so that there is no ambiguity. So I will give you an example where it says that if there is within the MREC, for example, if there's an issue about whether this sits with the trustees or the MREC power base, like whose responsibility it is, it will be the MREC, i.e. the members, who will decide whether this is a trustee power or not. So for example, we've created those openings in terms of who then decides if there is an ambiguity, because we are humans, we will never get it all right? So there may be down the line, we don't know, we can't predict that if there is ambiguity, then what happens. So Salim Bhai, I hope that answers the question. Fayaz Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum. Firstly, I want to say that this is my first participation in this kind of meeting, so forgive my ignorance, forgive my shortcomings. So got a few questions. I've been engaging with Shabar Bhai and Rasul Bhai leading up to this meeting. First thing I want to say is that there are the word reasonable has been mentioned many times in this document, in the articles. Should we not have a description of what reasonable really means? Because it leaves us open to interpretation issues. So that's my first comment. Second comment is that the word member, I think we could do with clarification as to the member being a federation, the member being an individual. I think if you could enhance that, because we are seeking clarity on this document so that we don't get confused. So that's my suggestion there. As far as MREC is concerned, if the information to be provided to MREC is not provided, what is their recourse? The next point, 22.1, talks about delegated authority. So forgive me for my ignorance, but could this word delegated authority, could that be somehow clarified in text? The Schedule 1 at the end talks about reservation powers for members and for MREC reserved powers. If you could tell me what reserved means, number one, and number two, could this not be incorporated instead of in a schedule to be incorporated within the core document? Thank you.
So even in the schedules,
sorry, apologies. I just remembered one more question. I'm sorry to inundate you with so many questions, but the purpose is very genuine. If this article is adopted, you told me that it will be in dormant form for, say, a couple of years, and then once the transfer of assets takes place, it becomes a live entity. So at what point, because I see many shortcomings in the current constitution, which most of it may have been transferred to the articles, but the shortcomings are still there from my side. So if we wanted to amend the articles which could be adopted today, there's no certainty, what would be the process as far as timeline is concerned? Thank you.
So I'll deal with the easy one first, which is your last question. So once the company is formed, and let's assume Charity Commission approves it, once it's approved and it's waiting to do all the transfers and everything, so the process for amending an article is set out in our normal the Company Act rules, where you would there will be a submission, and one for a better word, you need a constitutional conference, not a you call a general meeting with the notice as required by Companies Act to say, look, we want to change this, this, and this article. There would be a meeting like this of all the delegates and the councillors. You debate it, and amending an article requires a special resolution, which is 75% majority, and they would approve it, and that comes into the article. So that's the process you'd adopt. The other way is that you can hold a big conference once the company has been formed and Charity Commission is done, and you can have a big 2-3 day meeting to say, look, what all the changes you want, and then follow that and put it in your transitional document. It's a lot more complicated way to do it, but it's possible to do so. The normal way is that when a general meeting is called with sufficient notice, you can not you, sorry. The members would put in their the amendments requested for each of the articles, which is then fully debated and then voted upon, and that goes into it. Right? So that's the process you'd adopt. That's why when I was talking to you and at this beginning saying, look, this is the start of a process. This isn't the end of the process. This is just the beginning, and there'll be lots of stuff you can do, and may want to enhance, may want to change, may want to move this here, that there. That power completely lies with the conference, and they can do that at any given point in time. It doesn't need to be done today. It can be done at any given point in time. But in order to do that, you need to give birth to an organization so that you can then do all of that pieces of work, right? So that's what it is. even the reserved powers are within the actual main document. It's just because it's a schedule, it's still part of the article. It doesn't sort of cut out from the articles itself. It's just the way the lawyers have drafted it. It doesn't cut it out. So it's still part of the main document of it. When it talks about reserved powers, it's literally, because sometimes these powers are either reserved, as in it's the inherent right of the shareholder, so they have reserved it to this group of subset of shareholders to do that bit, right? And delegated is the same. It's either from up to down or down to up. It's just the way that the language they use, but it's about where these powers are used. When it comes to the word reasonable, reasonable is a subjective matter, right? And defining it is one of those issues where you are now defining objective, subjective, but there is enough company law precedence and guidance from Companies Act and Companies House on what does reasonability mean, and also it depends on what the issue is, right? On one for a better word, what the mistake is, or what something has done, and what kind of test you'd expect the director to undergo, right? So the accountants in the room will have a different threshold. The lawyers in the room will have a different threshold. The laymen, as they're called, are different threshold. So that's why reasonable is across, and it's standard wording in Companies Act, but there's a lot of guidance, there's a lot of litigation that's happened in the UK on the word reasonability and what is reasonable. So it becomes very difficult to define some of these words when there is so much legal precedence already out there, which is normally what you would hold the organization to account, because when you go get advice, that is what they will tell you, saying, were you reasonable in your action or inaction for that matter, right? So that is some of the things. And I don't disagree with you. There are certain things we need to enhance. There are certain things we need to clarify. There are certain things we either need to move up or down or change, all of that. And I told you this even when we were speaking. I don't disagree with you. But our restrictions were restricted. We try to do as much as we can, but that doesn't mean that's the end of the close, right? Like the doors are not shut to the whole process. And like I committed to you that it's in our notes, some of your things that were outside ours, that we will put it in our notes. And you are a delegate of COEG. I'm sure COEG will also put it into their reviews to say, okay, look, what other enhancements we need to do. We will pass on our files to the trustees. They will also have that. And from across the board, by the way, this is not just, I'm having a conversation with you, but it is not specific to you. We've had other suggestions and stuff saying, look, maybe we should do this, maybe we should do that. There was the discussion about should we change the algorithm. There is other discussion about should the councillors be reduced to 5 and 8. And these are all valid conversations. But they need to go through a process of bringing it and then debated by the general body, and then if they like it, they can approve it. They don't like it, they don't approve it. So this is a journey. We are literally at phase 1.2. We are not even like that done. Phase 1 was just to agree that we should do something. Phase 1.2 is just, okay, here is a draft. It's never going to be perfect. We are all humans, right? And there is a process in which you can take it forward and enhance it and make it better. And actually, even if you look at the Constitution from 1976 to 2025, there have been revisions across. Lots of revisions have happened over the years, right? And it's an evolutionary document. We will keep on evolving. Yeah?
Fayaz bhai, on behalf of Shabar bhai, feel free to inundate with questions, and if you ever feel guilty, you can feel better by making a donation at the Secretariat desk. Dr. Mauladina, next, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Shabar and Rasul and your team, and all who interacted with your team to give such clarity and transparency to this process. Now, what I hear is that the member's liability is limited to £10. My question is, what about our worldwide assets of all regional members, as with MREC now, all our worldwide physical assets, including our centers, investment properties, etc., come under this new structure? What provisions do we have under this new structure to safeguard our immovable assets once this is accepted and formalized? Thank you.
પ્રમુખ સાહેબ ક્યાં આવ્યો?
Alhamdulillah. But to season થઈ ગયા.
ના વાર ઉતરી ગયા ખાલી પ્રમુખ સાહેબ. ના પણ અક્રોચિત સારું હોય પ્રમુખ સાહેબ હજી અહીં ગડી નતા હલાયો અથવા તો લઈ જવા બાકી થોડોક ટેન્શન થઈ ગયું કે અહીં જ્યારે મિટિંગ મેં હતા ગડી હલાઈને કે બહુ વ્યાજી થઈ નથી.
અને ગડી બે હલાઈને હતા.
I apologize to the conference. These are heavy discussions, so I'm just trying to keep it light. Pramukh Sahib, Maji Pramukh Sahib, this doesn't impact any of the regional federations. It doesn't impact any of the movable assets that regions may have and, our centers and everything. This only impacts the assets of the World Federation and what assets it has, as opposed to assets that Jamaats have, assets that regional federations have, and for that matter, assets that elected members may have or not have. So that's from that point of view, right? Ali Jawad Bhai tells me... Sorry.
So, Shaban, are you absolutely sure that now with this MREC structure, all regional members become unliable for any of the suits or cases against this new structure?
Yes. Because their liability is limited as shareholders, as long as condition hai £2 bari gino to bhai wando nahi hai. Your liability is limited to £2. Dr. Saab, I donation link halai to li jawa £2 vijanja. Sorry. Solo, Murtada bhai, 1 second. I'll be guided by Ali Jawad bhai on this one, otherwise I'll get into real muddle. But before he says
add
it,
your name to the list, inshallah.
I've been told by him that we need to close in 20 minutes for namaz, for Zohar namaz, so just so that people are aware. Ali Jawad bhai, who's next? Is it Murtada bhai? Next is Amir uncle.
Thank you, Shabar and your team. My question is, would you know any other charities who are under CIO or CLG, other Muslim faith?
We've done some work on it. Rasul Bhai is just picking up. We had given that comparison in December 2024, so I'm just finding it. But just from memory, people like I think Red Cross, Penny Appeal are CIOs, Muslim Hands are CIO, Islamic Relief I think is CLG. We've got it. If give me 1 second. Birmingham is CIO. So our Jamaats are usually CIOs. Some of the Jamaats have already done CIOs. Here. Muslim Aid is a CLG. Islamic Relief is CLG. Penny Appeal is CIO, Human Appeal is CLG, Ummah Welfare is CIO, Muslim Hands is CIO, Reed Foundation is CLG. Oh, sorry, Muslim Hands is CLG, Reed Foundation is CLG as well, Al Khair, Al Ain, these are all CIOs.
Amir uncle, on this as well, all the charities which operate internationally with turnovers of 200 million, 20 million, they're all CLG.
And also the other important element is, normally CIO is very trustee heavy and their membership is different to ours. Ours is a bit more complicated, as you can imagine. And that is why that works. Muhammad Reza Bhai Devji online, I'm told.
Assalamu alaikum, Shawar Bhai.
Alaikum salam, Pramukh Sahib.
First of all, good job in 509 days. So we appreciate that. My question, I think you have already answered when Dr. Munir asked about 2 individuals or 2 federations. And I think, right, you said 2 federations can call an MREC meeting. Am I right?
It uses the word members, and members are the federations, 6 trustees and 8 elected councillors, but you can have rules that will then determine how exactly you do this or don't do this on it, which usually means you have to just make sure that their rights are preserved. But when it comes to regional federation, their 8 councillors are one block as a region, right? So if you think about it, it could be 2 regions or it could be 1 region and an elected member, but your rules will determine all of those. down the line, right? Okay, how do you govern all of this?
Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. We have Brother Adil Abbas online, followed by Murtaza Bhai Kara, followed by Murtaza Bhai Ghulam Hussain. Then we'll just take stock of time at that time and see if we have time before namaz. Thank you. I'll make a note of this and I'll try and facilitate that. Thank you, Shabir Bhai. Adil Abbas Bhai, please. This is a delegate from Pakistan Federation, Brother Adil Abbas. Are you online, Adil Bhai? May we move to Murtaza Bhai Kara, please. Murtaza Bhai, Bismillah. Africa Federation delegate.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Bismillah, Murtaza Bhai.
Thank you very much, Shabar Bhai, for the wonderful work you are doing. I have a question. You said that we are at process number 1.2, and therefore we can improve the document, we can add, we can suggest changes. I just wanted to know if you can help with the process. If we have some suggestions, what process do we follow? And if at the moment there are any discussions related to what the draft says, and if we can contribute to that. Thank you.
So at the moment, the draft has been set. There can be lots of improvement. There can be lots of changes. Should you decide to give birth to this company, then you're right to make changes, to enhancements, to how you want it changed, the rules and everything. Then they come into play. There is a very set process in company law where members can request. You have your notice, and you broadly very similar to how we already do now. Where notice comes, you can do all of those changes. That's the set process. Otherwise, we will be in a situation where, because also remember one thing, when we do major changes or major enhancements, the normal practice for this august body has been that those enhancements have already been sent in advance, so that members know in advance what is going on. They have consulted their stakeholders, their memberships, to say what is going on. Is this okay with us, not okay with us? So all of that, right? That is why there is a normal, you have all these notice periods so that people know what those changes are coming in and not coming in, right? So we also have to be cognizant of that fact. So that's the right forum for it, as opposed to this being the right forum for it, where there is a process within Companies Act to do all of those, and within the document as well, to say, look, we want to enhance, we want to increase, we want to do that, right? So, Murtaza Bhai, Ghulam Hussain.
Yeah, just I wanted to comment on what Asghar Bhai Maulidina said as well. I understand that our sort of assets, as we call them, are under a separate limited company as well, yeah. So those would be protected because they're apart from this new CLG. So just to give comfort that whatever assets we put it into, put it in a separate company so it doesn't get affected by this, yeah. Just one thought, in the AMREC we're saying Africa Federation, COAGE, etc., but they'll have their members as part of the AMREC, correct? Correct? So my just a thought process here is, can just a COAGE member on his own, two of them, decide that we would like to call a meeting of the AMREC, or there has to be a process within COAGE that they can then decide on who calls that meeting and how it's called?
Thank you, Murtaza Bhai. Yes, there has to be a process. The regional federation will have to set out those processes because they are the, if I can use the loose term, quote-unquote shareholder. They will also then be under Article 34, if my memory is now serving me right, where there are rules in how you set it all up. So the short answer is, when I said 1.2, there is a lot of work to be done on the rules, which the members have to do, not me, it's not in my remit. And all of these things, these are all processes and procedures of how do you call meeting, which to, so when it comes to regional federation, the general rule is it's not the individual, because the individual is coming on the capacity of their position of the regional federation. So when it comes to regional federation, it's not the individual's decision, it's the region's decision. Now, there will have to be rules for this, but for which I'm sure Arif Ali Bhai will write another paper for COED. But on a more serious note, when it comes to regional federation, it is a block because they are representing. They are not individual in their individual capacity.
I just wanted to highlight that so that we make sure that we're all in line. Number two, I think it's not about they will, but they should. And there has to be one process which is the same process for all the regional federations as opposed to every region coming up with separate processes, because it can create...
Yeah, so that will be a much bigger discussion where when the rules are being presented by whoever decides to write the rules, when there'll be a big discussion at conference. Because remember, rules have to be proposed by MREC to be then taken to the general body for approval and stuff. So there is a process set in place. So hopefully, just like we have done this, which is we've gone through multiple executive council, multiple conversation, multiple stakeholder engagements to get to where we are at. The same process applies to when you're doing to all these rules and stuff. So by the time you get to conference, it's not like, okay, this has come about, because you are working through the MREC, because the MREC then has to propose it, right? So the MREC has to agree that this should go to conference for that to be agreed.
So we have about 13 minutes left for namaz. So we'll just do one last observation, which is Zaid Bhai Wasnani, and thereafter we'll break for namaz, inshallah. Zaid Bhai, bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I want to appreciate the work done by the IIT team led by Subhar Bhai Dhala. Just a couple of comments. Number one is object clause, which I know that the emphasis was not to change the object clause, because to make it easier to adopt by the Charity Commission. But still, want to emphasize that the object clause says that we will work on the promotion of the Shia Isnasari faith. So one of the other challenge which we have faced as a community throughout this period is not only the promotion, but to protect the Shia Isnasari faith. So if we cannot put it in the object clause, the other clause, that is power clause, which support the object clause, we can mention that in that power clause also. Second comment is regarding the 6.1.2, the power clause, where it said that to establish and assess the formation of religious and secular education. So when we say secular education, the secular is very clearly any education which does not support the religion. So should we keep this in our articles as a power clause, or we should revisit this point? And the third one is, alhamdulillah, we are having very good hybrid meeting over here, which where we far away from the physical conference can also participate. The one of the requirement of the Companies Act is to have the proxy. So will this proxy eliminate this hybrid issue, the environment, or will this continue this hybrid meetings? Thank you.
So I'll answer that, and I think we can then close. So proxy allows you to continue with hybrid because that comes as the means of communication, and proxy is a delegate. A delegate will become the proxy, which means you can continue with this means where it is a hybrid model, so that doesn't stop you from doing it. More importantly, when it comes to secular education, we have to understand ZCSS has a lot of schools, and when you're registering a school, you are registering a school which is normally a secular school with an Islamic context or whatever it may be. So we have to look at it from that angle as opposed to just, if you remove it, if you look at the word just religious school, it will end up becoming just a madrasa as opposed to because HSS already has schools, right, in India. So some of these things are that. We've talked about object clause, that opening this is an issue in its own right. Do you want to take through the next stages for break of namaz and then coming back and stuff?
Thank you so much, Shabar Bhai. We'll break for namaz now. It is 12:52, the time for namaz. We'll pray in the main hall where we had breakfast, followed by lunch at 1:20 in the same hall. For the ladies, the lunch will be served here, and for the gents in the main hall where we had breakfast. Inshallah, we meet again at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. sharp, please, here. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Assalamu alaikum. What time are we starting again, please?
Mominin, please take your seats. We are starting in 10 seconds, please. Councillors, kindly take your seats, please. So Shabal can start taking the rest of the observation. Thank you very much. Inshallah, we make a start. Muhammad wa ali Muhammad Salawat. Alhamdulillah, we resume after lunch. JM Pramukh Sahab Kida, this weekend marks the beginning of the 50th year of the World Federation. A very kind benefactor from a fair distance has brought us a beautiful cake to mark this occasion. I would like to request the respected presidents of the World Federation, the president of Council of European Jamaats, president of NASIMCO, and the chairman of Africa Federation to kindly come to the head table. Inshallah, in just a solemn way, we thank our benefactor and pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for the next 50 years of progress and service. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Inshallah, we have served the sweet first and the Khushkhabri will come after. So inshallah, we resume the observations. Shabar Bhai, may I request you to please take your place? When we broke for namaz and lunch, we had Alhaj Shahid Bhai Murji, followed by Abbas Bhai Mandali, followed by Arif Ali Bhai Hirji, and Fayaz Bhai Noor Mohammad are the names that I have on my list. So inshallah, when Shabar Bhai is ready, inshallah we start with Shahid Bhai Murji. Bismillah, Shahid Bhai.
Assalamualaikum, Shahid Bhai, once again.
Assalamualaikum, Shahid Bhai. Maaf karjo, 1 minute. I just need to recap. If you give me 30 seconds.
Yeah, sure.
Auzubillahi minash-shaytanir rajim. Bismillahir-rahmanir-rahim. કાઉન્સિલર ને ડેલિગેટોને આરામ છે કે તમે બેસો, તમને જ્યાં હોય ચાય પીવા ચાય પી શકો. અમને તો કમ્ફર્ટ બ્રેક લેવાની બી રજા નથી, તો માફ કરજો, તમારાથી 30 સેકન્ડ મોડો થયો. અને સેક્રેટેરિએટને જો હું માંગણી કરું કે આ એક તમારા વોલન્ટિયરને ચાય આપો, તો આ પછી બીજા 2 કલાક 3 કલાક અમે ચલાવી શકીએ. Just to bring back the context before I go to Shahid Bhai, is we just have to be cognizant. We can have lots of discussion, but we have to be cognizant that our role as IRT is restricted and limited, on which we are allowed to do and not allowed to do. We can have lots of debate and philosophies around it, but the reality is it is tied in golden handcuffs, and that is what we have to work towards. And I'm not curtailing the debate, I'm just asking people to be cognizant of where my limitations are and a limitation of the IRT that weren't created by us, that were created by the House when this was formed. And inshallah, we will find a way forward through it. So, Shahid Bhai, over to you.
Thank you so much, Shabarbai. Shabarbai, once again, very well written. The draft is something which we were looking for. Same change, a new constitution change. But there are a couple of points, Shabarbai, I would like to disagree with you on one thing. કે તમે કીધા જ્યારે મુર્તઝાભાઈનો સવાલ આવ્યો તમે કીધા કે કે આપણે ખાલી ઇન્કોર્પોરેટ કરવું છે પછી we can change. હવે મારું સલાહ એ હતું કે આજે અગર આપણે ઇન્કોર્પોરેશન વાસ્તે જાય છે ને આપણે જોઈ છે કે અમુક બીજું જે આપણે રેક્ટિફાઈ કરવું છે it's better we do rectify it. જ્યારે ઇન્કોર્પોરેશન વાસ્તે જાય તો these small matters જે આપણે મોટા ઇશ્યુ લાગે છે એ સોલ્વ થઈ જાય એવું ના થાય કે આપણે પાછું કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન ને ખોલે. I understand it's a repeating process, but so I had a few points, like 2-3 points, which you can consider, because at the end of the day, we'll have to vote for this thing. If I'm not mistaken, you need a consensus of 75%. So there are અમુક clause છે જેમાં મને થોડુંક વરી લાગે છે જે છે પેલું જે છે જે notice of the general meeting and MREC. આપણું જૂનું કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનમાં કોન્ફરન્સમાં the limit was I think 60 days. તમે કહીરા છો અત્યારે આ નવા ડ્રાફ્ટમાં it's saying 14 days at least. હવે I understand you would say કે 14 days is at least, but તમને ખબર છે જે લખેલું હોય એ વંચાય ને અત્યારે આપણે જે દેશમાં રહીએ છીએ આ 3 મહિના તો ખાલી વિઝા એપ્લાય કરવામાં લાગે છે. I think we should look at this point. જે notice period છે 14 days is not realistic. World forum છે, global forum છે, બધા leaders નું. So I think 14 days is not enough. If we can look at it. The same applies to the MREC notice. And secondly, મારું point હતું on the quorum of the trustees. So the trustees નું જે quorum છે it is 35%. હવે આપણે જ્યારે કોઈ ચીજ કરે છે કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન બદલાવે છે કે CLG માં આપણે બેટરમેન્ટ વાસ્તે જોઈ છે. તો મારી રિક્વેસ્ટ હતી if the essence of the house is there we keep it 35%. But હવે 35% માં તમે જોવા જાઓ તો 2.1 કઈ થાય છે તો આપણે કહીએ કે 3 ટ્રસ્ટી નો કોરમ પૂરું થાય. હવે 3 માંથી બે તો appointed હોય છે. So if we can add a clause saying that 2 elected trustees should be there in the quorum. તો થોડુંક એ આપણે આગળ જોઈ શકીએ. એ મારા 2-3 પોઈન્ટ હતા if we can consider rather than waiting કે આ incorporate થાય પછી આપણે પાછું change કરે. Thank you so much, Shabarbai.
Thank you, Shahid bhai. I'm taking notes and then I'll come back together as opposed to one by one. Abbas bhai Bandali.
Hassan, thank you. So I have 2 questions coming from the delegates that are asking me via WhatsApp. So I'm just going to read those to the best of the way I took it down. Number 1, they're asking for clarity on the question of member versus block of members. I think there was confusion and I did not get clarity. So they're asking that, for example, Arif Ali Bhai and Munir Bhai Bejana Chai Pi and Iloka meeting Bolawe versus COEG being a member. The delineation between member and block of members. I think our members are still confused. We just need clarity on that. Number 2, although Nasimco in general doesn't have any concerns or objections around what we're doing, our suggestion is not to get stuck in analysis paralysis, right? So if we can maybe get some consensus, then we're okay to move towards. But the question that is being asked is if you can clarify what would the process be if we move to pass something today and then if we need to revisit it upon adoption with tweaks, what does that look like? Just so we're clear on that. 2. And third is, from the North American perspective, generally we are of the mindset of, our mantra generally is ask for forgiveness, don't ask for permission, right? So, bulchuk thai jay to pachi wando nathi, pachi aine maafi lei jasu. That's just our general position. Asant.
Arif Ali bhai.
My question is regarding 3 points. First of all, as far as purchases of assets. My understanding of what is written is that when purchasing assets, trustees will have to, if not being directed by MREC or conference, but if it is borne by or the idea has come from trustees, they will have to go to MREC. My reading of that is that it is not practical
And my point is not that we should change the articles per se, but that it should be noted that this is not practical, one, and two, is it your reading that the MREC then can put up a rule, given it's an interpretation, is it that it can give powers up to a certain limit? For example, if an asset is worth, you need to put a deposit in, let us say of 150, 200, 250,000. So up to a number that the trustees can do so and then have to report. What is your reading on that? Because currently it says trustees can't. Secondly, regarding, I think Zaid Bhai Wasnani brought this up, and this is what we would call the faith clause. We, from myself and also the Council of European Jamaat, feel very passionate about this. We would like very much that even if it cannot be put into the articles, that there should be a recommendation fully that from a conference which we are in, that it will not be sustainable to have, following Sharia, following the Marja, following the rules and tenets of Islam, that if you do not have a stipulation of those who actually have to follow it. That means, what are the minimum rules for leadership as far as those who are present in MREC, not only trustees. That was my, and last but not the least, I can't see in these articles, and I'm not sure if this is something which is openly there, but what happens, can the charity open up subsidiaries, different institutions, this is not assets per se, without asking, consulting the MREC? My feeling is that so far the spirit of it has been that trustees, office bearers have had to go to MREC and seek consensus, seek for input when going and creating a new kind of an entity. But this is not mentioned, I believe, in these articles. Ahsantum, those are my three.
So we have got two more, Fayaz Bhai, and then we've got Raza Bhai Bujani, and then I'll try to answer them. Yeah?
Assalamu alaikum. So a couple of things that Shabbar Bhai didn't answer in my first visit to him, which I think the Nasim co-president Mandali Bhai asked just now, which was about confusion as to what a member is between an individual member and a federation as a member. So if that could be clarified in the document, that would clear all the confusion. The other one that I want, there is another question that I want to ask is about the MREC information to be provided to MREC. Now, it says what information and the time frames, but it doesn't seem to say what if they don't. Could we have some clarification on that? The third point I want to raise before I come to a big point is about the preamble. So in the current constitution, it has a preamble to do with faith. And if we are calling these articles as a mirror of the current constitution, then that is not a mirror. So I think that needs to be looked at, because we are first a faith community, and then after that, the rest follows. Now I come to the big point, which I think is a big point, but we'll see how we respond to that. So I've reflected on this for a few days now, but I've come to the conclusion, and that's why I'm asking. So I think this articles is an incomplete document. The reason why I say it's an incomplete document and at the moment is not worthy of adoption unless there is a pathway to resolve this particular point. And that point is the definition of koja, which is shown as to be confirmed, TBC. I think that's a major point. From my point of view, if we cannot define this, which we today, which I'm sure we know, it's a different team that's doing that work, but if this cannot be defined and inserted after approval from everybody into this article, or there is a different way to do this, then it's another matter. But I think this document falls short. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. The last one is from Razabai Bojani, and then I will try to deal with all of this. Razabai?
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Firstly, Shabar, thank you so much to you and your team for preparing such a great document. And I know a lot of iterations have gone through with regional federations on this. From KCA perspective, we are in general aligned with the approach of having a company limited by guarantee for the World Federation. So overall, from structural point of view, we are very much aligned with what the document mentions. There are a few clarificational questions that we have, and we want those to be minuted. I've discussed this with you as well in person. The first and foremost is the algorithm for the voting. I think that's something we should consider revisiting. The second point, and that's point of clarification, is the Article 34, which talks about the delegation by the trustee. Now, that delegation doesn't mention that it has to be 100% approved by all the trustees, or what's the percentage mechanism. So if few of them are okay with that delegation, how does that work? Third question or clarification that's required is that the elected members will be the individual from regions. Would those be individual from region not represented through federation, or can they overlap? So for instance, a councillor for KCA, can he be elected as a member as well? So those three clarifications / questions.
Razabai, sorry, if you don't mind, the last question, if you can repeat that.
So the elected members, can they overlap? So can they be councillors? So there will be individuals from the region federation, right? So is there a way that
can they wear two hats or not?
Yes, correct. The document doesn't mention that. As far as I've read it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you give me 30 seconds, I just want to get my thought process, because there's about 10, 12 questions that I can answer sequentially.
A point of information, Mr. Chairman, through you, Shabar Bhai, I see some questions are repeated, and that's fine, that's really right. So maybe it was not clarified righteously, like this thing of membership. So to avoid, in the essence of time, if we can see कि आज सवालों छे जहाँ नूर मोहम्मद भाई ने repeat करवा के, if you have written, so एक फेरे जवाब दे दियो, बधाई ने हूँ सामने it's circling around that. So it's easier. We'll keep coming back, yeah?
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm just looking at it so I can understand the theme, so I can hopefully deal with it in once and for all, and in a much more rounded manner as opposed to, yeah? So. Okay, so let me deal with, so I'm going to try to club things together, and hopefully that will answer all the questions. So this issue about who is a member and block membership and all of that, I think Article 11 deals with that very categorically, is to who is, so there are three types, it clearly says here. They are the federation members. In our loose language, we've used the word bloc, but they are federation members. Then you have, so i.e. regions. Then you have the board of trustees, so the individual 6. And then you have got something called elected members. So these are the 8 elected at conference. So these are the members. So I think this is who the members are, right? And remember, they intertwine because they sit at MREC, they also sit at things. So that's who a member is, right? If I do follow-up, I will end up here for the next, right? So if I'm trying to answer it collectively. Razabai Bujani and I have had this discussion around, for example, they wanted to bring the changes in the algorithms, the issue around delegation and all of this. And I come back to my original point, and for example, Shahid Bhai has also talked about, notice periods and extensions and whether we can change it while we are in this process. A lot of the language is like at least as opposed to maximum numbers, so you can put them in the rules to match it. We are trying to, otherwise we'll end up opening everything, and you have to do all the changes across everything line by line. And that falls way outside my remit and the remit of the IRT, right? And I'm cognizant of that fact. And I accept that there may be enhancements to be done. I accept there may be errors. I may accept that it may be, you guys will not call it 1.2 and want to call it only 1.1 because we have done not a fully fantastic job, and maybe we've done an okay job, and I accept that. And I am not against any of that proposition. But I have tried to remain in a very tight line that we have, and there is a process to continue enhancing, changing, bringing all of these changes, because you can do this and you'll never get to the end of it, because there's every time. G.
I'm doing this, and I don't want to, Mr. Chairman, I don't want to interrupt, but I know this will help, because otherwise it will be another 4 questions on the same. Because the same came from Abbas Bhai, same came from Fayaz Bhai, and also Shabir Bhai also alluded to the same thing. We have probably, the question is, are the members blocks? And what you alluded to in the first time when you said, it is up to the region to come up with that. Correct. Now, why is that so important? It means that each region will have to go and do some work on when do you call up an MREC meeting. My guess will be that most regions will want to be on one page to call for such a part. But does that mean that that is a conference internally, an executive council meeting internally within COAGE, NASIMCO, or AFED? That's one thing, but that's almost easier. The bit of elephant in the room are the 8 elected councillors, because now they are members. Does it mean that it only requires 2 elected councillors? There's no ownership over those 8 except for the conference. So there are 2 ways of going about doing it. One which I believe is the more robust way, and the other one which is flimsy. The flimsy way is that the MREC comes up with or the Executive Council comes up with a proposal, and then that is the rule. The other way is that actually the conference, when we actually are going to adopt the articles, put in specifically a point on how an elected councillors need to be able to call for a MREC meeting. Not for a conference, but for an MREC meeting. I think that from my side, now this is now I'm not speaking on behalf of COAGE, from my own point of view, if it's minuted and everyone feels that is the spirit, and that's one of the undertakings which needs to be addressed in the next conference when we adopt the articles post application to CC, then I am fine with that, but it cannot be left like a question mark. That's what I'm coming. It's a pathway. Thank you.
So that pathway is what, in my language, would be called transitional clauses. So I'll take a step back. So make the assumption you do this, you approve it, you go through it, CC agrees. Then there will be a set of what is called transitional arrangements, right? Because there is issues to do with transfer of assets, TUP regulation for employees. There is going to be hundreds of resolutions that the original conference will have to pass. And in part of that process, you can add that into it to say one of the things that you will resolve is going to be this issue about how do elected members, elected councillors, let's call them elected councillors to avoid confusion. The elected councillors can call an MREC meeting and stuff, and those rules will go. So the conference will agree and adopt those rules at that point. So you can put them 100% in the transitional clause. Thank you, Ali Faribai, for that assist, because it allows us to take the stage forward. Some simple answers like, can one person hold two hats? No, it can't be. It has to be different people for it. Khoja definition is a big issue. This was thoroughly debated in Toronto, and a separate team was formed for it. They have to come up with a definition, and as and when they can build consensus, they can then agree with the conference, then it can be inserted into the articles. How does it get inserted into the articles? There is a set process of, they can do it through the transitional clauses, to say when you do the transition, it will automatically get inserted, or through the normal processing. We've now agreed, and remember, company law allows you to do written resolution. So if all the federation members agree, which makes up more than 75% of the total votes, agree and sign a written resolution, that automatically then gets into the article. So there are processes for that. My only comment on that is, in 1979 to now, that definition hasn't existed. We have used a common sense test. I've checked the COH constitution, it doesn't have it. Africa Federation doesn't have it. I don't think the SIMCO has it either. So this is, I'm not saying this work doesn't need to be done. I'm just saying that so far we have survived 50 years for WF and I think 75 plus years for Africa. And it doesn't change the governance or anything. We've classified wherever there's agreement on who the Khoja member has to be in terms of taking office. And when the definition comes, it can be inserted. We can have different opinions, but that's my perspective on the issue. Can I finish all of this? Because otherwise we will end up in a dialogue, and I'm just trying to respond to some of these critical issues. On purchases and rules, 100%, MREC can set the rules, and if it has got a rule that says you can spend up to X amount before you come back and all of that, 100%, you have permission to do the rules, as long as the rules don't contradict the articles. So you can set those rules in terms of purchases and stuff, which means you can give them extra hand to say, listen, we are okay with you doing this, anything above this you have to come to us, or saying, no, we want you to come to us. So everything, that's an MREC decision and MREC rules, which will then be agreed at the conference so that they become codified as part of the working practices of the organization in MREC, right? So we can do a lot of that. 2 points. One is about what if they don't reply, what if they don't provide the information within the 14 days. Under the Companies Act, as MREC and as members or federated members and or elected members, you can hold them to account and you decide what censure or sanction you want to give on them, right? Rarely is there like rules of saying, well, if you don't do it, this will happen, or this will happen, this will happen, with your ultimate power saying you're not responding, we are going to remove you, or we are going to propose the conference to remove you. Sanctions are very difficult to sort of like, are you now giving financial sanction? Are you holding them in contempt? Ultimately, MREC has to come together and decide, was the breach material enough for us to remove them or to, I don't know, I'm just trying to work out what sanction you'd give them to say, bas sabe, you don't do it, that's a Japan barwana che. I'm not making light of the issue, I'm just saying it's very difficult to put sanctions in words because it's ultimately MREC's decision on what it wants to do when you're not responding, but it has the power. Critically, the important bit is it has the power to say, we're not happy with what you have done, and this is what this is the remedy we are seeking from you. Because it has the power to call that MREC and say, you haven't met this requirement, right? Preamble, a very important issue. So our constitution has a preamble. There is nothing stopping us to have the preamble as is in the articles at the beginning of the articles. No issue, right? It's just, I mean, it's not a matter of adoption or not adoption. It's a preamble, and you can have it there. The only caution I provide is this, that when we are, at the moment we are a charity regulated by the Charities Commission. So our regulator is the Charities Commission, and when you go on the Charities Commission website, it gives you all this basic information about our organization, but you can't download our constitution. When you are a company, our articles will go on Companies House, and it's a completely public forum to do whatever you want. Now, I know the counter is, it's in our website, people can see it from the website, and that's absolutely fine. When it comes to the preamble, we have literally multiple choices. We can put it before the article starts, not a problem. You can put it in the rules, not a problem. You can put it in your hard copy document, not a problem. There is no issue. We just have to be cognizant in the world we are in, and the Companies House being so open to the world, the impact of any of that can be. Having said that, there is nothing stopping us to putting it in. You can even put it as the cover on it. You can put it with it. You can put it on the chest. No problem. No issue. We just be alert that this is a more than normal public document, right? So there is no issue with that, right? And you can pick whichever pathway you want to use because it doesn't have any of those issues surrounding in it. So broadly, I've tried to answer the questions. I've categorized them in some bits where there are changes, where we're saying, look, there can be so many changes, right? Some minor, some major. We like this, we don't like this, 100%. I was at lunch, I was talking to Mehboobai, and he pointed out some typographical errors. I said, yep, we can handle that, because they are typographical errors rather than principal errors and stuff. But if we start, I wouldn't even call it wordsmithing, right? If we start now saying we need to change this and that, then we have to open up everything. It's then not fair to say pan akem ne pan olu ne pan I, right? So we have to then be cognizant of everything and everybody. And I've had the, well, I don't know whether you call it the pleasure or the displeasure, to run a constitutional conference for 17 hours straight. And we were amending, I think, no more than 3 clauses. And it went on for 17 hours. And it was in 2010 in Birmingham. It was snowing. We were in the Husseiniya. But anyways, the point I'm trying to make is, and I'm not trying to make the concept small. I'm just saying when you open one, it is not fair not to open everything else. The whole point of the IRT, and also remember, we've come in from the perspective of adopting a draft set of articles. If you adopt, it doesn't stop you from changing, and you can continuously change that, right? And then it's not fair to say, well, why this and not that, right? Otherwise, that becomes the biggest. That's my humble suggestion, right? I think I've answered most of those issues. Now, I completely get it, right? That for every one answer I have, there is 3 different perspectives in return. And I completely understand, I completely get it. If I was on the other side, I would have 3 different perspectives. It's because it's your role, it is your responsibility to have all of these perspectives. My question is, what you see, does it get anywhere close to where we need to be at, so that we can give, I use this phraseology of give birth to the organization, right? So that if the Charity Commission agrees, then we do that. And then you can continuously amend, change. There is absolutely no problem, right? So that is my perspective. I literally just saw one cross which I hadn't dealt with, which was Arif Bai's point, and also and I want to seek the apology of the Pakistan Federation delegate when they mentioned about the issue around, the responsibilities of the MREC, the code of conduct, all of this. And in fact, in our recommendation, it's there, one of them, because it was my commitment to Abul Hassan Bhai Gokal, who has always been on this issue about how do our members act and what should they aspire towards, right? And I have always told him, and I'm saying it again, there is nothing in the article that stops you from creating those rules. You have the ability to create the rules for the rule of conduct. How, whether that is MREC or just the trustees, or even all the regional federation members as well, on how they should act, what they should do. There is absolutely nothing stopping you from doing it in the rules. Here is an important element about rules, right? Rules are not published on the Companies House website. What gets published on the Companies House website is your articles. So I'm looking at the delegates in front of me. You can understand my thread that in your rules you can have what you wish. How restrictive, what it follows, who you follow. I'll use an example in the ADR. If you wish to take it to religious authorities, doesn't stop you. Nobody can come back and say no, but the mechanism is conference will approve it, and there should be nothing in the rules that go against the articles. So it allows you full flexibility to do that. In fact, it was in our recommendation that if this gets through, one of the critical elements you have to work on is going to be the election rules, i.e. SOP, because they need to be done, right? Because for the next set of election and your next EXCO, because you need to look at all of this. We have already set out all the issues that have come about in the SOP. We presented this in Toronto, where we have said the weaknesses which have to be addressed in the election SOP. You need to look at the rules for governance, for code of conduct. All of these are rules that, whether we like it or not, the Executive Council has to work on this with the trustees. So it's the only time I'm glad I have a different color badge, because I have no vote. It is got to be, mashallah, the Executive Council who will have to do that work, right? So I was trying to answer that question with also, I forget, guess one? Zahid Bhai, sorry. Zahid Bhai's comment around, the conduct and how, we have to act as an institution, as a thing. So hopefully this gives you a rounded position of where we are at. I have a suggestion on the way forward, if that's okay with the House. When you remember when I was giving my initial presentation, I had said that there were specific issues that we had already put in the resolution about our faith and where it will go in and everything. So if you give me permission, I'd like to bring that up so that I can take you through it. Yeah? I know I have this difficulty with online, so if you're okay, we can. If it's okay, we bring them later, just so that if I can, at least for people can see it, people start thinking about it, right? And then we can bring them on if that's okay. So I'm not going to read it, but I'm going to allow some time. So the first part, up to the 1 and 2, were already in your notice. So this is not something I have touched with. This was in the notice itself, okay? Critically, what we have said is, because it says on one, any such amendments as may be required and agreed by this conference, i.e. this House, right? So we have said that in Article 6.1, it should include the words to the effect, in accordance with the principles of Shia Ithnashri faith. So that faith element that we talked about. Number 2, where it says Khoja, now Khoja is mentioned in a number of places. That's why rather than, so we are saying wherever it mentions the word Khoja, it should say Khoja Shia Ithnashri. Which means even in the definition, say Khoja Shia Ithnashri to be confirmed, right? So all that. In the termination clause, one of the additional bits should be when they cease to be Shia Ithnashri, right? And then in the power section, it should state that any addition, so as we said, anything that you're adding or amending of the articles cannot go against the principles of the Shia Ithnashri faith, right? So you are now making sure that
And I had this comment from somebody, what now, anybody can come and change anything, even though you need 75% majority, but what if you have 75% that goes completely the other way? You are tightening it by saying, if it goes against the Shia Isnashri faith, then you can't do it. So what we are doing is, what it is doing is, it's not accepting the minimum bar, it is expecting a higher bar than the law of the country, right? And then we have added this, and there's a delegated responsibility of the merger, which will go into the article to say that this will be in, current language says in conjunction with the Executive Council, it will be in conjunction with the MREC. And the last one I have added, with the help of the discussions that are taking place at lunch, is that clean up such typographical errors. These are typos rather than any material or anything like that. Typographical is deemed necessary by the trustees. Now, before you shoot me, I can't, and I know I've had this somebody saying, "Na naki the IRT, IRT કરી નાખશે કામ, IRT નું આજે બસ અમારું કામ પતી ગયું છે, એ હવે સેક્રેટેરિએટનું કામ છે, તો એ નાખશે." So just so that it sort of lays the position, and two things happen with this. One is that we are underpinning it, so we are not touching the articles because these are important things that needed to go in, right? And more importantly, it sets the scene very clearly, right? Because it's not ke jo tamne nakho hai to nakjo. It says no, these are going in, and you're just, if there are typos, you are cleaning it up. This was already submitted. This was already part of the notice. Now, I cannot run the bit about the resolutions because that is not my role. That will go back to the trustees. But what I wanted to do is bring it forward so that I can allay fears. I can give you guys an opportunity to look at it, right? To say, look, everything we have said and discussed, right, is here. You have to decide whether you are going to allow for this birth of the organization to take place. We accept that there may be errors and omissions, and we are human. We have tried to do the best we can, right? So that we can take it to the next stages. You guys have the every right thereafter to amend through the normal channel, through transitional clauses, to say, look, we need to do all of this, right? So I just wanted to set that context, right, to it. Because it's important, I think, that people understand what the next stages mean. This can be rejected. That's fine. If there are minor amendments within the resolution, I'm sure Ali Jawad Bhai will work through that. It's just so that I want to now tie it all in together of the entire discussion we've had, close to from about 9:30, and we're coming to about 3 o'clock, right? Because you can see some of the questions are repetitive, some of the themes are the same. I've tried to be as clear as I can, and I can only apologize to this House, to the people online, that if I haven't been able to be clear, then I can only apologize. I've tried my best to bring as much clarity, and I hope you will see it in your heart that, you know, at the end of the day, he is also human. He is only trying to get the conversation going and flowing, right? Ali Jawad Bhai, if I can ask you to just moderate the resolution bits, it just allows me time to make sure that we've got everything we need. So they can start talking, yeah? So there were some, so Ali Jawad Bhai said there were some people who already had their hands up, or he has a list, who were before I had brought up the resolution. So I think it's only in fairness that they will speak as they needed. Thereafter, then, I think if the new people coming on, so like Abbas Bhai is coming on, I think if they focus on the way forward on this, then at least we can build some consensus and then make a decision. Ali Jawad Bhai, barabar? Yeah.
I'll just go through the list that I have so far. I have Abbas Bhai Bandali, in fact, first. Thereafter, Mohammad Hassan Bhai Panji. Thereafter, Azhar Bhai Bojani online, Fayaz Bhai Nur Mohammad, and Adil Bhai Abbas Bhai.
Asant. So just so we're aligned, Shabar Bhai, I believe in answer to that question about membership, you decided to kick that can down the road, right? Yes. So do you want to add it to the resolution or no?
It's just part of the rules. You have the permission. MREC has got the permission to do that. So it doesn't need to be added anywhere. It's rules.
and no rules have been written.
But right now, clause 9 or 11, I believe, is not very...
Clause 11 categorically says who the members are.
To pelu je line che
Federated members.
So that's one member or that's 8 members?
So 11, clause 11 says that the members of the charity shall be the federation members. So these are 8 as a block.
8 as a block.
Right? Now the rules governing the block are for the MREC to decide.
Right, but so COEG is a member.
Yes.
Nasimco is a member.
Yes.
And then Article 11133 says
elected members. These are the 8 elected at conference.
And they are 8 or they are 1?
8.
8 separate.
So if I...
They are not a block.
Okay, so then one of those is equivalent to COEG.
No, it's just one vote.
Right, but COEG has 1 vote, right?
No, 8 votes.
Oh, okay. That's okay. So that okay.
That comes in the voting.
Right, but if we decide based on the question where all this started, if 2 members decide to call a meeting, is that 1 elected member and COEG or 2 members from COEG?
Sorry, when it comes to voting, when it comes to membership, COEG is a member. But COEG cannot vote itself. COEG has to be represented by 8 councillors, which are COEG. And those 8 councillors, as per my reading, correct me if I'm wrong, it's a block vote. So you can't have 3 from COEG voting one way and 5 from COEG voting another way. COEG will vote in 8 in unison as a block.
Okay, but meeting mate such a requirement. Jo be jana ne meeting karu hai. So that all of COEG?
So that isn't going to be in the rules. You have to decide all of this in the rules that you'll put in, right?
But we're passing an article which is...
But the rules clearly stipulate that it is the rules that will govern how you manage all of these, right? Because remember, these rules will change, right? But the threshold is the same. You go to the conference to get those approved, right? The rules for the, how do you call an MREC meeting, all of this will be the conference that has to approve those rules. So MREC will have to draft it, and then it's the conference that will approve it.
Okay, let me read it. Okay.
Yeah?
Let me read it. I believe Shabir Bhai is also saying that it's still not very clear. So the original clause that we were talking about, if 2 members call a meeting has to happen. Is that all of COEG as a member and all of Nasimco as a member, or 1 member of COEG and 1 member of Nasimco?
It's all of. Our reading is it's all of COEG is 1.
All right. So if I extend that, now the 8 elected members, right? They are 8 individual members. 2 of those can call a meeting on their own.
No. You see, the member is COEG, not the people who are representing COEG.
I think he's
talking elected members is 2 then, I think.
Yeah, so how if Ali Jawad Bhai and Mohsin decide to call a meeting, they can call a meeting. But if we want to call a meeting, all of Nasimco has to get together with all of COEG.
Yeah, so...
I mean, I'm just trying to understand the polarity here, because the polarity seems to be biased against federations now.
Abbas Bhai, may I come in?
Sure.
I fully agree with Abbas Bhai. This is the point. So I tried to create a pathway. Yes. The pathway, so I'll go step by step, because I agree with you 100%. This is the issue. When it comes to the members, which are the regional federations, it's easier. But it's an undertaking by each regional federation to say, what does their membership mean at the table of MREC? A way of looking at it is, the way Nasimco deals currently, you got elected councillors, you got tiers, and certain tiers mean something. To what extent they can represent the organization, Nasimco, at what level. So when the MREC is there, you will have to then come up with, what does Nasimco's membership in MREC mean?
Okay, so that means that you will have to come up with a rule internally within the SIMCO. Same goes with us in COEG. Same goes with Africa Federation. Let me give you an extension. Between Africa Federation, COEG and NASIMCO today, we have 3 different rules. NASIMCO has got a tier rule and depends on how many can be in each tier depending on the power of the Jamaat, yes, or the members. COEG has got that each councillor here has to be elected except for the president, who comes to the MREC or the EXCO. Africa Federation has that it's got a discretion of its own to choose all of its 8 councillors. Doesn't have to go in for a voting, correct? In the same manner, what membership means here as a member, what does the member of the region mean? We have to define it. Much more difficult is the 8 elected councillors by the conference. They are also members. The only one who can come up with the rules for that, for example, out of the 8, should each one of them have a power? Or is it by the 8 elected ones that you have the majority of them, which is 5? Or is it enough with 4, which is 50-50? Why I'm mentioning that is because there's the question about the minorities. Why is the minority interesting? Because the minority has been elected by the biggest governing body, which is the conference. They've been elected, so you can't ignore them. Now, what the rules for those are, only one entity can define that, that's the conference. So when it comes to passing or adopting the final articles, we will have to set up rules for that. And I believe this is such big important rule that it's not normal rules, they have to go into the articles somehow, or at least have to be referred to. But it can be referred to. But this is key point. The one which you mentioned now, also Abbas Bhai, was regarding the trustees who are also have a stake at the table. And I believe that trustees, there's already that they have to call for a meeting every 6 months with a possibility of extending it with 2 months up to 8. And every 12 months have to prepare finances, budgets, yeah? I don't think that they should be treated the same way as members. But we'll have to come up with rules for that. So it's very good we discuss this here, because I think that we will have to decide that if you are not writing that in the resolution, we'll have to somehow agree here that we have to agree that we have to come up with a ruling that the conference, after there's gone to Charity Commission, we'll have to come up with rules before we adopt because otherwise we'll be in ambiguity. Nobody will know who can call a meeting. Nobody knows how you can raise an issue. And God forbid if somebody goes against Sharia, for example, you don't know what to do. Thanks.
So, thank you, Arif Bhai. So when I was talking about the transitional arrangement, there are some key things you will have to do as a body, right? About, for example, election rules. All of these need to be done because they are things that are imminent, that are needed to be done so that you can start functioning as a corporate organization, one for a better word, right? And this is an important one, right? Because if you look at the way it's been classified, they are in 3 stages, right? Federated members, board of trustees, and then elected members. So what Arif Bhai suggested is absolutely correct, is you will then set out those rules to say, look, this is what it means when it says 2 members, right? It means either this or this, it means this or this, it means this or this. And as long as it doesn't counter the articles, which it doesn't, right, and minority rights have been looked after, then there is no problem. Under Article 34, you can absolutely do that. These will be, apart from this, there will be lots of other things, other financial rules that you will need to agree, adopt. It's going to be a long list. It's not a short list of things that you will have to do when it comes to these things to make it what is called practical, running day to day, all of this, right? So all of these will get clarified, will get cleared, but all in the sections of the rules, because this becomes then the guiding principle. So for example, if somebody goes against Sharia, all of this, these will all come into the rules of the article, right? Ji Pramukh sir.
તો શબરભાઈ આ જો એડોપ્ટ થાય એટલે આ એક પાર્ટ છે. પછી એમરેકને એક રિવ્યુ કમિટી રાખવું જોશે કે બધે રૂલ્સ બનાવે એમ સમજે છે ને આપણે?
હા
બરાબર
બરાબર. એક્સકોને બનાવો ખબર?
હા એટલે એમરેક એક્સકોને એક
બીજી કમિટી સંસ્થા
બનાવી જોશે કે જે આના ઉપર કામ કરીને લઈ આવે. તો આ છે એક ફ્રેમ છે.
કરેક્ટ.
ડિટેલ્સ નથી આમાં. પછી આવશે બધું.
કરેક્ટ.
બરાબર ને?
100%. કારણ કે ખાલી ઈ નહીં, ઇલેક્શનની પોતાની સંસ્થા છે, ઇલેક્ટોરલ કમિશન જે છે એને બી એના રૂલ્સ બનાવવાના છે. એક્સકો પાસે લઈ આવી કે એમરેક પાસે લઈ આવીને કે હવે આમ બદલાશું. એટલે તમારી વાત એબ્સોલ્યુટ સાચી છે કે આ ફ્રેમવર્ક છે. આના પછી હજી ઘણું બધું કામ કરવાનું છે જે
ડિટેલ્સ
આ સંસ્થાને કરવાની છે.
Mr. Chair, if I could politely just interject. I think the question from the gentleman from Nasimco was to do with MREC's meetings, calling of MREC's meetings. Wouldn't it, again, going round full circle, wouldn't it be easier if we set a number and let MREC call MREC's meetings as opposed to going through conference? So you go to members, we set these several rules, then every federation has to sort of comply with these rules. And then we have to determine how the elected members are going to be dealt with, how federation blocks are going to be dealt with. Wouldn't it be easier, again, if we had to amend 23.3, set a fixed number? And I appreciate the argument before was it'll have to go to the company secretary, etc. But that's every policy, even conference isn't going to act on its own. It's going to have to use the secretary. But if you are to set a number, a denomination, whatever that may be, whatever that is, unanimously agree that is not for me. And then give that power to MREC, because this is MREC's key opportunity to make and enforce decisions. This meeting that it has the right to call. If we take that meeting away from MREC and give it to conference or give it to members, we are taking away MREC's right to essentially exercise some of its powers.
With the permission. Mohammad Asambai, I think I know the spirit which you are asking it. And I agree with it. The question is, can we be bounded not to call an MREC meeting? When we, not the conference, but imagine an MREC wants to call it, it's actually there already. It means two members means that two regional federations have to ask for it. Okay? That's one way. Okay? What is an ambiguity is the question about those who are not regions. All right? The trustees can already call one because they have to, the ordinary one. The extraordinary one has to be members who call it. Okay? For example, let's say that an event has happened. I'm just going to come up with typical an event. And the president of the World Federation thinks that we have to call an emergency meeting now within 7 days or so. The pathway of doing so is that he, and this is what happens now, he calls the regions, he calls the president, say, our પાસે ખાસ એક તકલીફ છે, મુશ્કેલાત જે છે, અમે શું કરી? તો બસ અમે 7 દિવસની અંદર એક meeting રાખી. બોલાવે meeting. Directly what happens, yes, everyone, all the members say we want to have a meeting. So I'm just saying that things which are not fully, this is how things happen. So it works both ways. When the trustees wants to call, when we, the regions, want to call, it's also quite straightforward. However, the reason for having a minimum number is that you do not call a meeting for everything. And I don't think that was your spirit at all. And I just say that because no other question come up. But I think what is currently written is actually quite straightforward on how to call an MREC. It's not difficult. You would only call an MREC if there is a substantial issue, yeah? Real reason. Not for baraza or something like that. No. You will call it. The thing which is really opaque and not clear is regarding the elected councillors. That is what is not clear. And that is a rule which has to come up. My guess is that if this conference agrees, it would need to either tell the MREC to come up with those rules or politely ask some of these members, they don't say it, but the IRT, to actually, one of the responsibilities we are telling them to do, because they want to come off the hook, yeah? But we tell them that one of the things we want you to do is to come up with a proposal for us. And with the aim that that has to be passed at when we officially adopt our new constitution. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could I please come back and, if with your permission, of course. I fully appreciate what the President of Georgia said. I am foreseeing the situation where a federation will come down to one block, and then we will expect 8 elected members who perhaps have no correlation to each other than their affiliation to the organization, becoming one block. Suddenly, now, between 8, they are going to have to act as one block and come to a unanimity of decision, meeting of the minds. You might have 8 people from 8 different areas. Suddenly, we're expecting them to now act as one block with the same unison that we would expect a federation to act with. This is just the sort of foresight that I'm looking at, and the point I want to highlight.
Thank you very much, Modestan. And you're absolutely right. The only caveat that I would add to your thing is that when it comes to elected members, the 8 of them, there is called the minority protection that they would have. So it can't be a rule. You can't put a rule that will say 8 of you have to be in unison, because that goes against their minority rights, and therefore that risk, while I accept, it's a remote risk, because the rules can never, it will immediately breach the minority right proposition, right? Now, look, the reality is we can debate it. It can be 2, 3, 6, 8, 9, 10, whatever it is. I think it's that block of 8 elected which is the issue, and nobody is denying that issue. It's now whether you can fix it or the process in which you fix it. Arif Ali Bhai has set it out very clearly that, look, you can set the rules that the MREC will do that, right? And then you have 2 choices, right? You can either put it in the transitional document arrangements, or you will put it at the adoption stage. So there are options available, because let us be honest, that is where the ambiguity and the issue is, because we have to look at company law and their act. So I don't think we are far away from each other of what we are saying. What we are saying is there is this opaqueness that we need to resolve, and Arif Bhai suggests that you resolve it through rules. And one for a better word, Pramukh of Africa Federation has said કે 100 ને આ બધું આ ફ્રેમવર્ક છે, ખાલી હજી ઘણું બધું કામ કરવાનું છે, એ ઓલા કામ કરશે. એમાંથી એક કામ આ છે જેના ઉપર ફેડરેશનને કન્સેન્સસ બિલ્ડ કરવું ખપશે કે શું હોવું જોઈએ, કેવી રીતના હોવું જોઈએ. But I can tell you that it cannot be કે બધા એક મત ના હોય તો જ થાય, કારણ કે એ પછી ઓટોમેટિકલી ઓલા કાનનું હક ઉપર તમે છીની લ્યો છો એ હક ઓલા કાનું, કે કારણ કે that becomes a minority right issue. There are very specific rules around minority rights and how you manage all of that. And as they say that we had a square box that we were able to put it in a round hole, I am certain that this community will be able to find a solution for that as well without any issue on that.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, could I...
Sorry, I am the chair. He is the chair. And also there are 3 other people, right? 4 other people waiting on it.
But just on this point, could I then suggest, as part of the codification, if we can include the provisions to protect minority right holders?
But that's already in by law anyways. Minority rights are protected.
Companies' rights, so according to Companies Act, yes. Yeah. So is that the provision that's going to be extended into this? If that is, then if we can just make sure that that is included.
But minority right is already in companies law, and we are forming a company.
Yes, but this is going to be, the rules that are going to be set here are not, they're not articles. They're going to be separate rules. There's going to be a separate resolution where these codes or these rules are going to be codified. If they can also then refer to minority rights extended in Companies Act, that then just cements the argument that you said about minority.
I will give you a better solution. You have said it articulately. These minutes are recorded.
Thank you.
Right? Which means that when the drafting is taking place by, I'm sure yourself or any other person, that's in there, and it is there. So it is recorded, and therefore it is not like, this is a recorded meeting, so it's there, and the sentiment is there. And I'm pretty sure nobody can say that they will not want minority rights. Yeah. So there were 3 people on the rostrum to come in, so I apologize to them. But I think this was important, Pramukh Sahib, because I think Mohammad Hassan and I have reached a consensus on the issue. We found a solution for this house and for those online as well. So I hope the 3 that are online will forgive me, so that we could reach a consensus on that issue, so we can move forward, inshallah.
Online, first Raza Bojani, then Fayaz Bhai, then again online.
Okay, sorry. Tranata, please.
Raza Bhai Bojani, please.
Thank you so much. Just a couple of clarification on my question that I raised previously, and Shabir Bhai, we agreed, and this was just for the minutes perspective around the voting thing, so not anything to do with it now. Second thing was I quoted the clause article incorrectly, so it's 33 article which talks about the delegation, so that's require clarity. And just a thought process on 23.3, hearing everyone's talking about it. I think the main concern that the floor has is around MREC to be called by 2 members, and those 2 members also could be the elected members. So recommendation from our side is that if we just change that wording to 2 federation members, and the trustees and the elected members rules can be brought in later, rather than doing the other way around. So those can be brought into the transitional rules or anything else that can be added later. So in the article, it just mentions that the MREC can be called by the 2, at least 2 federation members, to clarify everything that's been talked about. That's a recommendation for the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. I can answer this quickly because I think it's important. 33 is talk about delegation. This is the trustees delegating it to, one for a better word, to the secretariat and everybody. This is delegation downwards on behalf of the trustees to do the work. It's not easy just to say 2 federated members and the trustee, because we are suddenly now breaching on minority rights. So I think, Raza Bhai, if it is okay with you, we've reached a consensus on it that this will be in the rules, which will ensure that minority rights are not breached, to ensure otherwise you immediately breach of the Companies Act and all these other issues then come about. So I think we found a good, plausible solution on it, and I hope you'll indulge me on that. Alijad Bhai, back to you.
Can I, sorry, interject that, Ali Bhai, really sorry, the delegation clause, Shabir Bhai, the comment that I have is on 33. It doesn't mention the delegation to be done. It just says trustees can delegate. Now, their trustees are, it's a number of people, right? So how many trustees, what's the voting? That's
okay, sorry. So that is done by under your trustees as to how they call their meeting. So it's not one trustee can do it. That's why it uses the word the trustees, which means in their meeting, when they are quorate, they will decide what they do and how the delegation will work. It's not one trustee just doing what they want to do. It's called the trustees. So it's a block of, effectively the board of directors will sit and agree the delegation, and they have to do that through their quorum and their processes.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you, Raza Bhai. As we're heading in a particular direction now, just a heads up to tech team that we will be closing the Zoom room admissions in 10 minutes. If you can work on that one, please. Thank you.
Fayaz Bhai, and then I've got Fayaz Bhai, and then I've got Adil Abbas Bhai. So Fayaz Bhai.
Yeah, Shabir Bhai, forgive me. You answered, or you tried to answer, but I didn't quite understand the question on the definition of Khoja, which you said can, I guess, incorporated later on in the transitional process. Is that what you said? So, but then when will the conference take place? I mean, isn't that going to be too late? I'm just trying to understand the mechanics of it and seeing whether that is plausible or not.
So there is some level of faith you'll have to work with me on this, because I don't control the timelines. And so the assumption is, if we do this, and let's assume it takes 9-10 months or whatever when the company is formed, none of the transitional arrangements, the transfers, all of that will not take place until the end of this current trustees' term. So at that point is when we are going to have the conference. So, one for a better word, you're looking at the, I think, or you can call it earlier. There is no issue.
No. Will it be an extraordinary conference?
Normal conference.
No,
normal.
May I suggest, because we are at a conference, we have a certain level of power to decide. I'm very disappointed. I'm extremely disappointed. We had an executive council meeting in Toronto, and we're supposed to get a team together to define the COJA definition. That was way delayed. Even timeline was discussed in Toronto, but that was not decided. And this has led to a lot of questions to actually not even go for these articles. And I'm not impressed by that. I wonder why that delay is there. I respect that it's not IRT, but I would like to understand what undertaking where we are. The pathway which I propose going forward is that the Executive Council meeting which takes place in January, that on that agenda, the COJA definition should actually be ready. And I would also like that the definition be socialized, discussed before that, so that when we come to the Executive Council meeting in January, we actually have a proposal for the conference, because you may receive something back from the Charity Commission soon. You never know. So when you receive that, and we are going for a special conference to adopt the new constitution, the COJA definition should be part and parcel of it, and it has been discussed, socialized, and it is there. So that's my, I would have loved it, I would have expected it to have been ready by this meeting. Thank you.
Arifai, if I could just give you a bit of an update on that front. We met in Toronto in the month of June, and thereafter we reached out from Secretariat in the following month in July to the regions to nominate one member, and Dr. Hasnain Walji was the Secretariat nominee to be the convener of the committee. So obviously, as you know, with the time differences, and as you have worked in this position before, you appreciate getting traction from regions, and for them to find the right person, there's a lot of communication that goes on. So it took several weeks for us to get that team of 6 people ready, and thereafter they've had their meeting, which has been documented. In fact, Abbas Bhai has been part of one of those meetings as well. That process is ongoing, and they are quite determined that before DAR Exco, they will arrive at something that they can be socialized with you as you desired.
I don't want to open a new discussion, because you mentioned you're very disappointed. So are we, in the sense that regions have to take responsibility. It's not the first time that this is happening. At the last Toronto conference, you remember, people had not even read some of the papers, particularly the one on conduct risk. So I think what you are reiterating is a disappointment on the House in general, that the process can be slow, and if regions support the Secretariat quickly, we can get things done quickly. So hopefully, as what you have just heard with the collaboration happening with the regions, the team is hopeful that by Darussalam, January, we will have something in place, inshallah. Abbas, yes. On this subject, because we have 3 other people, yeah?
Yes, on this subject only. I can clarify. Rasul Bhai is also on the committee, so rest assured we are working on it. The challenge was, the timing was awful, because, you know, we had just come on board, there was Muharram, and then Safar after that. Finally, the committee was formed. We went through 3 different candidates on the Nasimco side. Finally, I decided to step in. Hasnain Bhai has given us a commitment. He has a very tight ship he's running on his side, and he has given us a commitment that before Dar es Salaam, there will be some resolution on this.
Yes, and Safdar, when I said we, I mean we as a body, not pointing fingers in any way. It is we as a body, including COAGE, that we have to also be in time for these things. Can I then ask how many days before would we be able to at least read it? Because what happens is that one topic can overrun and take over the whole exco. So I would say better to have at least some kind of an idea, that robustness of coming into the exco with something tangible.
Arif Bhai, as Hassan Bhai is not here in person, and I don't think I should make any sort of a guesstimate. I'll take this point back to Secretariat, and then I'll write to you, inshallah, with an estimate time. But I appreciate the point. We have enough time to digest it. Hassan.
Thank you.
So I think Fayaz Bhai's point was about, so I think you've, this is outside my hands. So you've...
Wait, President interrupted me again.
So I think it answers your issue on the COJA definition, I think, not only robustly, but in detail. But you'll appreciate this is outside our remit rather than anything else. I think Alijad Bhai, Pramukh Sahab wants to say something, and I don't know how many people you've got.
Please just have Adil Bhai.
So after Adil Bhai, I'll come to Amin Bhai, if that's okay, yeah?
Assalamu alaikum, dear brother. This is Adil Kapasi from Karachi Jamaat. I want to just confirm, are we amending word secular with any other word like conventional in 6.1.2? Thank you.
So at the moment, there is no amendments to any of that, because secular education from a UK point of view is to do with education, so schooling and all of these things, as opposed to any other perspective. So it says secular education and welfare institutions. So this is to do with running schools, but you have to be, like if you follow the national curriculum and stuff, as opposed to, even if you're a private school, you have to follow national curriculum and all of that. So that is the context under which this is said. If we want to talk about how do you make sure things don't happen, and like one for a better word, the guardrails, you put those in the rules, right?
Sorry, sir.
G.
Can we? Why not the word conventional? Because secular is totally understood something in different contexts, which has no link with the religion. But our guiding principles are totally religion based. So can we have something like this
so
to normalize the word?
Yeah, so this falls under the same issue that a lot of people have raised, like, that can we change the notice period, can we change quorum, can we do this? This falls under all of that, and there's as I'd say, there'll be a specific process under which you'll have to bring all of these amendments, so that one, there is notice and a full debate can take place on the issue, as opposed to just, because conventional and secular have very different connotations from UK perspective to US and all of this. So that will be something that we'll have to follow through the process of doing that, if that is okay with you. Amin Bhai?
માફ કરજો, હું આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન કમ્ફર્ટેબલ છે તો પાછો એક સવાલ બહુ સિમ્પલ પૂછું છું, પણ તમારા સારા શબ્દો સાંભળવાની એટલી મજા આવે છે તો અમને એમ થશે કે તમે રિપીટ જ કર્યા કરો. કે ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ આમાં છે અમુક એવી ડિમાન્ડ કે ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ આ ફ્રેમમાં છે કે એમરેક કાંઈ 7 દિવસમાં બોલાવી શકે, કોન્ફરન્સ 14 દિવસમાં, ને તો ઘણી ચીજો એમ લાગે છે કે બહુ શોર્ટ નોટિસ છે. તો તમે આપણને ઇન્સ્યોરન્સ આપો છો કે આ જો ફ્રેમ થઈ ગયો તો પછી એમરેક પાછું પ્રોપોઝલ એમેન્ડમેન્ટ દઈ શકશે કોન્ફરન્સને આના ઉપર આવવા માટે?
એનો જવાબ સિમ્પલ છે, 100% confirmed.
Sure, તો પછી આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન will be more comfortable.
100%.
કારણ કે આમાં છે ને આ ફ્રેમ બધાને ગમે છે, પણ હવે અમુક ચીજ છે કે જે એમ લાગે છે પ્રેક્ટિકલ જરાક મહેનત પડશે, તો એનું એમેન્ડમેન્ટ શ્યોર એમરેક પ્રોપોઝ કરી શકશે?
100%. 100%.
થેન્ક યુ.
So Arif Ali Bhai, and then I can try to update something.
I had one question which was, I don't think answered properly, regarding subsidiaries specific. Now, when Brother Adil mentioned about 6.1.2, that is exactly what that talks about. Is it that trustees can set up, for example, different institutions without consultation? Offices is one thing, but can schools be opening up without any consultation? Question mark, because that's what it says in the powers.
Yeah, but remember, it will. If we look at it from a powers point of view, yes. But then remember, budget has to be approved. They have to report back to you, and if they're opening subsidiaries and all of this, they will have to come back to you. The powers is generic, but they are tightened to rules saying, look, what can you do and what you can't do, right? So remember, when they will come in, it's also conference will set the strategic guidelines. So an MREC will have to make sure that they're implementing that and nothing outside that remit, right?
With respect, I don't think that that is in line with the current constitution, and it is an extension, and I think it's a very wide extension which has been put in there. And I'm not sure that that is, because it's so wide that it can be any welfare institution.
As long as it's within the object. Yeah?
That's fair, but that's not, I'm not so sure that one can do it currently.
26.1, right?
Yeah, so it says here, subject to the provisions of Companies Act. Subject to the provisions of Companies Act and these articles, the trustees shall be responsible for the management of the charity's business and may exercise all powers of the charity.
Correct. And I will be the one who will say that I stand corrected. In the current constitution, it does say that.
Yeah.
Thank you. It is a transfer directive.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Arif Ali Bhai. So that's a transfer.
It's a minor amendment to the resolution. So is this the right time, or?
I think when they open, then
okay.
We'll do
I'll
it.
come back.
Councillors, delegates, I think we've had a lot of discussion on this. Everybody has had an opportunity, and I hope that an opportunity to have all of this discussion. I am a mere servant of this community, and I have no authority to run resolutions or to do anything. So I think I have tried to answer as much as I can, and I've tried to answer as forthrightly as I can on the issue. And now, if I hand it back to the office bearers and the president to look at the resolution that was already there, we try to keep it up front so that you can see it, so that you guys can have that debate and agree the way forward on this issue. And with your permission, I can only thank you. I'm sure you'll hear my voice again, but for now, if I can hand it back to the President to deal with the resolution that we have on hand.
Thank you very much.
If you don't mind, I'll take a comfort break.
Yeah, you can take, but you can't go away because we intend to lock you in for a longer period, inshallah. That is the sentiment of the House. I think there is a lot of deliberation that has happened, and the spirit of the House, at least the way I'm reading it as a chair, is that people are broadly appreciative of the framework. The nuances around the rules, the intricacies around what needs to change is something that is still being discussed. But the IIT team has made it very clear, in my opinion, that that work in progress will continue. This is an opportunity for the birth of a new entity that, although dormant, will continue to evolve until this House has confidence that the assets can be now transferred into the new entity to kick off full-fledged. That is the reality at a high level. The IIT team has prepared a resolution taking in mind the sentiments of this House. And it is clear to me that almost many segments of this House have stressed upon particular mention in the resolution of the Shari issues, because this is a religious organization. And hence, people who are not comfortable with what the lawyers had put in terms of Khoja, Shia, Ithnashi need to be added. Some elements of termination of membership when it comes to Shia Ithnashi faith was important, not important, essential. So I will request, of course, the Shahid Ali, obviously the Secretary General needs to be here very soon, although he's been called on the side, to proceed with the fact that there is a resolution that has been put together, needs to be proposed, needs to be seconded, and then a deliberation can commence to this effect. Now, the typical process, again, I'm not the Secretary General, but somehow he has disappeared with Shababai and a few others. I would expect them to be here very soon. If we can call the Secretary General, please. Yeah, thank you. Bio, as we have discussed, કે હવે આપણે કેટલું ડિસ્કસ કરશું? આ તો રાત થઈ જશે, કાલે થશે, ઘણા ઇશ્યુઝ છે, આવવાના છે. Many nuances need to come in, rules need to be established. But the broad framework, as has been said, is there. So again, I'm reiterating that this resolution that is in front of you has been crafted by the team and also modified in conjunction with the sentiments of the regions and the office bearers who also gave feedback, particularly emphasizing on the amendments agreed thereon. So with this resolution on the table now, I will request the Secretary General to follow the process, have the resolution on the table, and then we see how we can proceed from here, inshallah. Yeah.
Thank you, Pramukh Sahib. Before we go to that step, Shahid Ali Bhai, request you to close the room. The Zoom has been closed, so we don't admit anyone. And at this moment, those who are online and those who are present will be the voting members. The resolution is with you on the screen. I would like to first ask for a proposer. I have Shabir Bhai Merali. Shall we say we have a proposer and seconder, and then when we will be taking on amendments, inshallah, we make the amendments as we need to make amendments, inshallah. So I seek a proposer for this resolution. Salim Bhai Hamir, please, as the proposer. Can I have a seconder, Shabir Bhai Merali and Dr. Munir Datu? Online chair, proposer, second. Abbas Ali Bhai Virani is also seconding. Murza Bhai Ghulam Hussain as well. It's on the record. We are open for Shabir Bhai. If in the mic, please, so we can record in the transcript.
Number 3, in termination of members, it should also say when they cease to be of Shia, Ithna Ashari faith.
Shabir Bhai, taklif aap one more time if you can repeat that.
Point number 3, in termination of members, it should also say when they cease to be of Shia Ithna Ashari faith. Or if they cease to be of Shia Ithna Ashari.
Sajjad Bhai Tijani.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. As I'm speaking for the first time, I must commend the IRT, Shabar Bhai, Rasul Bhai, તમે જે કામ કર્યા માશાલ્લાહ 509 ને તમારી કમિટી આખી 509 દિવસ એટલું કહું કે ગુજરાતીમાં શું કહેવાય કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનને બંધારણમાં તમે બંધાઈ ગયા તમે કીધા ને કે વાર ઉતરી ગયા કલફ ને બધું કરશે ને I am cognizant of the North Americans as well. You would have said that you gave your, sweat and blood, or you worked your socks off. But the Gujarati word is tame tan man ne dhan thi kaam kare. Anyhow, I've just got a very minor amendment, sort of. The Companies House, because you're mentioning there England and Wales, you can form a company in Scotland or Gibraltar or any other. So I would suggest that you should have UK Companies House, because the number you will get for the CLG will have to be in the UK as opposed to Scotland or Gibraltar or any other jurisdiction, because you put the word there, Charity Commission for England and Wales. So I suggest that you put UK Companies House.
It have to be England.
Or England, you can say England or UK.
Companies House is different.
Or you can say respectively at the end. Something, I mean, I leave it to sort of, if you just leave it open, Companies House is very generic.
So I said it to England Companies House, right? Yeah? Companies House in England.
Basically, you can either have an English or a Scottish company.
I can't, now I've got three people saying, G.
England and Wales.
Companies House.
It's one.
Yeah.
We have any other observations, amendments? Sheikh Mujahid.
Assalamu alaikum. Just a quick one. Before we adopt this, 8.3.3, yo también joso. It's 8.3.4. Yeah, receive interest at a reasonable and proper rate on money lent to the charity. I feel that it's quite a loose statement. If it can be a little bit tightened, that will be in accordance with the guidance from the Marja'iyya. We are talking about Sharia, all right? Our organization is Sharia-based, faith-based. Sharia is a word which Salim Hamid is not going to let me sleep at night. Faith-based, okay? I think we need to tighten that up, please. Yeah, there are a lot of questions that can come up on this, and we are obviously, in whatever we do, it's in accordance with the guidance we receive, inshallah. Yeah.
I can give you a solution, Mullah Sahib.
Bolo.
Just like there is a solution that we came up with Mohammad Hassan to say, can we make sure the transitional clause ma aaj elected members nu છે એનું બધું solution થઈ જાય. આ બી રૂલ બનાવવામાં આવે કે આ particular clause માં જે rules છે it will be within
rules બની નાખો, article બનાખો.
Article નું એક ખોલે પછી બધું ખોલું ખપે છે. And also remember the issue of interest.
This is Shari'i perspective.
No. I don't disagree with you. What I'm saying is the word interest, like receiving and giving, was also in the original constitution as well.
Yeah.
So it's been brought in. I understand you want to tighten it, and I am not against it. I'm just saying you put it into the transitional clauses and the rules that will come with it. At that point, you will decide whether you're amending the articles or you're putting it in the rules, but you put it in your transitional arrangements. But you have made your point because it's minuted, which means the trustees will have to act on it as opposed to it's minuted and it's acted on it and they have to act on it.
So,
Jazakallah.
Thank you, Sheikh. Fayaz bhai. Fayaz bhai. Abbas bhai, and thereafter Zafar bhai after that.
Two clarifications. On item number 3, intermination of members, can you change that to intermination of individual members? Because in the current draft articles that you have clearly delineated individual members versus like federations. So I'm up and individual members because
thank you.
Okay. And then the last clause, number 6, the last word there, what's the motivation for making typographical cleanup only based on trustees?
Not only based on trustees, by the trustees.
As deemed necessary by the trustees. And this is the current trustees?
Yes. There are no trustees in this new CLG.
Right. Current trustees. So why add that? Clean up such typographical errors as deemed necessary. એક તમે વધારે ક્લોઝિસ નાખો છો પછી વધારે કોમ્પ્લેક્સિટી આવી જાય છે. સો માય સજેશન આપણે બધા રેકમેન્ડેશન આપશો ક્લીન અપ કરવાનું, તમે અડોપ્ટ કરી લો.
He has cleaned it up.
તમે બોયલા થઈ ગયો. Sorry, you said and it is done. For your North American colleague.
શબરને છટકી મારું છે, બીજું કાંઈ નથી. આપણે પાછા લઈ આવશો એને.
અબ્બાસભાઈ તમે કેમ પકડી નાખો છો અમને? અમને માન છૂટી મળતી હતી.
I have Zafar Bhai and then Murtaza Bhai Ghulam Hussain after that.
So just a very small point, but I don't think there's such a thing as Companies House England and Wales. There's only one Companies House in the UK, and you can have a company under Scottish law or English law. So you need to remove that because that doesn't exist.
Yeah, I think the company's house is one, but you can either register as England and Wales or you can as Scottish. So I think just getting it clear that the company is going to be a England and Wales company as opposed to a Scottish company. But my point here is just on number 5.
Can I come in? Sorry, the reason was that if you form a company in Scotland, the registered office has to be in Scotland. Correct. That's why I'm saying that we will use either Harefield or Stanmore, and it has to be UK Companies House. That's my point.
Yeah, you can easily add that. You can just say it can be a UK company.
Yeah, that's
with
what my initial thing. I said UK, but then somebody suggested England and Wales.
Alhamdulillah, we are blessed with many accountants today in this room. But we haven't heard from one of them, so I invite Sajjad Bhai Rajan to add to us, please.
Assalamu alaikum. I think the original was fine because we had an and, so and then the sentence finished off with for England and Wales. So could we not cover it in that sentence saying England Wales refers to the Charities Commission and Companies House?
And then you have to use respectively.
Okay, fine. Yeah,
that's what I suggested initially.
Okay.
Respectively.
I have another point here.
Murtaza Bhai.
Number 5. I think, because I think the marja is a diverse word over here. We want marja-e-taqleed, yeah? મારી બાજુમાં એક બેઠા છે.
You're talking about Salim Bhai Hamir, yeah?
એ અમારા સેક્યુલર મરજા છે.
અમીનભાઈ આપની કોમમાં ખાલી વકીલો વધારે નથી, એકાઉન્ટન્ટ પણ ગણા છે અને મહારાજે પણ ગણા, એવું લાગે છે બધું.
Arif Bhai.
Shabir Bhai mar jate jaye.
Okay. Arif Bhai, bismillah.
Can I?
No, but on a serious note, Shabir, Secretary, Chairman Sahab, જો તમે આ મરજાતને include કરો છો, you should, by leaving it by the merger, કાલે બે મરજા community માં આવશે, આપણે શું કરશું?
Yeah.
No, it can happen. Either do kind specific.
Shabir Bhai, with due respect, Shabir Bhai, Arif Ali Bhai is, I'll add your name to the list, inshallah. Arif Bhai, bismillah.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, addressing this one to you specifically and trying to express, and if everyone, please listen to me what I'm saying. It says the merger with a THE and a capital M, which means that it is a specific person. Currently in the Constitution, it says that as well. And I also advise very strongly that this discussion, we shouldn't do further online around this one. Thank you.
Asante, Arif Bhai, thank you. I have Salim Bhai Hamid and then Muslim Bhai Khoja, and Shabir Bhai, we can come back to him. Salim Bhai.
Just need a clarification. So once this resolution passes through, right, and then the IRT team will make sure that the trustees will ensure the company is set up and the charity is set up. Does that mean after this the IRTs then dissolve and moved on from their responsibility, or just trying to get some clarification, because I think the feeling I'm getting is Shabar is can't wait to finish today.
You're thinking in the right direction, but I wouldn't venture
Hello,
any
Salim,
opinion.
we've known each other for 40 years. Why are you getting more work to me now?
Because the gold prices are going up.
Hassan, thank you. Muslim Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum. This line I was thinking of, having mentioned the word respectively at the end of England and Wales, it seems as if you are splitting England and Wales by saying respectively.
Shabir Bhai, would you like to? So we have exhausted the list of speakers, and I don't see any more hands up, neither anybody online.
And also, Pramukh Sahib, there's two things I just needed to say, just so that there is clarity and everything. I don't want to extend this discussion, but I'm leaving you a pointer that if you look at the current constitution at 20.7, those are the words we have brought in into the issue that Arif Bhai suggested we don't have a public forum on it. So those are the exact words we have brought in. Yeah. So I just want to park it there and stuff. Also, when we were doing a lot of our work, as you can appreciate, this is 34 pages, so we have found one typo, which is a significant typo, which we will correct, which is around the issue when the at 17.1 it requires ordinary resolution to direct trustees. In the articles it ended up becoming special, so that we are going to correct, and it is going to be so I'm minuting it, that I will put it under number 6, I will do it at that point, just so that there is no ambiguity on the issue. Yeah?
Sorry, it's concurrent to what you said on the typos, so that's why I come in again. Number 6, but I powerful English word. Clean up, I don't think is the right word. Clean up typos.
Rectify?
Rectify is fine, but rectify, then you're accepting that there's something wrong. Whatever, but clean up na sobe અહીંયા. અમે આફ્રિકામાં બી ના સોબે, તો અહીંયા તો જરૂર.
હવે વકીલો ઘણા છે, તો કોઈ બોલે બીજું વાત શું વાપરે?
પહેલા મેક સચ હતું.
શું કહે છો? તો હવે જો બદલાયું છે, ક્લીનના બદલે કરેક્ટ કર્યું છે. યા આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશનના પ્રમુખ સાહેબ બોલે ને ટ્રસ્ટી લો ન સાંભળે તો એ થાય નહીં, તો ચેન્જ થઈ ગયું છે પ્રમુખ સાહેબ.
May I ask if this is now put on the table? It's a question just of process. And if there are no other, do we have to go for a closed voting, or we can just say if there are no other? This is my question. Thanks.
Arbai, we discussed that as a team, and indeed that is an option, a pathway we could take, but then on balance we opted to propose that we go for a closed vote, if that's okay.
Absolutely fine. And I've got a request that after this we don't have any other AOB, And we welcome everyone to come to the Mulaskar Memorial Tournament in Haidari for a fantastic volleyball. Thank you.
I have an objection for that, Arif Ali Bhai. You cannot do that. You need to at least allow me to thank my team. I know Salim wants me to stick around, but I have to thank my team at least.
But I will bete you, not only thank you.
Thank you very much for all the amendments. Going back to the proposal, going back to Salim Bhai, if you will do us the favor of reading it out, please.
Yeah, so the proposal is, it is hereby resolved that the World Federation should be incorporated as a company limited by guarantee with charitable status, in brackets, which is proposed will have the same name as the World Federation, close bracket, and registered with both Companies House and the Charity Commission for England and Wales, respectively. It is hereby further resolved that the draft Articles of Association as circulated to the members be approved and adopted as the new constitutional framework of the new company limited by guarantee with charitable status, subject to, number 1, such amendments as may be required and agreed by this conference. Number 2, such other amendments considered necessary by the trustees as are required to secure registration as a company at Companies House and charitable status with the Charity Commission. The amendments agreed are, number 1, in Article 6.1, it should include the words to the effect in accordance with the principles of the Shia Ithna Shari faith. Number 2, where it mentions the word Khoja, it should say Khoja Shia Ithna Shari. Number 3, in termination of individual members, it should also say when they are ceased to be of Shia Ithna Shari faith. Number 4, in the power section, it should also state that any addition or amendment to the articles cannot go against the principles of Shia Ithna Shari faith. Number 5, bring the delegated responsibility by the Marja into the article similar to the clause 20.7 of the Constitution. Number 6, rectify such typographical errors as deemed necessary.
Ahsan, thank you so much, Salim Bhai. I seek a seconder, please, for this resolution before we proceed to the vote. We are now close to any further amendments. I would seek a seconder, Murtaza Bhai Ghulam Hussain, Shabi Bhai Mirali, Abbas Ali Bhai Virani. Thank you so much. I would like to request Shahid Ali Bhai Khaki to take us through the process. He needs a couple of minutes to prepare, and then he will take us through the process of the e-balloting. The emails will be coming to you, but he will take us through the process, inshallah, so we can have a very robust and transparent process. Please bear with us for a moment.
There's a Fayaz Bhai has just raised. Do we not have to say World Federation of KSIMC of London? Or
World Federation of
Khoja Shia Ithna Shari of London?
We need to say the full name correctly. That's a grave mistake there.
Fayaz Bhai, may I humbly to share my understanding of this. We are saying that it will propose to have the same name as the World Federation. So it is like saying it will have the same name as the Secretary General. Whatever is the name of the World Federation will be the name of the entity. The name of the World Federation is the World Federation of KSIMC.
I take your point. Just a comment in return. My nature is that I'd rather close the gaps than say it's on that understanding. But that's my comment.
Point taken, fully understood. But I think I'll beg to differ on this one. Thank you.
Just to give you comfort, in the Articles of Association draft, there is already the World Federation of Khoja Shia Ithna Shari, if that gives you comfort.
Some comfort.
Fayaz Bhai, we leave enough appetite, so inshallah you seek to come back again to this house, inshallah. Shahid Bhai, you ready to take us forward, inshallah, please? Over to you.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So what I'll do is now I will first take you through the settings on Election Runner, which is the platform we're using. just to make sure that everyone's on board. You'll notice the dates are preceding for the start date and following the end date. The reason we do that is so that it's an instant start and we can stop it on command, the open poll. In terms of voting, you'll notice that submit ballot confirmation is checked, which means that when you hit submit on your ballot, it will pop up with a message for you to confirm submission of the ballot. Please make sure that you click OK, because if you do not, then it will not submit your ballot. If you look under results, we have selected hide results during election, which means even us as admins cannot see the results as they come in. We will only see the results once we close the poll, which will be done in front of you as well. The ballot contains the two options, in favor of, not in favor of, as we've done in the past, but you will also see the full the full resolution as was on the slide. It will be on your ballot as well. I cannot show you voters because that has everyone's details, which I cannot share. I'm going to continue with confirmation. Yeah, it's saying that all questions in the ballot require a response, which is how we want to have it. We're going to check the ballot. This is what the ballot will look like when you receive it. I'm going to confirm it. I'm going to cover my screen to cover payment details. Yeah, it will come to you in email once I've opened it.
Sorry, point of order.
My apologies.
I'm so sorry. We have several delegates who are on Zoom and then they got disconnected and then now they cannot get back on again.
Abbas bhai, so at some point in the last hour or 40 minutes, I did announce that in the next 10 minutes we will be closing the Zoom room. And that is to facilitate capturing or freezing the people, the audience, the members who are in the room at the time. So we gave them about 10 minutes to rejoin, but just if you see the practicality of the tech team, they will need some place where they have to freeze the room. And at that point, if someone has dropped off, unfortunately, internet issues, whatever, they are not in the room when we freeze it.
Okay, is that the precedent?
So that's the way we have operated in the past, because we need to draw a line somewhere. With apologies, but unfortunately, that's the way the business is done in the past as well.
Technical glitches.
Technical, because then if we don't, until the last second the ballot is sent out, people will be joining in. People could be joining in, so we need to draw a line somewhere.
Understood.
Hassan.
I think it's an unfortunate side effect that we are the tools of our tools, right? Because we have
100%.
Okay, Hassan.
Next time, so far class.
Apologies. We're having issues with the payment card. But yeah, so the Hatfield, the voting is open now. It will take up to 2 minutes for everyone to receive their emails. If after 3 minutes you have not received an email with your voting link, please email secretariat@worldfederation.org, and we will check that you are on the list and then send you a direct voting link. Back to you.
Just a reminder for those online, please keep an eye on your inbox, also your spam folder, please. If you do not receive something in the next 2 minutes, please write into secretariat@world-federation.org. Shahid bhai, the moment we receive the emails, are we okay to start voting? Yes, Abbas bhai, we are okay to start voting.
Hotspot આવ્યા સારા 6 વાગે નીકળ્યા.
The Secretariat inbox will be manned for a further 5 minutes for any incoming emails for those who have not received the ballot. So until 4:10 UK time. Inshallah, we'll be ready to announce the results in 1 minute.
I think you stand ready.
Councillors, please kindly take your seats. Councillors and delegates, please take your seats. Inshallah, we resume in 30 seconds. Ji. Please announce. Momineen, kindly, may I request you to take your seats, please? Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Can I ask the tech team to please share the results with us?
Okay, so we had, out of the 152 people who are eligible to vote, we had 96 who were present in the room, out of which 85 have voted. I'm going to go in to close the election. And we'll go into results. Yes.
Sorry, please allow the tech team to just read out the results, then inshallah we'll announce the final
Sure.
vote.
So in favor of was 77 votes, and not in favor of was 6 votes. Was 5 votes. So that's 94% and 6%.
For the record and the minutes, this is now passed. Can I request you once again for an even louder salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad?
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Before I hand over to the chair, there is a very small announcement. We will, Safdar Bhai will have closing remarks, and we will conclude the program with the thanks. However, please do stay back, and there will be some announcements, so please don't rush to go away before you are permitted to do so. Thank you.
Yes, definitely. Bahut shukriya, Manad Mantri. On this 50th anniversary of the World Federation, I congratulate this House for paving the way to giving birth to a new entity, albeit dormant at this stage. And let me request us to recite one more salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Allahumma
salli ala Muhammad. I only have a few words, but important words. And I hope I'm reflecting the sentiments of the House. That this framework has been agreed and adopted at this extraordinary conference. And of course, there's a lot of work to be done between now and the manifestation of this entity in terms of asset transfer and all that. And that is a journey in itself. As eloquently put by Amin Bhai several times, that this is a framework that has been put together, and there are rules, members' rules that we heard about today, Sharia matters. And besides that, of course, in the Dar es Salaam Exco, we will have the Electoral Commission who will present the SOPs for the forthcoming elections as well. And the journey will also begin in advance of 27 elections. So there is a lot to happen between now and the conference in 27. Let me reassure this House that the conference is the ultimate supreme authority that will allow this dormant entity to come to life and fruition. And whatever is required, whether an extraordinary conference is required between now and the final conference, the triennial conference in 27, we will make it happen. As we heard from Shababai, that the process will take time. The lawyers will immediately start to apply for the company, the registration for the company under the Companies Act without delay. The process of itself could take around 2 weeks from what I understand from him. And thereafter, the application to the Charities Commission is a lengthy process. It can take 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. This is where the du'as are required. The sooner we can get feedback from the Charity Commission, the better for all of us. That is not in our hands, but our hope and aspiration is that it comes in good time, so that by the time we enter the conference in 27, inshallah ta'ala, everything is in place, and then we can collectively move forward as this new entity. You will all accept the fact that a lot of hard work has gone. We were hoping that by December 24, everything will be done. But it has taken how many? 500 plus days. And I'm sure you will all join me in thanking the entire IIT team led by Shababai Dala himself with tons of experience. That is why he had a unanimous support of this House. With the confidence, with the maturity, with the socializing, with the genuineness, with his heart and mind and soul, he was awake, I think, the last 72 hours. I don't know how he managed it. I had a good sleep last night. He told me, Zafdabhai, tabe bhajia khajo and maja karjo, mane kaam karanu che. So he took away that huge burden that typically a chair would have, but naturally so because the House wanted an independent process. And I think together with him, the representation from Africa Federation of Ali Hassan by Qasim was commendable. We are very fortunate as a community that we have lawyers and professionals, sometimes too many lawyers. But Ali Hassan is a lawyer who is practical, pragmatic, understands the nuances, shows maturity, and also being at the helm of Africa Federation really helps in enhancing this process. It has been, I'm thankful to Africa Federation for it has been one of the beautiful moments for us to see with the speed with which you have supported this entire process. As far as Council of European Jamaat is concerned, I had sentiments from Koij during the break that Rasul Bhai Bamani has played a phenomenal role. Rasul Bhai and I had many disagreements in the past, but the maturity, the profoundness, today when I met him in the morning, he said, "Chetlu kaam yab chela, baras ma kero che poli ganu time pe nathi kehra." So Rasul Bhai, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you and increase your tawfiqat, and I'm sure you will continue. And Koij as well, the leadership of Koij. Of course, they wanted to make sure that this finishes before the tournament tonight. But I can assure you this is a pure coincidence and nothing fixed, for there was a genuine attempt. And I know there are sentiments expressed from the members of Koij, some of them very solid lawyers who have presented some very, very interesting points that has even enlightened me today, which I have no doubt with absolute assurity that it will be reflected before the ultimate closure comes to this new entity. Irfan Bhai Karim from India Federation, I would like to thank him. He has played a prominent role, important at times, challenging within India Federation, but with Sohail Bhai Burani's support and the support of India Federation, I can see the Nurani Chehra of Irfan Bhai on my screen. So may Allah increase the tawfiqat, and I look forward to seeing you on Friday at the Khoja Heritage Program in Mumbai, inshallah. As far as KSC is concerned, Abbas Ali Bhai may have had his disagreements, but he has always been a brother who has supported the entity and has always played the positive role of agreeing to disagree and move forward. So I would like to thank him also for he has also played an important role in this journey. And the KSC team, And Raza Bhai Bojani's presence today and his proactive presence is really, really appreciated. As the smallest region, but a fast-growing region that has got a lot of dynamism, a lot of work that they do with us on WF8 is highly commendable. So thank you very much. And I feel that Australasia now is part of this community. It is always said that they are far and wide, we have forgotten them, but they have been present, and they have been present today as well. And I would invite Mominin to go to our entities both in Sydney and Melbourne to see firsthand the Koja community activities in Australasia, and opportunities as well for that matter. As far as Nasimco is concerned, I want to salute Abbas by new transition, new team, how he has managed to bring a new team on board, get them on board very quickly. Unfortunately, we couldn't meet your last-minute expectations of extending the voting process, but the maturity with which Abbas Bhai has managed the transition is highly commendable. And Habib, who was there in Hammersmith, remained with us today, gives further comfort to this house that somebody who was as a pioneer continued the journey and has supported Nasimco in this process. And last but not least, what can I say about our dear friend, the President of Pakistan Federation, and a very important member, an ideologue himself, who repeatedly told me that this leadership of IIT under Shahbaz Bhai is playing such a great role that I have my opinions. Abul Bhai Gokal is very keen to see the SOP and hence to make sure the next election there are no issues. Abul Bhai Gokal also has that vision to ensure that there is a code of leadership that Marhum Ul Asghar introduced in 1990 and then further in 2018 was brought forth in Karachi. Both of these times they did not go forward, but I can assure this house that inshallah we will do our best in one of the excos, if not the next one, the one after, to at least present a paper in the effect of code of leadership so that we can revive this discussion that could ultimately flow into the leadership of this community based on the principles of our faith. And as manifested today, there was overwhelming majority from most of the region, in fact all the regions, to ensure those points are captured. And Mullah Mujahid also mentioned the issue of interest. I would add there is also derivatives there. That is also questionable. These things will be addressed. We are a Shari organization. I want to reassure those who are also watching online, we are cognizant of our responsibility as a responsible wakil of His Eminence, together with Abin Bhai is also a wakil on behalf of Africa. We have to make sure that we follow what Agha has commanded us in the ijazah that he has given. He has made it very clear that I advise you as my Shari wakil to ensure that you abide by taqwa and also that you are cognizant of your religious responsibilities. So we cannot be devoid of that. So let me reassure the house that that will also flow in as we continue this journey. So with this, thanks, you will agree with me, the house, that the IIT team, although it has completed its mission, of course, and the mandate of the team comes to an end with a huge responsibility now on the Secretariat to implement what the next steps are. Setting up a company under the Companies Act, submitting the application to the Charities Commission, preparing the exco for the unfinished work that continues the Khoja identity thing that has to be completed, leading all the way to the conference. The Secretariat recognizes its limitations. The Secretariat also appreciates that you need a thorough professional. And in the spirit of this new articles of association where you can delegate certain responsibilities, which is also permissible to us at this point, we have decided as office bearers that we would like to appoint Shahbaz Bhai Dhala to support and continue working actively on this front, inshallah, until the completion of the whole process, so that we can all together recite that loud salawat and the thanks that he deserves at the conference, inshallah. And Shahbaz Bhai will also have the freedom to incorporate or to take advice from all the experts that he has worked with, and he will have the freedom to do so with the full support from the Secretariat, of course. At this point, I would like to give a few minutes to Shahbaz Bhai to thank his team and to give his last words, although I would say these are not his last words, but the journey continues.
Before I start, Shahid, there was a picture I had sent you. Are you able to put it up, please? Nasimco ni હું પહેલા માફી માંગુ છું. જે હું બોલવા જાઉં છું એ અંગ્રેજીમાં કામ નહીં આવે. 1976માં જ્યારે કોમના વડીલો અને ઇન માય કેસ મારા દાદાઓ અને મારા મામા જ્યારે આવ્યા કે અમને અમારી કોમને કાંઈ કરવાની જરૂર છે, તો આ લોકો હતા જે 1976 હેમરસ્મિથમાં મુર્તઝાભાઈ તમે ખાલી હુજ્જતના પ્રેસિડન્ટ નથી, આ ત્યારે કે લંડન જમાત હતી જેના ઉપર આ સ્નાપતા થઈ 50 વર્ષ પહેલાં. અમે જે આજે કર્યું છે એ તો નાનું કામ છે અને અમને 6 કલાક કાઢ્યા કે 8 કલાક કાઢ્યા, પણ એનાથી કેટલા 509 દિવસ કાઢ્યા. તમે ખાલી એટલું વિચારો કે આ અમારા વિઝનરી લીડર્સ લોકો 1976માં શું કરી ગયા કે આજે અમે 6 કલાકની અંદર આ કામને આગળ વધાર્યા છે. અને એમનું ફાઉન્ડેશન ત્યારથી કે અમે આહલુલ બેઇતના ફોલોવર્સ છે, we will remain within that path, અને આ લોકો have created the foundation under which each federation stands, each Jamaat stands. There were few Jamaats at the time in 1976. And look at the Khoja Shia Itnashri community today. It is because of these people. I literally just want to take 60 seconds for you to look at who they were. And a lot of them are marhum. A lot of them are marhum. Right? અને બધા પોતપોતાની ફખર લઈ શકે છે કે કોઈ જો આફ્રિકાનો છે ને કોઈ અમારું ન્યૂયોર્કમાં હતા કે અમે પીટરબરોમાં હતા કે બર્મિંગમમાં હતા, પણ એટલું યાદ રાખજો કે આ લોકો બધા સાથે આવી અને આ સંસ્થાને જન્મ આપ્યા હતા 1976માં. એ લોકો માટે અમે દુઆ કરે અને એ લોકો માટે જે આ દુનિયામાંથી ચાલી ગયા છે એ લોકોને માટે અમે એક સૂરતુલ મુબારકતુલ ફાતિહા. Thank you, Shahid Ali. Today marks 509 days since we as the incorporation review team were appointed, and that is when the journey began. None of us quite knew the depth of the challenge, the technicalities and the number of late nights and intense discussion that awaited us. But alhamdulillah, we all faced it as a strong, united team. And I can say with great pride that we have produced something that hopefully, inshallah, the community can rest and be proud of the work that we have tried to produce for you. It is never going to be perfect, and I hope the community takes it in the stride that we have tried to do. We now pray, and we request your prayers that hopefully as this process goes through, the Commission also approves it with sincerity and gets its approval. At the heart of our journey was a deep spiritually rooted in the Holy Quran in Surah Shura, which said that those who have responded to their Lord and established prayers, and those whose affairs are decided by consultation amongst themselves. This is how we worked in mutual consultation, respect and open dialogue. We came together from different perspectives, each with our own strengths and experiences, but united in one purpose. As Imam Ali beautifully said, the best of people is one who cooperates with another and seeks their counsel. The spirit of cooperation and collective wisdom was evident in every step of our work. Each one of you, my IRT team, embodied that principle, listening, advising, helping one another for the greater good. Through this process, one thing stood out above all: the robustness, the openness and frank dialogue that each one of us brought to the table. You were never afraid to ask a question, to challenge or share your perspective, and that is exactly what made our work so rich and meaningful. Every team member has contributed something unique and valuable, and it is only because of that diversity and dedication that we were able to deliver what we delivered today at the support of 96% of this community and this house. Can I take a moment, and if you give me permission, to thank each and every one of my member. Habib Bhai, although I should be calling him Habib Uncle, but I have worked with him for so long. He was the original drafters of the 1979 Constitution, and he always kept it to the true spirit of what the founding fathers truly wanted, and ensured that when we transition, we don't lose those main principles and foundations. His historical insight and guidance was a work that enabled us to continue this legacy. Irfan Bhai Karim, what I call our India star, his attention to detail was second to none. The way he meticulously reviewed every clause, every line, ensuring we hadn't missed a single point, was simply remarkable. His painstaking diligence and commitment through this process gave us the confidence that we were on a strong foundation. Abul Hassan Bhai, a man who wears many hats, but always made time for this cause. His principled approach of first listening, then learning, then helping us understand complex structures was a gift to us as a team. He ensured that we broke down intricate legal and organizational ideas into digestible concepts, ensuring that we all stayed aligned. And his wise counsel kept us true to our remit and the spirit of our work as to why we are doing what we are doing. Abbas Ali, that you all know from Australia, never shies away from a challenge. He constantly pushed our thinking, challenged the status quo, and forced us to stretch our minds to find a workable solution. We had forthright discussion, and I will tell you this, some fiery moments. But above all, it was always in the spirit of the outcome of our cause. He kept us intellectually honest and anchored us in the purpose that we have, and a forever friend of both the IRT and myself personally. Ali Hassan Qasim, the now Secretary of Africa Federation, an esteemed lawyer, and indeed Africa Federation should be proud to have somebody of his caliber, his research skill and drafting skills to transform complex legal issues into clear, understandable language without compromise to integrity is phenomenal. Most importantly, he understands the pulse of the community and how to balance practicality and principle. I must say, Ali Hassan, without you, this would have not have happened. You are one of the two people who carried much of this project on your shoulder. The other has always been my tag in tow, Rasul Bhai, who was the other pillar of that journey. You truly did a lot of heavy lifting. I must confess, I pushed you to your limits. Your research skills and your patience, and probably perhaps his bookshelf as well, because I think it's now full of CIOs and CLGs and Charity Law and Companies Act and a lot more. But he was always willing to engage, to challenge, to debate, and to reason until we reached consensus. You were tireless, and your effort and energy has not only been inspirational to all, but to me. It is not easy to stay up for that long, but you know if you don't, Rasul Bhai is going to be on your case, because most of us were awake. Before I close, I also need to thank the office bearers and the trustees. It was very difficult for them to go through this journey because they wanted to know what was going on, but they gave us the latitude, said, look, we understand what you're doing, and more importantly, their support and their carte blanche approach to say, we have full faith and trust in what you are doing, we are okay with it. They never interfered, they never got involved, but always provided the support we needed it. More importantly, each and every regional federation, but specifically each and every regional federation president. I have been bugging them, I've been calling them, and I have constantly been engaged with them, but I want to thank you for your confidence in me. It's not an easy journey, but you made it easier. Your trust and your ability in your ongoing engagement with me has enabled us to be where we are, because that made an invaluable impact on our drafting. As I reflect on the 509 days I am deeply moved of what we've achieved as a community. We were given a tight and restrictive mandate, yet I think we have managed to navigate it with integrity, intellect, and unity. We took different threads of thoughts, expertise, and perspective, and wove them together into something that is coherent, something meaningful, and hopefully something that will truly serve the community for the next 50 years. So from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank each and every member of the IRT team for your dedication, your honesty, your patience, and your friendship. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless each and every one of you and reward you abundantly, inshallah, for the efforts and the source of benefit and barakah for the generations to come. To my IRT team, thank you very much.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. Jazakallah, thank you very much. May Allah bless you and the entire team and the families and all of you for that matter, because I genuinely believe that this is an act of worship. And the fact that you all have come from far and wide itself is ibadat, and may Allah increase in your tawfiqat. I just want to end before I hand it over to the Secretary General for the vote of thanks and some important announcements, of course. માફ કરજો, હું આ ફેરે ગુજરાતીમાં બોલ્યો જ નથી, કારણ કે કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનની વાત આવે તો બંધારણ, અને બંધારણની વાત આવે તો પછી એવા બીજા શબ્દો આવી જાય છે કે પછી અબ્બાસને મને મુસલસલ જોતા હોય છે કે આ શું બોલી રહ્યો છે. I just want to end with these profound words that a constitution is far more than a historical document. It is the living soul of a society, serving as both its moral compass and its foundation anchor. This is an important. Say that. However good a constitution may be, if those who are implementing it are not good, it will prove to be bad. However bad a constitution may be, if those who are implementing it are good, it will prove to be meaningful. With these profound insights, it reminds us that the true strength of a constitution lies not in the impeccable text, but in the hands and hearts of its people. It is a sacred charge that demands our active participation, vigilance, and integrity. And this House has demonstrated that to thick and thin, for which I am extremely thankful to all of you. With that, I will pass it on to the Secretary General for the vote of thanks and the closing for this meeting. Jazakallah.
Hassan, thank you. Before I start, we have found a £5 note on the floor. If anybody would like to claim it, really?
That's probably an advance for that £10.
I see the Harefield team has made a claim already, but sorry.
The Harefield team is going to make a claim on those gold handcuffs.
We will follow the due process of Sharia, inshallah, on this one. I would like to just quickly, and from the bottom of my heart, and on behalf of myself and Dr. Ali Abbas, say a huge thank you to Alhaj Shabar Bhai Dhala. I will not say anything further because I don't think I can find the words to match the service that he has done to this community and this organization. I would like to also thank my brother, my tech team wizard, AV Federation Pramukh Shahid Ali Bhai Khaki. His parents aptly named him Shahid. He is indeed a witness. He knows everything about everyone. So make sure you are on the right side of Shahid Ali Bhai. I would also like to thank, as I did at the start of the meeting, Brother Kausar Ali Sumar. He is here as a delegate, but he has always been with us in support, a silent but solid pillar. Kausar Ali Sumar comes from a legacy of service, and he's a worthy son continuing the legacy. So thank you, Kausar Bhai. From the Secretariat team, I start with my nemesis, the legal and compliance sisters Farah Hussain and Sister Zainab Merali. They make our life difficult by asking the most challenging questions. But that means we come to you with confidence that our governance structures are in place. So thank you to our legal and compliance team, Farah Bhai and Zainab Bhai. In particular, Zainab Bhai today has been here only just a few minutes ago she left. She spent her weekend supporting us with a lot of the logistics. Faraba has been with us throughout this meeting online, ready to support where needed. Can I also thank Abbas Merali, seated there quietly in the corner. He's a Secretariat Operations Coordinator. He's been with us for a while. He was in WF8, but he's now in Secretariat Operations. And we are very proud to have you, Abbas Bhai. We are very grateful for your service, and inshallah we see in him a future leader of the organization. And as a commitment to promoting youth, he's one of the most promising youth we have, alhamdulillah. Next to him, we have our young brother, Ali Raza Hamir, who was a very naughty boy in madrasa.
Salim's son, no?
Yeah, like father, like son, I should say. Oh dear, his father-in-law's reaction right there. Sorry. What an absolute gem, mashallah, our chokra. Thank you, Ali Raza. He's new to the team, but as promised, inshallah, more youth, more energy, more vigor, and more fresh new ideas. So thank you, Ali Raza. I'd also like to thank team members who are not here in person, but who have been support behind the scenes. Brother Ali Mehdi Nanjiani from iCare, Brother Jamil Walji, Sister Masuma Bhallu, a veteran of our organization, continues to serve with diligence. I'd like to thank the Marcoms team. Inshallah, you will notice that over the last few years, we have seen the World Federation Marcoms in the last 3, 4, 5 years really take on higher levels, and inshallah we continue to take this forward in the same spirit. We wouldn't normally thank any of the office bearers, but there is a particular brother I'd like to thank. This is Brother Mohsin Musa, our Assistant Honorary Treasurer, not because of his phenomenal work at the Treasury with Sajjad Bhai and him, and in support Zafar Bhai as well, but for a particular task he's taken on, which is marketing. Mohsin Bhai has been helping out with ramping up our marketing and communications, and he has taken a lot of load from the Secretariat, from myself and Ali Abbas Bhai, and I just want to take this opportunity to thank you, Mohsin Bhai, for all your efforts. And finally, like a good doctor, my brother Ali Abbas, my partner in crime, my partner in khulus and service, he sees neither day or night. He is with us, working silently, and things are running because Dr. Ali Abbas is there. All Safdar Bhai and I need to do is to send him a text, and abracadabra, things are done. Dr. Ali Abbas Bhai doesn't like recognition, but I have a special announcement, and forgive me in advance, Dr. Saib. We have a new World Federation website, and it has been a project spearheaded by Dr. Ali Abbas, and I would like the tech team to please just put it up for a moment, and inshallah you can peruse it at home on your mobile devices at your convenience. Inshallah you will enjoy using it. It's a modern website. We thank those who worked on our previous websites. Inshallah, with this, as time moves forward, we need to adapt, and we have adapted to the times. This is a beautiful website. And one special feature that Fayaz Bhai might be interested in is that you can make a donation very effectively and easily. May I close with a few words of dua. A number of people we know, a number of loved ones, some of our scholars, a lot of people in oppressed lands, a lot of people in difficult times, people in hospitals, people in care homes, people in places where food and water are scarce. We take this opportunity to ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bring relief to the oppressed, shifa to the sick, and sukoon to those who are under trauma. With that dua, I would like to request you all to recite Surah Fatiha, and with that Fatiha, this meeting is now concluded and adjourned. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad with Fatiha. Please rise for dua wahda.
recite it together, inshallah. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. La ilaha illallah. Ilahan wahidan. ونحن له مسلمون لا إله إلا الله ولا نعبد إلا إياه مخلصين له الدين ولو كره المشركون لا إله إلا الله ربنا ورب آبائنا الأولين لا إله إلا الله وحده أنجز وعده ونصر عبده وأعز جنده وهزم الأحزاب وحده فله الملك وله الحمد يحيي ويميت ويحيي وهو حي لا يموت بيده الخير وهو على كل شيء قدير.
Sorry, one last thing before you disappear. I would like to do special thanks to Ali Jawad because he may not tell you, but he has a very close family member in hospital, and despite our commitments to the World Federation, he's here rather than there. So please pray for him. Could I request if you could all come to the middle here for a quick group photo before you go, after which there is dinner before you leave. So I can request everyone to kindly come here just for a very quick photo, maximum 5 minutes. Yeah, thank you so much.